Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 2022 KPF Journalism Conference. I am Yang Young-eun, KBS reporter. Good to see you all. This conference has been loved by many people, so I believe that you know very well. This year, the COVID-19 has dissipated, so I see more people than ever are joining in this conference here on the site. I'd like to introduce the conference briefly. 2022 KPF Journalism Conference is one of the main programs of 2022 Journalism Week, the foundation's representative event where the media and citizens communicate. The conference has been held annually since 2017 to explore the latest issues in journalism with journalists, experts, and scholars from home and abroad, and discuss measures to be taken in response to changing media environment. This year, the conference is held for 3 days from November 9th to 11th. The KPF Journalism Conference will address themes with a title of Journalism On and Off. The daily topics are Day 1, Trust On, Turn On, Sustainable Journalism. Day 2, Bias Off, Get Away from Platforms. Day 3, Trust On, Prejudice Off, and Move Forward. This year, other than presentations and discussions in sessions, we have prepared citizen participation programs. Photographer talk show on day 1, citizens speak on day 2, and 1-minute discussion, and discussion between citizens and journalism on the last day. As part of the media contest, on the first day, media literacy with citizens. On the second day, a KPF session with collaboration with UNESCO Korea, media information literacy for the people and by the people. On the third day, session on digital media literacy in the AI era. Also on the third day, 2022 Media Education Grand Prize and Use Big Data Hackathon Award ceremony will be held. You can also watch this conference on the Metaverse of Journalism Weekly Town. Like this, the Metaverse is here, so you can watch the conference here in the Metaverse. As you can see there, this Metaverse is decorated so cute. In this Metaverse, you can see various contents of this year's program as well as the programs of the Journalism Week that we had run in the past years. In the event zone in the Metaverse, the Journalism On-Off quiz will be held November 11th as a surprise event. Please participate in the event as we have prepared good prizes.
Opening ceremony of the KPF Journalism Conference, which is the main event of the 2022 Journalism Week. Let me invite Mr. Pyo Wan-soo, Chairman of the Korea Press Foundation, to the podium for his congratulatory remarks. Please give him a big hand. So as our MC mentioned, I would like to speak to you without my mask on. Good morning. I am Pyo-wan-soo, the chairman of the Korea Press Foundation. Even though our mourning period has ended, I'd like to express my deepest condolences. Let me welcome and thank you to everyone who's joining us for the 2022 Korea Journalism Week. This year marks the third anniversary for the Journalism Week organized by the Korea Press Foundation, where the media and citizens come together. In the last 2 years, we were forced to hold the events online only due to COVID-19. However, this year, the spread of COVID-19 is somewhat rather waning. So in this offline and online space, we carefully prepare this venue for citizens and media to meet together. So especially this year's Journalism Week, will have the meaning of meeting both online and offline. In addition to that, this year's Korea Journalism Week is a 3-day conference with the meaning of restoring and switching on trust in journalism and active participation of citizens while avoiding fake news. So the role of journalism to create a sustainable society and the concerns and thoughts of newsrooms to escape subordination from web portals, and the future of independent journalism and news startups, and the media literacy we need in our time. So to talk about these issues, journalism scholars, journalists, and experts in these various fields have gathered together to have in-depth presentations and discussions. In particular, experts from nations around the world, including the US, the UK, France, Greece, and Norway, will also participate both online and offline. So I believe that you'll be able to listen to these discussions from a broader international perspective. This year, we have prepared various programs with citizens. One of the programs titled Citizens Speak, where citizens talk about the media with their own voices, and another event titled Talk Between Citizens and Reporters, where citizens invite the reporters that they want to meet, are one of the first citizen participation programs that we created this year. We also prepared a fireside chat where reporters listen to citizens' thoughts on good articles, and also a talk show with photojournalists who normally give us the story of the scene faster than any other journalist. And this year's keynote speech will be delivered by Professor Jae-chun, a sociobiologist, co-representative of the Korean Federation of Environmental Movements and representative of the Biodiversity Foundation, and the first president of the National Institute of Ecology. In these days, when continuous and correct reporting on climate change and environmental issues is being emphasized as an important role of the media, I believe that Professor Cha's keynote speech will make the Journalism Week conference even more meaningful. I will also carefully listen to his words today. I sincerely hope that this year's Journalism Week will make a meaningful contribution to turning the switch on good journalism and creating a sustainable society. And let me thank everyone who made this year's Journalism Week possible. The Korea Press Foundation will continue to work with the public and the media on our journey of creating a sustainable society through good journalism. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman Pyo from the Korea Press Foundation for your speech. So he talked about the direction of this year's Journalism Week. why the title of this year's Journalism Week is Journalism On and Off, and he also talked about the direction of our journalism. So as he introduced, we will meet with Professor Jae-chun soon. But before that, we have received many video messages that congratulate the opening, the 2022 KPF Journalism Conference. Even though they couldn't be here with us in person, they sent us video messages. So let's meet them on the screen. Let's watch the videos. Welcome to the 2022 Korea Journalism Week. I hope you will have a good time today. I heard that the catchphrase or slogan of this year's Journalism Week is journalism on and off, which means I can imagine that let's turn on trust and turn off distrust. Of course, journalism has a responsibility for this, but I think that we also need a civil society to enable this environment and this on and off possible. We tend to blame journalists when they make mistakes by calling them, for example, 기레기, by using some harsh words. But we also need to compliment them, encourage them to do a better job. You know that when we compliment and encourage our children, they get better performance and they do better. So I hope that you will have an in-depth discussions on the methodology of nurturing good journalism in the 2022 Journalism Week. Thank you. Hello, my name is Chun Hyun-moo, an MC. My heartfelt congratulations to all of you for the opening of the Journalism Week. These days, we have to rethink our media, the role of our media, which always monitors power and shines a light on the marginalized. Nowadays, there are a lot of internet platforms, and there's so much information. So the demand for journalism is increasing than before. But it's hard to find quality information. So this makes your role as a journalist all the more important. I also work in the broadcasting environment, so I realize how important good journalism and having good journalists is. So this is why this year's event is all the more meaningful. Recalling my past career as a journalist, even for a short time, even though I now work in the entertainment field more, I will become an entertainer who appreciates your hard work and values as journalists. Thank you very much. And once again, I congratulate you on the opening of this year's journalism.
Good morning. I am Peng Su. The Korea Press Foundation hosts the 2022 KPF Journalism Conference. Welcome all of you. Congratulations. Now, the space where the journalists and citizens will meet, the conference begins. Please enjoy.
So we've watched 3 different messages from 3 different very interesting speakers. So we met with the keynote speaker of the 2021 KPF Journalism Conference, Mr. Son Sok-ki, who is currently a roving correspondent of JTBC. And also we've met with Mr. Chun Hyun-moo, who is an all-round popular MC. He was once a reporter. So he's a very popular MC these days. And lastly, we met with a very famous EBS trainee and very popular creator, Mr. Peng Su, who is loved by all age groups. So now let us move on to the next session. So we wrap up the opening ceremony of the KPF Journalism Conference and let us start the main session now.
He's having the second successful period of life, he said to me. Professor Choi Jae-sun has more than 100 video clips on the line and more than 400,000 people are viewing his videos. Before he's meeting people online, but now he's meeting people online. He is a biologist and he first introduced the concept of consilience in Korea. He is the professor of the Ewha Women's University and serves as the chairman of Biodiversity Foundation. Professor Jae-chun will talk about the ecological transition and ESG. He is very busy and unfortunately he has other schedule today, so he is unable to attend this meeting online. But he sent us this pre-recorded video. I'm very curious about what he will say. Please let's meet him right away. Good to see you all. I am Jae-chun, a professor at Department of Archaeology of Ewha Women's University. I'm also leading an organization called the Biodiversity Foundation. I am grateful to the Korea Press Foundation for inviting me to this important event. It would have been great if I could sit and talk to you face to face, and I'm sorry for not being there with you. If you ask me about a keyword of my presentation, and I would say that it is ecological turn. If we look back on the human history, social scientists say that humanity have gone through at least two major transitions. One is linguistic turn and the other is cultural turn. In recent 10 years, they also began to talk about technological turn, informational turn, robotic turn, and many others. But after all things we have been through during the pandemic, I came to wonder what those turns would mean in the face of a pandemic. We used to say that we are the Lord of all creatures, but then we are faced with the problem of life and death. It's something that we couldn't have imagined. How can we be all put at the crossroads of life and death at once? And what is the meaning of another transition in this situation? I have a feeling that in the future, humankind will constantly experience this kind of thing. Many experts are predicting that will happen. Then the most urgent transformation for us must be an ecological transition. We must properly establish our relationship with nature so that such a disaster will not repeat itself in the future. When I thought about this for the first time, I thought it's absurd. I went to the WHO's website lately and I found the official count of the people infected with COVID-19 is more than 600 million. More than 6.5 million people have died. If you remember the biology class back in the middle school, you've learned something about the species of living things. By definition, a virus is not even a living organism. It does not even have the mechanisms to sustain life on its own. This is not even a living form. In short, it is a very invisible thing that is a very little things that is composed of a bunch of proteins. Then the viruses hit the humanity. From a biologist point of view, it's absurd and hurts my self-esteem, but it is reality. And I happened to be able to discuss with Prime Minister Kim Bu-kyum in the government building and served as co-chair of the Committee on Post-Pandemic Transition to Normalcy. And I was a little bit surprised. Why did they call someone like me? I am not an infectious disease doctor. My major is biology, but I am not a virologist who specializes in viruses. So why did they call me? I wondered. I thought there could be two reasons, and indeed, the government officer said exactly what I thought when they invited me. After living like this for almost 2 years, what we need is an evolutionary biology and an evolutionary perspective. Well, in the past 2.5 years, you have met all the professors of infectious diseases at almost all medical schools in Korea. They just showed up on TV programs, so you would see them explain about the situation whenever you turn on TV. Yes, thanks to them, we became very conscious and we understand a lot about the virus. And they guided us well, so we lived relatively safely this way. But the problem is that they have no choice but to have one sided view. They stared at the virus and only thought about how to get rid of them and put an end to this situation. But from what I see as a biologist who studies the evolution of nature, who studies nature, I thought, why do they engage in the fight that we will never win? In fact, it is impossible for one species to destroy another. In our human history, we have never been successful in our efforts to eradicate viruses. We often said we should eradicate viruses, fight them, and put an end to the virus infection. But if you keep talking about things that will never be successful, you are getting more and more exhausted, and it will be only difficult. From the beginning, I said that we had no choice but to live with viruses, and then there are comments on my articles, quote, "You first catch the virus and it's down with the virus." And someone let me know about that. And time has passed. At the time, we sprayed a huge amount of disinfectant all around, on the streets and the buildings. But still, the viruses were there, spreading. And the virus didn't disappear. And about that time, people started to pay heed to what I was saying. Another thing is that I kept critiquing in the outside. They then told me you should come and do the work inside yourself. It is not that I started thinking about this issue while I took charge of that meeting, the committee. From the beginning of 2020, in the case of China, from the end of 2019, but in Korea, it first occurred in early 2020. I thought it was wrong to perceive the problems in one-sided way, so I wanted to say why these things happen in the natural world. My family did hate me doing this. Because while people stayed home because of the outbreak of virus infection, I moved around and got the virus to home. I had this sense of duty that I should stop them. In 2020 alone, I delivered lectures for more than 100 times. They told me to come to the lecture hall or studio for better quality screening. But when I got there, however, there was only no one, no audience in the hall, and I lectured with no audience. Or in some case, a kind organizer put stuffed dolls on seats for me in the hall where I gave a lecture, which was fun. It was the first lecture. Less than 10 minutes after I started the lecture, someone raised a hand. So I asked him, "Do you have a question?" And the person said, "Professor, did this COVID-19 outbreak happen because of climate change?" I was very glad to receive that question. You may wonder what kind of person would feel glad to get such a question. It's been almost 20 years since I studied this topic. I worked hard to let people know about how dangerous climate change is. I wrote articles, gave lectures, and published books on that. If you look around, however, there was nothing special. I felt like the grandfather of the Squid Game in the Netflix drama. In my mind, I was shouting, "We are all going to die in this way." But my cry fell on deaf ears, so I was frustrated. But such a disaster like COVID-19 pandemic hit, I received this question asking if the pandemic is caused by climate change. Then I understood that it's not that he didn't know it, but that he knew it and did not take action about it. And yet he became aware of how serious it was. So I was very glad and thought our efforts were not in futile. The same question since then kept being raised in the following lectures. But I was sad because I could not give them a good answer. The media also felt that way too. The general public mistakenly think that scientists should know all the answers. But scientists are as indecisive and they are irresolute because science is essentially a field where things can be turned upside down whenever new evidence emerges. So that is why our scientists always be open-minded. But among them, people like me who study nature is way more open to anything. Because in the nature, dozens, hundreds of thousands of elements work at once. Then how can I say, yes, you are right, there is nothing but climate change that causes the pandemic? I can't say that. So, at the most, I've been responding to the questions like this. Now, climate change seems to be one of the important factors, but we haven't accumulated enough of the evidence yet. Then, I found some of the questioners turned skeptical about the causal relationship between the two right away. So I found myself helpless, failing to use effective the opportunity to raise awareness of this issue. Then I got this idea. One way to help out in this situation is so-called scenario building. You can build a scenario and talk to people with that scenario. A screenplay doesn't necessarily mean that things have to happen as the scenario. You know, Korean screenwriters save a main character whom they have intended to kill. When viewers strongly complain about the death of a main character, scenarios may change. So, I could do it without compromising my conscience as a scientist. What I can say now is that I study tropical biology. A person who has lived in the tropical jungle for my life. I may digress a little. As a Korean, I am probably the first person to study the tropics as a Korean. There are people who have been to the tropical region before me, but as far as I know, no one but me stayed in the jungle for years to study the animals and the ecosystem there. So I would be the first person to see bats so often as I lived in a tropical jungle. COVID-19 is said to have started from bats. The coronavirus diseases we have suffered in this century, SARS and MERS, are all diseases that originated from bats. So far, the number of known bat species is about 1,400. Most of them live in the tropical region. Of course, there are some bats in temperate regions, but they are predominantly concentrated in the tropics. Those tropical bats began migrating to other regions because the temperature in temperate regions keeps rising with global warming caused by climate change. So I have come to this scenario. What implication does the migration of bats have on us? It means that the physical distance between them and Homo sapiens is narrowing. Then why is this important? Homo sapiens is probably the first species in the history of life on Earth to cover the entire surface of the Earth. Yes, giraffes are mammals that live in Africa. Polar bears are mammals that live in the Antarctic. Is Homo sapiens a mammal living in the Korean Peninsula? No. The species covers the entire planet. This kind of thing has never happened in the history of life. In the meantime, the place where we live the most is the temperate regions where the climate is the mildest. Temperate regions have the highest population density. The fact that bats are coming to the temperate zone means that the distance between us and bats is getting smaller. This time, more than 600 million people officially were found to get infected with COVID-19, but not a single person of them has ever been infected with the virus directly from a bat. This happened as bats spread the virus among wild animals, and we humans were infected as we bothered the wild animals. So after then, we have transferred the virus to humans and then infected with each other, got sick and died. That's how it happened. If bats come to temperate regions, they will probably transfer the virus to wild animals in temperate regions, which inevitably increases the probability of transferring the virus to humans. So I have been saying this every time when I lectured for over a year now. Before COVID-19, I went abroad 5 or 6 times a year. I had to go to meetings and give presentations at conferences. Then with COVID-19 outbreak, I could not go abroad. You all couldn't either, right? So I just gave talks in Korea only, but then a very strange thing happened to me. An article was published in May 2021 in Science of the Total Environment. I was surprised when I read that researchers from prestigious universities in the UK, including Cambridge University, conducted that study, which made me wonder if they had listened to my lecture. What they have done is that they have analyzed changes in population distribution of bats by using data accumulated over the past 100 years, like big data analysis. Then, just like what I said with the scenario I made, there were several bat biodiversity hotspots in temperate regions. And they made up a map of those hotspots, and among them, the region that stands out the most is marked in the map on the screen. I enlarge it like that. It is said that over the past 100 years in southern China, as many as 40 species of tropical bats have migrated there and settled there. A few months ago, I was invited to the most popular TV program in Korea, so I met the famous celebrity Yoo Jae-seok in person. And there, I was told that staff had difficulty producing the show on that day. So I don't know why, but the main hosts were nervous. So, a guest, I tried to cheer them up. I said, Mr. Yu and Mr. Zhou, would you like to take a trip to a jungle with me? And they said, great, let's go. And I said, quote, there are a lot of bats in the jungle. Then how about taking a bat to a screening clinic, just wiped its nostrils with a cotton swab and blah, blah, blah. I used some colloquial expressions for fun, which were later all edited. Anyway, almost always, tropical bats live with 2 to 3 types of coronaviruses. This paper calculates an average of 2.67 viruses. So if you multiply 2.67 by 40 or 40 plus, then you get at least 100 or more. And what does that mean? It means that in the past 100 years, more than 100 types of coronaviruses have entered the southern China. And one of them, yes, that one particular type of virus hit us this time. So, what is the takeaway of this paper? Unless climate change stops, unless we somehow stop climate change, this will continue to happen. And if that's the case, such a disaster as this pandemic will be going to happen anyway. And it will continue to happen more frequently. As a biologist, with a growing recognition of climate change in the world, people called me for lecture quite often. When I talk about climate change, I always say that, in fact, biodiversity is a more serious issue. I have been chairing the UN Convention on International Biology Diversity for 2 years, and then again, I was nominated to be the honorary ambassador of the UNFCCC. So I used to go and attend meetings held under UNFCCC when I have time, and I went there to give a lecture on the importance of climate change. And one day, when I asked the organizer why you called me, and the person jokingly said to me, we asked you to come as Al Gore's avatar. And I asked what it meant. And they answered, the former vice president of the US authored a book and made a documentary called Inconvenient Truth and won the Nobel Prize for it. But he's too expensive. And they said, we have to pay millions of dollars to invite him, but you are inexpensive. Yes, I accept the offer for a lecture only if they give me a flight ticket. But when I went there, even though it was a climate change event, I talked a lot about biodiversity because climate change and biodiversity are inextricably linked. Climate change is serious, but compared to the degree to which climate change directly troubles us, let's say just because of 2-degree rise in the average global temperature, people are not going to die all of a sudden. The calamity we will suffer due to the declining biodiversity is unimaginable, however. First of all, there will be a food crisis. When that enormous amount of biodiversity disappears and then we run out of food, the disaster we will face is beyond our imagination. There was no toilet paper, so Americans ran to buy toilet paper recently. But is toilet paper comparable to food? Think about the situation in which you don't have enough food to feed your family. You will understand the magnitude of the problem, which cannot be comparable to toilet paper shortage. This would be literally living in the hell. To prevent such a situation from happening, we should understand impact of biodiversity declines, which would hit us before what would come from climate change. That's what we need to know. We need to inform people of how serious it is. I believe that this COVID-19 pandemic is basically a biodiversity issue. Homo sapiens appeared on Earth about 250,000 years ago. Now we are a proud species claiming to be the lord of all creatures. But if we look back on our 250,000-year history, for nearly 240,000 years, we have been really insignificant little animals. This too, I just said during the shooting of the TV show For You Kids for Fun, which ended up being edited again. But what I said is that humans before engagement of agriculture were really insignificant. Maybe you don't know, other superior animals might have said, pointing out to humans, there goes Homo sapiens. Why? Wow, they try to stand on 2 feet, how dirty they are. But since humans started farming, the population grew exponentially. And in just 10,000 years, humans completely covered the planet. During the pandemic, biologists met and did a calculation once about the existence of sapiens. We didn't meet in person but online. After gathering all the circumstantial evidence, we arrived at a question of how many people were actually living on Earth 10,000 years ago. We figured that the population at the time would be slightly more than that of Republic of Korea now. About 60 million more people would have been living scattered all over the world. Even then, we already domesticated dogs and cats. And when we do DNA testing, we know that the breeding dogs go back to 40,000 years, and for cats, about 33,000 years back. Agriculture was at most 10,000 years ago, so we had dogs and cats with us long before we started farming. If we add up the weights of the entire humans and the weights of dogs and cats at that time, and calculate the proportion of us and dogs and cats in the total weight of all mammals and all birds living on Earth ecosystem at the time, it is less than 1%. Less than 1%. So as I said, we were invisible beings. Occasionally, if humans happened to be observed, they were merely just little creatures in the eyes of species.
So humankind was so successful, and now we are dominating the planet Earth. As of now, October 2022, let's do the calculation again. So I'm a dualist, I'm not very good at calculation. So the whole population on the Earth has reached 8 billion. So let's multiply that 8 billion by 65 kilograms. Besides, we're not just raising dogs and cats. We are raising all sorts of different kinds of animals. We have animals in the zoo. We have cows, pigs, horses, chickens, ducks, ostriches, iguanas, etc. So we eat them and peel their skin for our own use. So when we calculate the proportion of us humans and our animals that we are raising to the total weight of every mammal and every bird living on the planet Earth, don't be surprised. The ratio is almost 99%. There was no such a twist in the history of life on Earth. For only 10,000 years or so, humankind was once less than 20%, 21%, but we reduced that rest to less than 1% and took the complete control of this planet. I'm not being emotional or I'm not making political statements. I'm only making probabilistic statements based on numbers and figures. The bacteria and viruses that are currently live on that 1% of animals or wild animals, but they are finding it so uncomfortable because of the small number of those animals, and they will eventually move to somewhere else, and quite possibly to us or the animals that we raise. You may remember that when the media first reported about the bird flu, there was literally an uproar in Korea. Everyone thought that we were going to die, and all the duck farms and chicken farms got closed down, and etc. But now, in the last 10 years, it's almost become an annual event. There hasn't been a single year where we didn't experience the outbreak of bird flu. And we are killing wild boars in our mountains now because of the swine flu, even as we speak now. And then we have human flu. We'll probably experience this human flu regularly from now on. I sometimes imagine this to myself, somewhat ridiculous. Let's say there is this universe secretariat out there somewhere in the universe that oversees the biodiversity of the universe, or the whole livelihood of the universe. One day they get this report saying that the Earth is experiencing the outbreak of COVID-19, And that infected about 600 million people and killed over 6 million. They may say, okay, this is so serious, let's slaughter them all. Well, we slaughter our dogs if they catch bird flu. So if the Secretariat thinks that this situation on the planet Earth is so serious, and let's deal with the virus by slaughtering them all, then that is extinction. I think even this kind of worst case scenario could happen. And often I ponder upon all these crazy ideas. Unless the serious imbalance in biodiversity is improved, this will only continue to happen. This kind of experiencing human flu will only happen in the future. I believe this is a sign of the horrific catastrophe we are facing. Now I know that the Korea Press Foundation has selected sustainability as the most important keyword and is having discussions about it. So, 지속 가능성, in English, it is sustainability. So I, for a long time, had many meetings about this topic. I also wrote a lot about it, and I actually published many books about the topic too. But sorry, I think my opinion and sharing of the thoughts was all futile. To put it simply, the concept is fair only if our descendants get to enjoy the benefits of the nature as we enjoy now as well. So to do that, we must not destroy the nature and pass it on to our descendants. But the thing is, why isn't this working? If the descendants is my own son or my own granddaughter, yeah, we'll try very hard. Because even though we can't eat or we don't wear nice clothes, we try hard to pass on the better environment for our own immediate offsprings. But we are talking about our offsprings that may be born in 100 years or 200 years of time. So, no action but just words. I'm very sad about this, especially about what's happening right now. Because we are now actually seeing this as a reality. In 2021, there was a huge flood in Europe. And in the previous year, we saw rain for 54 days consecutively. So we are now all experiencing the consequence of our environment. So, but while this is a situation, a reality, many people are saying that, oh, this may be not what it is. We are all deceiving ourselves. So I assumed various roles, especially for in the field of biodiversity. So I worked on the International Convention on Biological Diversity, and I also worked in the IPCC that oversees all climate change issues at the United Nations. But when we sit down and analyze all the data we don't have time. This crisis, this climate crisis and the crisis of biodiversity is really serious. This is horrendous crisis that we will ever face. This is nothing when we compare it to COVID-19. We really need to start letting people know. Because Korean people, once they are informed well, they get the message. Let's recall how wise our people were in the situation in the wake of COVID-19. Let's take a look at the case of other so-called developed countries. When they heard about this outbreak of COVID-19, they really didn't follow the announcement or the policy of their government. The white people in Western countries came out to the streets and went on a riot with guns in their hands. But let's think about what our people did. When the president, Kim Eun-kyung of Korea Disease Control and Prevention Agency came out on TV and explained what to do and what's happening in terms of COVID-19, there was no single person in the total of 50 million Korean people who did not understand what she was saying. So I believe that we need the support and help of the media. We need to let people know more about the condition and the current situation. You know, I have my own YouTube channel now. I'm not such a bad YouTuber because my channel has over 430 million, 430,000 subscribers. So when I looked back the period of last presidential election, there is consensus, there is no disagreement that climate change is the most serious problem facing our humankind right now. So all the presidential candidates talk about climate change and what they are going to do when they are selected a president. So during our last presidential election, I invited all the candidates at the time to talk about the issue of climate change. But there was one presidential candidate at the time who didn't come to talk with me. But that person became the president of Korea. So it's a little bit unfortunate that he and I didn't have a chance to talk about climate change. So I think the media should do a better job, because climate change is just such a serious and important issue that's facing us all. You need to talk more about climate change. So, my book, Ecological Turn, is the book after observing the whole COVID-19 situation in the last couple of years. And almost all infectious disease experts are predicting the same future, because this kind of COVID situation will only happen and it will be worse and become more serious. Some experts even say that maybe we humans will never be able to take off our masks. Okay, it sounds maybe a bit too serious, but we as human and adults now, we may experience maybe a couple of times more in our lifetime and we will die and that's it. But what about our children and the future of our children? Because our children and our descendants will experience this situation over and over. This is why I believe that we need to come up with renewed efforts. That is ecological turn. We need to do everything, execute everything from the perspective of ecological turn. And now that time has come. I think it's been about 25 years or so. We coined the term Homo sapiens. That's how we call our humankind. But I don't agree with that term, or why we call ourselves Homo sapiens, because that means we are wise people. Wise human beings are very wise. But the thing is, we may be the smartest among all the living things on the earth, but it doesn't seem so, because it was our own hands that we created this environment. We can breathe properly. We created fine dust problems, and we couldn't even drink clean water. We created this catastrophe in our own hands. And the water that we drink in a plastic bottle may not be so clean anymore. So this is why I coined the term 25 years ago, Homo symbiosis. I didn't get much support for this term, but after the outbreak of COVID-19, I actually received a lot of requests to give a lecture and talk about this concept of Homo symbiosis. That means coexistence of humankind with other living organisms on the planet Earth. But now, these days, I have more expectations with the rise of the term ESG, because of this rise of new concept ESG, you know that many companies are much busier and many companies are actually coming to me for help. And this makes me very happy. But of course, some people say and blame that some companies just want to do greenwashing. They avoid their duty. But I'm often surprised that actually many of those companies who do ESG are really serious in what they do and what they want to do. So this makes me think that maybe we will see some changes in the coming years in the future. There were a lot of requests for me to give lectures on ESG, but I often refuse those inquiries or requests for a long time because I didn't think that I have much to say for 90 minutes or 2 hours because I didn't have much else to talk about the environment or ESG. But recently I started giving lectures about the topic because I realized that there is a certain concept that these three concepts, three categories have in common. I see many foreign companies and also Korean companies have the similar approach. They often try to tackle three different categories separately or respectively. But I believe it will be much easier if we have one common theme that can infiltrate all three areas. So it's governance structure. So I would say executive diversity. So it's all about securing executive diversity. So diversity of your society, cultural diversity, and diversity of different age groups, and also biodiversity. It's all about securing diversity. So far, companies destroy the environment while pursuing their own corporate activities. But now, with this ESG concept, they are advised and they are forced to make more efforts in protecting and preserving the environment. So, they are all not separate issues. Perhaps we now have the clue. I actually observed the environment my whole life, and one thing that I realized is that while observing nature my whole life is that the answer to everything and every problem that we have, the nature gives this answer, which is diversity. So maybe this is the answer that we can also have in our hands to tackle all the problems that we are faced with in today's era. So this is why I wanted to remind all the journalists of your importance in letting the seriousness of the issue of climate change from the perspective of COVID-19 that we faced with in the last couple of years. Perhaps what's more important is that biodiversity crisis and climate change that will rise from that crisis of biodiversity. So in this regard, now our companies are having renewed interest in this climate change and ESG responsibilities. This can be our new direction. So when I talked about presidential election, I was a little bit bitter and said harsh words, but please don't take it as bitter words. In my opinion, the pillar of our democratic society is the press. It's you. If we have the right media and the right journalists who do their work properly, our society will never break down. Please defeat any personal interest, or please don't give in to any pressure. Please be at the center of our society. Please continue holding the torch that lights up our society. In my opinion, many other issues are important to the media at this moment, but what really matters is our future. So our future is in real danger because of the climate crisis and biodiversity crisis. So please keep informing the public about this issue. And our public is really wise. If they keep being informed, they will do actions accordingly. Now the whole world is paying attention to the Republic of Korea. In many ways, I sincerely look forward to driving this momentum in making South Korea a world leader, a true global leader in the climate and biodiversity crisis issues. I really look forward to our future. I sincerely hope that the Korean media will take the lead in this trend. Thank you very much for listening to my stories. So, about the things that we need to do and things that we shouldn't do, instead of making a distinction between those two, I hope that the media would just let the public know and keep the facts straight. Actually, this is not the first time that we are experiencing climate change in the history of the planet Earth. We experienced it, and there were countless times of climate changes. For example, a huge meteorite hit the Gulf of Mexico 65 million years ago. And there was huge dust issue and almost blocked the sun. This is why big animals, big mammals such as dinosaurs went extinct. Yes, that was the result of climate change. This actually happened over time and time again. But what's the problem now? The thing is, it's happening way too fast. In old days, it happened for a long time, over a long period of time. So there was time for living organisms and living creatures to adapt to the evolution. But now, such a huge change is happening only in 200 years of time. So the nature doesn't have enough time to respond to such huge change. So if we humans develop some amazing technology, and let's say we survive, but the animals and plants out there who don't have that kind of amazing technology will disappear. If climate change and global warming continue as it is now, and if that increases the average global temperature by 2 degrees, then this is why global leaders gather together and have serious meetings, right? But how our biologists think is that 2 Celsius degrees increase of global temperature, up to half of the biodiversity we see today could be lost. And if that happens, if half of the Earth's biodiversity is lost, will we be able to survive? And our biologists voted about it. And the unanimous answer is that we cannot survive. This is how serious our current situation is. But the public may not know how serious this issue is. So it's the role of the media, it's the role of the journalists that you need to keep informing the public about this with evidence and data. This is very important. So there is endless evidence and scientific data that says that climate change is a fact, it's a reality. But still, there are many people who believe conspiracy theories and who do not believe that it's a reality. We thought, as scientific experts, that if we present them with scientific evidence, they may see it as reality, but they don't see the evidence. They ignore the evidence. So this is why sometimes I think that the power of analogies is greater than the evidence itself. So there is an analogy that I use when I talk about climate change. So the scenario that I often use is that, let's say, for example, that there is water flea, and how they increase their number is by binary fission. So 1 becomes 2 and 2 becomes 4. Let's say that they kept splitting themselves and almost covered the half the pond that they are living in. So some flies are warning that we need to do something, we need to take some actions, otherwise we will go extinct. But there are some waterflies that say that we still have half the space empty. Why are they actually creating this sense of crisis? Maybe they are wanting something else for their own benefit. But I told you, they split, they increase their number, they double their number every minute. So if 1 minute passes and if the current half of the population becomes double the number, then that will fill up the whole pond. So we're only a minute away from the whole distinction of our mankind. But some people still say that we still have a lot of time, a lot more space. Maybe we are on the verge of extinction. This is how the climate crisis is serious. We can say anything else, even if we experience the huge climate catastrophe kills us all. But there are many conspiracy theorists and skeptics who do not listen to this scientific evidence, who do not listen to scientists. So what should we do in a situation like this? Should we just wait until we eventually die? Or should we do something about the smallest possible possibility that could lead us to catastrophe? I think we should do and take some actions. So this is why I believe that sometimes it's a good way of our public know about this situation by using a metaphor or analogy. Thank you. So our keynote speech is supposed to end at 11. So let's move on to the next session. So can you help us with rearranging the stage now? So when Professor Che accepted our offer to do the keynote speech for us, so I was curious what kind of angle, what kind of topic he can actually give us during this keynote speech at the 2022 Korea Press Foundation's Journalism Conference. So 3 things that came up to my mind while listening to his lecture was that even online lecture can draw such huge attention and reaction from the audience. It was really amazing to see. And secondly, he said that he said some harsh words. He was some bitter to the journalist, but I'm really I can happily accept what he said and spoke about. And the third thing that I also thought about is that even such a long lecture can be so powerful and persuasive. So while we wait for our stage to be rearranged, I'd like to talk to you once again about how serious our climate change and climate crisis issue is. And he also mentioned that some people do not pay that much attention to this issue because they think we are going to be fine. It's just a matter of far away time or our offsprings whose face that we will never even meet. And recently there was a summit meeting in Silicon Valley, and one of the speakers said that genius is somebody who doesn't see what everybody else can see. So real genius sees and hit the center of the board while everybody else don't even see where the board is. So from the perspective of journalists, personally, because I'm a journalist too, we really need to show people while most of us don't see where we are heading or where we need to head to.
So we will have the first session of the first day of the conference. The theme of the first session is sustainable society and sustainable journalism, climate and environment. I'd like to introduce Professor Kim Young-wook, who will moderate this session.
Hello, Professor Young-wook Kim.
Professor Kim served as a research fellow at the Korea Press Foundation and is currently visiting professor at KAIST Graduate School of Science and Journalism. Professor Kim, you have the floor.
Can I have a microphone, please? Hello, can you hear me? My name is Kim Young-woo, the moderator of the session 1. So while we wait for our speakers and panelists to join us, I'd like to introduce to you the agenda of this session. Please come up on the stage and take your seats. 2022 KPF Journalism Conference and the session 1 is about to start now. I'm very happy to be able to join you today. So I believe this is very meaningful because we will be talking about journalism and the issue of a climate crisis. So as Professor Chae mentioned in his speech, this issue of climate change is a very serious and imminent issue that we all need to deal with. As a matter of fact, reporting about climate change and climate and environment has been a history of failures. And the reports about climate and environment have remained marginal in our society. I'm very happy that I don't have to wear a mask now. So these outcomes of our reporting trend about climate and environment have become a common knowledge that this has led to a dreadful catastrophe in our society. I think Professor Chae mentioned the number of 8 billion people on the earth. And this whole humankind is about to experience extinction. But this is not a new fact. For a long time, the Korean media and the media have talked about scientific approaches that we need to have to tackle this crisis. We also covered the opinions of conspiracy people and also skeptics. But often, how we reported about climate change has been mentioned as not so a successful case. We still face a lot of challenges and issues when it comes to talking about and reporting journalism, climate change. And I agree with some of the opinions of Professor Chae. Luckily, now the Korean media is now making some positive changes. We are starting to see some positive changes. And that's mainly because the situation is that dreadful, is that severe. But still, I believe that we will actually cover a lot in our session today. We still are facing so many challenges and issues. In our session, we will cover how we can do better in terms of reporting this issue of a climate crisis. What are the methodologies that we can do, and what were the previous problems? So in our session 1, we will listen to 2 presentations, and we will be joined by 4 panelists. So let me introduce them to you. So the first presenter is Ms. Anne-Sophie Novell, journalist. I'm not sure whether my pronunciation is correct, but hope it is. She's a French environmental journalist, and she earned a PhD in economics. She's also giving lectures at major French journalism schools. And last September, she involved in creating a first charter of journalism in the fight against climate change and ecological crisis. And now, let me introduce the panelist of the day. And the second presentation will be made by Min Jung-chin. And as for the panelists, we have Mrs. Shin Hae-jung from Hanguk Ilbo Climate Response Team, and we also have Lee Jin, Deputy Director of Green Transition Research Institute. We also have Mr. Chun Kwang-pil from Jungang Daily. And we also have Ms. Hyun Ina, reporter from the Climate Environment team at MBC. So, our two presenters will be given 20-minute presentation time respectively. And maybe we'll also give 7 minutes or so time to each panelist. So, our first presenter, Miss Anne-Sophie Nobel couldn't be here with us, so let's meet her on video. 영상 소리가 동영상 부스로 들어오질 않습니다. 영상 소리가 동시통역 부스로 들어오질 않습니다.
First, let me introduce myself. My name is Anne-Sophie Nouvelle. I am a freelance journalist and writer. I work for various media outlets, including the world's most famous media companies such as Le Monde and France TV. I also work with small newspapers like Le One and La. My specialties are climate, environment, biodiversity, and I mainly write newspaper articles, but also I write books. One of the two books I'm showing you on the screen is Media, the World, and I, which has also been made into a film with the same title, Media, the World, and I. This is a lengthy survey which I conducted over 6 years to analyze the relationship between us and news, information, and above all, to uncover the environmental issues of the media. I studied this because people distrust in media in France, and I'm sure other European countries, Latin American countries, and the US are no exception. I don't know if it's the same in Korea, so why should we listen to public complaints? Undoubtedly, it could help us improve media coverage, especially those dealing with ecological issues. Also, because we can respond to the growing anxiety of the public related to this topic. This will ultimately allow us to build some kind of trust. We'll talk about this again later. I recently published a book called Le Sauvage, literally the investigation into the wildlife. This book was published in March of this year. It is the result of more than a year and a half of exploring our relationship with living things. This is another kind of work I do as a journalist. I'm invited here today to talk about the work I've been working on with my colleagues over the past few months. Earlier this year, I met a small press that publishes a letter specializing in ecological coverage. The name was This Press is Veto Echo. In its second year of publication, the press wanted to commemorate its second anniversary by writing a declaration on the scientific crisis for experts and readers. Some media continue to report irresponsibly about the climate and ecology, and they thought we should stop this. And this is how you look at the problems. So the press shared this charter on the anniversary of its second year anniversary of its founding. Rather, we wanted to figure out a way to go one step further. So I took over the project. I was working for that medium at that time. And I called my old colleagues or recently acquainted my colleagues, fellow journalists who are specialized in this issue, such as the founders of environmental media outlets and environmental journalists of mainstream media outlets. At this time, we were talking about this charter. And at the first meeting held at the end of April, we decided to give up the publication of the charter to a large audience in order to focus on drafting a climate journalism charter to address ecological emergencies. Now, this is a title, but it wasn't the same one in the initial stage when we were working. There was a fierce debate over which title to choose. In the end, one thing that we all agreed was that writing a charter was the most important thing. Because we understand this, we were able to conclude this charter. In any case, there were no rules of journalism practice in this area in France. The starting point, it was simple. Today, scientists from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and the Scientific Organization for Biological Diversity, or experts in the social science and humanities, have reached a consensus that the climate crisis is caused by humans and life will be extinct. We journalists are aware of these problems and hope to observe the world based on common knowledge. In this context, a completely different journalism practice has emerged. During the long meeting from April to July, we reviewed each of the provisions of the charters in detail. These are the essential elements to implementing our job. And I will show you a picture of the press on the day the charter was announced in Paris. On this day, 50 press and journalism schools signed, with 500 journalists participating in the event. More than 1,600 journalists are expected to sign in their names soon. More than 150 media outlets, journalism schools, organizations, and unions have signed it. The signature is our commitment saying we will work by forming a team of experts in this area to take this issue much more seriously than before. Now, I will explain in detail the 13 articles of this charter. This is the key part. Our charter already uses the term ecological emergency. We debated a lot on whether to use the term climate emergency or more comprehensive term for a long time. And finally, we chose ecological emergency. We wanted to give this term a meaning again because we thought we shouldn't be ashamed of this term. The term ecological emergency has been mentioned several times by politicians today to demand energy zero waste and moderation in consumption among the public today. Scientists also refer to this term at the end of the 66th IPCC report. It's a reminder of how important our actions are over the next decade. And this is the first point of the charter. We have created a preface to explain why we have taken this approach. Then we defined 13 articles that are essential to us today. The first article is that climate, life, and social justice must be addressed in a cross-sectional approach. It was important for us to explain this. If we are aware of today's situation with regard to greenhouse gas reduction and climate change adaptation issues, we can no longer question politics, economics, culture, and even sports in the same way as before. Surely, in this crisis we are facing now, we can't do it that way. For example, when talking about heat waves, we often forget that heat waves can be exacerbated by climate threats. The same goes for fires and floods. It is not appropriate to treat this disaster as an exceptional event in the current crisis situation. The reason we insist on the cross-sectional approach is to remind us that ecological issues in media cannot be simply concerning one section. Most of today's media deal with this issue in terms of environment or the earth. It is often treated as a less important topic than the political or economic issues covered in the news. With the first point, the cross-sectionality or transversality, we explain that all journalists covering political, economic, cultural, and sports issues should have some level of knowledge in these fields. Also, we need to raise the question so that our society can acquire knowledge in this field. We can no longer take an abstract approach. These are complex topics and issues, and this brings us to the second article, which is related to education. Most of us didn't grow up learning about the endangered or climate threat we hear about today. Also, I don't know what the term means. For example, what is ppm or part per million or particle per minute? You can visualize what 2 tons of carbon dioxide is. To comply with the Paris Protocol, which limits warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, in France, take for example the carbon you emit each year, we have to make effort, but we won't be able to keep it that level because we were already over 2 degrees Celsius. Training conditions are very important. In other words, as media, we have to explain the relevant terminology. Explanations of these terms are linked to the third article. Rephrasing terms sometimes calls into question vocabulary, words, and images that are used too often. There is also a large discrepancy between the information given and the description. For example, this summer there were extreme heat waves not only in France but also in the UK and other countries. When it is extremely hot, newspapers or TV shows use the images of people eating ice cream or resting on a beach with an intention to help audience to forget about the heat, but the heat may be lethal to animals, farmers, and laborers working outdoors. The media did forget about this fact. And these heat episodes can be glorified as moments of vacation and relaxation. Statistics show that this heat wave caused a high mortality rate. Also, it is known that this devastating heat wave caused a high death rate in France. So, the fourth article is very important. It is necessary to expand the scope of dealing with the problem. This is also important to us. The responsibility for this crisis cannot be laid on individuals. When it comes to ecology, an action like a small gesture cannot make a big difference. That is individual actions. We know this has been scientifically proven and many studies show it. If all French were to take action on climate, it is possible to meet the target of 25 to 40% of reduction. The remaining 60% or 75% is related to our functions of our entire society. Reminding me of the fourth article, it has to do with the recent French government telling us to wear a sweater or disconnect from Wi-Fi. You may laugh, but that's what is happening in France right now. Of course, these actions won't solve the problem. People only will ridicule on it. The problem we have here in France is that the government does not condemn those who take personal jet and do not carry out necessary repair work on the power stations. Just ask us to change the window of house or modes of heating. Now, we need to guide the audience to see the subtle differences. Also, we need to make efforts to find what causes us not to take climate action, even a small action. The French government has been criticized several times this, so it is important to systematically remind us of these issues to protect its own people. This inevitably leads to the need for Article 5, an investigation into the causes of the ongoing ecological crisis. For example, the ongoing project ECOP in Uganda and Tanzania are exacerbating climate crisis. This problem cannot be discussed without mentioning energy company Total Energy. We cannot continue to ignore our economic and political stakeholders who pursue their own interests. As journalists, our role is to target those who are responsible for climate crisis without taking action and investigate them and the root causes of the problems. So we must ensure transparency. And this is the sixth article. In the media, especially in the 24-hour news channel, I saw many bold people who discussed the topic even though they do not have expertise or diploma in the field. So it is very important for us to invite to a venue or inquire people who know what they are talking about and have an education degree in the field. I have seen too many cases where people with just different ideological positions are invited. So we have tried to politicize these issues from the bottom-up perspective. But now it is time to gather around for meaningful social discussion about these issues, not to divide people. Discussions on polarization is linked to the seventh article, which states the strengthening for instilling critical mind in the public should be clarified. It is generally documentation made by historians, and in the 1970s, Total Energy and ExxonMobil were already well aware of what was happening in climate, but they manipulated PR activities to confuse people and to make sure that the people do not take climate change seriously. As journalists, we have a duty to warn of dangers and a duty to fight these deceivers of the world. Once we are done our job well in exposing the world's wounds, we and people would know what went wrong, and then it will lead to the eighth article in the charter, which is to provide information related to the responses to these crises. Those who respond to the crisis, often members of civil society, civil servants, entrepreneurs, or citizens who are mobilized to respond to a crisis. And it is great important for us to investigate and check what are prepared as solutions. Of course, all of this requires a lot of education. In France, the journalism schools that signed the charter are educating on the subject. There are training courses offered as 1 year or 2 year courses, but those were not enough. It is absolutely necessary for journalists to ask the institution where they are working for in-depth training on environmental and climate issues, latest publications. This is the point of the 9th article, that all journalists should have access to relevant training throughout their careers. The Article 10 raises an important question. We could not put it in our charter. The question about activities causing environmental pollution and independence of the press are included in the content of the charter. We tend to be reluctant to have discussions on these. Many French people felt perplexed when they saw the commercials of airliners traveling across the world before and after the program dedicated on climate issues, and they gave feedback on what they felt to the broadcasting companies. It can be ironical, but this is clearly a result of the editorial choice on the side of the media outlets. We saw this clause or article as having to go with the Article 11, which said to strengthening the independence of newsroom. This can very often become a burden on editorial side because anyway in France 80% of shareholders of the media outlets are in the industries polluting the air. We are almost done. A lot of time has passed. Article 12 is the practice of low carbon journalism. Here is our journalism practice. We ask ourselves about how we could avoid the degradation of our environment when we move around for reporting, and we are making efforts to find a solution not to emit too much of carbon dioxide. Of course, there are some events that cannot be avoided. To attend events like COP27 held in Egypt, journalists will go to Egypt, and in this case, they will have to take a plane. The last 13th article means that we need to increase cooperation. We propose collaboration between editorial offices of all media outlets like we did with our fellow journalists. We are not naive, of course, we know what exclusivity means in the press. We observe the beauty in France and other areas. When diversity grows, the media will get empowered. The necessity of collaboration is significant for us. So far, I have introduced you to our charter. You can read the French, English, and Spanish version. So once again, collaboration is very important and we need to strengthen collaboration. So having introduced the charter, this charter has been translated into different languages. And if you want the Korean version, please let us know. I hope that I could see a little bit of how Korea handles these issues after this conference today, and I would like to know if Korean people are as sensitive as the French and whether transformation in journalism landscape is taking place. Because in France, media outlets such as Radio France have affirmed their commitment to ecological transition. Some media outlets like France Télé have all their editorial teams trained alongside the scientists. TFI, the French Media Monde, and iRadio have decided to create an educational program for journalists. We'll see how this charter is put into practice and promoted in the next few months or year from now. This is to find what is requested by people who are dedicated to their work every day, respecting the charter. And thank you for listening. I hope that this will be a fruitful discussion. Have a good day. Thank you. Thank you very much. Then she introduced the 13-point charter, and she said that deciding the title itself was very difficult. Dr. Jin, you go back to your seat. So I'll wrap up what she has mentioned. Whether it will be the climate contingency or the ecological emergency. So she said that that was the point that they had a lot of discussions when it would be the climate crisis, that climate contingency, it would be about climate. And when it comes to ecological contingency, it would be the more concrete description of the problem that we are faced with, not just the political or economic, but also the sports in all areas should be perceived from the perspective of climate crisis. So it would be the 13 articles, which include the collaboration, and the article address very important topic, and those should be what we need to discuss about. What I was inspired was that a journalist is not just the observants. We as journalists should recognize that our mobility could emit carbon dioxide. So journalists should make effort to reduce carbon emissions.
Let's welcome Dr. Jin Min-jung for the second presentation of the day. She received her PhD from the University of Paris #2, and then she's currently working on media policy and journalism research at the Press Foundation, Promotion Foundation. Hello, my name is Jin Min-jung. So the topic of my presentation today is the way that the Korean media covers climate change. So I don't think I have much time left, so I will go straight to my presentation. So today's presentation is based on the current status of domestic media's climate change coverage and also ways to improve. That was published in 2021, and also interview of 23 experts from the academia, civil society, and also the media. So this is a part of these journals and also interviews, so please be mindful of that. So I actually conducted a survey on 2,000 respondents on this issue. So we will get the results at the end of this year. So if you're interested in the result, please contact me. And my presentation will be about how the Korean media covers the climate change from the perspective of experts and respondents. So the issue of climate change and global warming is becoming more and more serious issue. When the heat wave hit the European countries, the UN Secretary General said now the option that's left for humankind is collective response to the climate change or facing a collective suicide. So climate change and climate crisis is something that requires immediate response, and is the most challenging task that's facing us in modern society. And the sixth report of IPCC is also emphasizing the role of media that delivers information about climate change. And the experts who wrote in the sixth report said that the media is the most important institution in helping current and future generations in actively responding to this climate crisis. So many media around the world are actually making active efforts in this regard. So one of the well-representative cases is The Guardian of the UK. In October 2019, The Guardian actually came up with Environmental Pledge 2019. So the main point of this environmental pledge of The Guardian is that they will only cover this issue based on scientific facts and will not be influenced by commercial or political interest. And they will do more exploration in the covering this issue of climate inequality. And they also said that they like to use more serious terms such as climate emergency, climate crisis, or climate breakdown. And they also pledged that they will achieve net zero policy by 2013. And they also said that they will not advertise the advertisement of the companies that mine fossil fuels. And a similar trend also is found in French journalism. And September this year, French journalism, France actually came up with a journalism charter to respond to ecological crisis. And many journalists signed on the charter. And one of the journalists came up with a very interesting and impressive comment by saying that we shouldn't actually repeat the scenario of the movie Don't Look Up. This is an expression that what happened in the movie Don't Look Up shouldn't happen in our real life. I watched this movie also on Netflix and I felt the crisis, a sense of crisis as well. And we see many changes in these global media outlets. For example, AFP actually prioritize that climate change is their newsroom's prioritized service and topic. They announced that in 2019 and they created a team with 12 environmental experts, journalists, and also 18 journalists and fact checkers from various different backgrounds. And also, the French newspaper Le Monde actually recreated their team and Globe section in 2019 and increased the number of staff and journalists working on this Globe section from 12 to 22. And they said that climate change is an issue of economy, policy, politics, and society. So covering and dealing with the climate issue means that we need to deal with it in relation to various different issues such as post-growth, capitalism, inequality, and immigration. And Le Monde also said, and Simon Rogers said, that in covering climate crisis, we really need to set up and establish a perspective and angle about economic and climate justice. And actually, the coverage, media coverage of climate change has changed in the media realm. There is an increasing awareness that actually that we need to have more cross-sectional and more horizontal approach in covering media, in covering climate change. And in terms of domestic media, still there is a acknowledgement that the issue of climate change it still falls in the realm of environment or science. And many media outlets are still not so active in tackling these media coverage of climate change. But the thing is, good news is that there is an increasing number of journalists to whom the issue of environment is a default issue. So the coverage of climate change is increasing. So this slide shows the the coverage, media coverage of climate change and climate crisis that was produced between 2009 and 2021. You can see that the amount of coverage actually went down ever since 2009 and went down and went up briefly in 2015, and after 2019, the amount of media coverage is increasing again. So in the past, you can see that media coverage increased only when there were special environmental issues or conferences globally. So as for the special feature of this media coverage of climate change is that it's the realm of possibility. So the existing journalism policies or theories can't fully be reflected to this realm. So it's a huge issue that covers many different areas. And because of the fact, you actually need to take more horizontal manner that can cover many different areas in talking about the climate change. So if this approach is not taken, it's really hard to have more in-depth coverage of this topic. And this is why we need to have a leadership that has better understanding of scientific facts and the need for creating dedicated organizations and teams. So we need to have leaders that are most sensitive to dealing with these climate issues, because without these leadership, we can't really make more investment in creating the relevant teams or organizations within the media outlet. So as for the problems of media coverage, domestic media coverage of climate change, is that these are the answers from experts. So let's go over the issues that were pointed out by our experts. So in their opinion, we do not see many articles that hold the politicians or businessmen or the CEOs of the companies are responsible for what they do. And we do not have a balanced coverage of climate change, because we see more climate change issues only in summers and winters, where we experience more extreme climate weather events. And often in many articles, domestic journalists only quote what's said in the global media, so they don't take more direct angle in dealing with or covering these climate change issue. And also, they often rely too much on press release content and create similar content articles. So there were many other issues that were pointed out, but this is at least what I would like to share with you today. And we also did a survey in the period from October 19th to October 28th this year for 2,000 respondents, ranging from the age groups of people in their late teens up until people in their 60s. So we asked them a question how they recognize the seriousness of this issue of climate crisis, and 84% said that this issue is very serious, and 11% said that they acknowledge that that's a serious issue, but it's a bit exaggerated. And 0.3% said they don't acknowledge that climate issue is a crisis. And we also asked them questions about how interested they are in the media coverage of climate change. And then they actually, a lot more people, 76% people of respondents said that they are interested. And how they actually get information about this climate change is through web portals, and followed by TV program documentaries, and also news articles provided by major news channels. And the reason why they actually watch these media coverage, that was the next question that we asked. And 750 people said that they wanted to get information about how they need to respond to this climate crisis on a daily basis. And they also said that they like to better understand the specific situations and main points regarding climate change. And when we asked the question of why you don't watch the news or media coverage about climate change, they said most of the people said that because they can't find the media coverage or news articles about climate change. And we also asked them question about in terms of amount of media coverage, and 73% said that there is not enough media coverage to talk about the climate change. And as for the domestic media coverage of climate change, about 68% said that there is a problem in domestic media coverage of climate change. And we also ask other subsets of questions to our respondents and about the negative impact of climate change. And most people said that the media covers enough about the negative impact and consequences and damages that can come from climate change. And as for the actual action items that individuals can actually adopt in responding to climate change on a daily basis, they said that 52% said they do not see so much action item related articles in the news. And as for the responsibility and for the cause of climate change, 53% said that they do not see such articles in the media coverage in Korea. And as for how kind our domestic coverage or news articles are in helping them understand the issue of climate change, 50% said, over 50%, actually 50.5% said they did not see such articles that help us understand the issue of climate crisis. And respondents said that many respondents mostly said that this issue of climate change is very serious, and they use web portals and also key media outlets to understand and get more information of climate change. And 68% said that there is a problem in the Korean domestic media coverage of climate change. And they answered that the news articles talk about negative impact and damages that we get from climate change. But they also said that it's hard to find article that talks about and focuses on finding solutions, especially institutional and political and policy solutions and action items that we can adopt on a daily basis. And also, they said it's hard to find articles that talk about the responsibilities and cause of climate change. So I believe that we need to increase our visibility and actually give more space to covering climate change. So as for the direction of media coverage and climate change, especially what our MZ generation members want is that they want to understand better in deeper depth. And regarding this question, they answered that they would like to actually see and read articles that are more related in various different aspects and fields of our daily life. And instead of just raising an issue or creating a sense of fear or crisis, I would like to see more articles about what we can do as the members of the society. And they also answered that they like to read articles that talk about, that deliver the opinions of various different experts. And then they actually wanted more visualized data and more explanations about what's happening in the field of climate change and climate crisis. And they also like to see more articles about the level of threats imposed by climate change and global warming could differ depending on the individuals and depending on which region it is we talk about. And I'd like to actually make some suggestions for future media coverage of climate change. So I'd like to suggest that this issue is our issue, and it's the issue that we need to tackle now. And instead of creating some sense of fear or making people guilty, I think we need to take the approach of a solution journalism. And I also believe that we need to focus more on storytelling. And many respondents wanted to have more information and solutions from our reports and articles. So as one of our MZ generation respondents said in our survey, they want more stories in our articles. And also, I believe that having the right angle, having the right perspective matters. And we also need to have a dedicated team within a media company, and then we need to actually build and raise our own expertise. And I don't think we need to actually have the frame of environment only. We need to take a more comprehensive approach in the dealing with climate change issue. And I think we shouldn't be too this issue shouldn't be too politicized. And we also need to diversify our sources. And I also believe that journalism needs to become the solution itself. As The Guardian said, and also some French media outlets came up with some charters and pledges, we need to come up with our own solutions, which I believe will help us regain the trust from the public. So the situation that we are faced with, this issue of climate change, climate crisis, is really severe, but I believe that our society is not so sensitive to this issue, maybe because our media doesn't talk about it enough. Before it gets too late, we need to innovate ourselves. We need to make changes in our society. We do not have enough time left. We need to respond. So I believe that, and I hope that we will have more rich discussions in dealing with these issues in the coming years and months. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Jin Min-jung, for your presentation. So this issue of climate crisis is very complex. So existing practice does not cover or cannot be a good direction for future media coverage of this climate crisis issue. So she talked about many different problems that we have in terms of the current media coverage of climate change. Our users and consumers, journalism consumers, have a very high understanding, deep understanding of media coverage of climate change and climate crisis. So, and they really have this hunger for good media coverage, especially younger generation, MZ generation, gave us very detailed opinions about media coverage trend. She also talked about the case of The Guardian of the UK. The newspaper actually announced that they will achieve net zero economy by 2030, and it is a very innovative approach, I think, that any newspaper media outlet can take. And I also saw an article or advertisement asking for donation. And in this advertisement section of The Guardian, I saw a revolving earth and very warm the global globe was actually presented in this section. So I believe we all need to take this kind of new approaches in tackling this climate change issue. So one of the panelists that we have today is Shin-Hye-jung from Hankuk Daily. She works for the climate response team from Hankuk Daily, and let's hear from her why is she working in this team and what kind of difficulties that she's faced with.
Good to see you all. I'll take off my mask before I start talking. I am Shin-Hye-jung. I'm working at the 한국일보 as a climate journalist, and for the 10 years I have been working as a climate journalist, and I have written articles about the climate-related issues called the Zero Waste Experiment Lab and an investigator green nursing. And as I work as a climate journalist, I have thought about a lot of issues related to climate journalism. And also, this team that I'm working is a newly created team. The name of the team is the Climate Response Team. So the new climate journalism or climate response teams have emerged recently. So this is a good and positive change. And we discussed this issue a lot. And I could only talk about the good things, but I want to share my thoughts, my concerns. And I believe that if we have a better understanding of the current issues, then it will lead good results, making others think about the issues in a serious manner. So even though it may sound negative, I will share my thoughts and my experiences with you. So I feel a little bit I'm pressured. My face is shown in the screen largely. So as I listened to the presentation made by Professor Jean, I was a little bit surprised. Then more than 80% of respondents say that they are not satisfied with media coverage, and about 80% of respondents say that they are interested in climate-related media coverage. And many people think that the media coverage on climate issues are not enough. So this means that the audience has great interest in climate issues, and they want to see more the reports on climate. But as I work in the climate response team, I thought that many people are not many interested in climate issues, but I was wrong. So far, I have been thinking about how to raise awareness of climate crisis, but I found that many people are interested in climate-related issues, and they have already thought about what particular issues that they want to know more through the journalism. And I think the desirable media coverage would be very similar what we as a climate journalists have been working on. So how the climate crisis impact on our daily life and what should be responsible for the climate crisis. The government, businesses, individuals should have all their part in this action. So through the Zero Waste Lab series article, I will try to look into this issue, and I covered a lot of issues with these issues. And I believe that many other media outlets are also working on this climate journalism. From the perspective of consumers, we try to provide media coverage for them, but these articles have not been read quite often as much as we expected. So the audience or consumers complain that there aren't many quality articles, but the climate journalists complain that even though they put a lot of effort on producing media coverage on climate, their articles are not read very well. So there is a discrepancy between consumers and journalists. So that is why we need to think about the visibility of the media coverage of climate responses. So that made me think about this issue quite a lot. So people want to read the report on climate, and the content and the language of the climate-related report is not what they have written or read before in the legacy media outlets. I'll talk about what I'm saying in detail. The MZ generations also responded to the survey, and they want the journalist to focus on the relations between the climate crisis and their daily life. For example, the grocery prices have risen a lot, and that affects our daily food consumption, and they are related to the climate crisis, and we have to investigate the relations between the food prices and climate crisis. So the political, economic, and social areas are the areas that the journalists have covered a lot, and the climate-related issues have been received less attention compared to the issues in those three areas. So when we had the editorial meeting, and journalists say that we have a lot to cover, and there are a lot of reports that I've already written other than the climate-related reports. But still, the articles that are already there, because the journalists have written already about it, but the priority is not put on climate-related issue. So we put it on the back burner. And as I watched this situation happening, I felt a little bit frustrated. And even if we have written the media coverage, it does not get a lot of due attention or priority in the uploading in the online portal websites and something like that. There was a report on the natural gas, which is used for heating, and they report about the natural gas related climate crisis is very important for many people. So we made a report on it, but the report was put on the back burner by the other political and economic media coverage. So that kind of situation is occurring quite often. And I also focused on the consumer-oriented media coverage, and they want to know the solutions and answers about how to respond to climate crisis, and that is related to solution journalism. When I listened to that, I was very glad. The solution journalism is very important in any area, but as a climate journalist, the solution journalism is gaining a lot of importance in the climate area. Climate crisis is impending an issue, and this is very important. So that's why we need a solution journalism. And compared to other social issues, climate is a very complex issue. There is no single actor who is responsible for this. So when we talk about the climate issues, there are no clear actors who can be responsible, who can be responsible for the climate crisis. So as a journalist, it's very difficult to investigate this issue and write a report on it. And the problem is that the journalism has a role to oversee and they're held responsible for the power. So you have passed your time given to you. So please wrap it up. And even if we focus on solution journalism, our reports on climate-related issues are not prioritized as much as it should have. Regarding the reports on climate crisis, we can report on the carbon neutrality and the methods to reduce carbon dioxide and other daily issues. If we report on the former issue, the editorial office welcomes it, but when it comes to the latter part, the editorial office does not welcome that much. So I think we have this concern about whether to focus on when it comes to report on climate issues. And the climate related media coverage is not enough and it is not circulated well. So now we are seeing that a more and more climate journalism is getting attention. The climate journalist team has been created, and the climate journalists are now building network amongst ourselves, and we had a lot of discussions. And like reporter Nouvelle said, the journalism action is discussed a lot by us, and we try to put it into action. But as I listen to what my fellow journalists say, is that the climate related issues are all assigned to the climate team. And even the political issue team has their role to write on the climate related report. They just delegate it to the climate response team. So that is not desirable, I think. Given the current landscape in the media industry, the climate team is important, and I think the climate teams have their important role to cover the climate-related issues. So definitely, more climate teams should be established in other media outlets, but not just climate teams or climate journalists, but the, the division of climate-related issues should be established, I think, and we can provide more training or education on climate-related issues for journalists. So we heard about the charter from the French reporter. So we need to take a multilateral approach and more cross-sectional approach.
Thank you for your presentation. I actually gave you a sign several times that your time is coming up to an end, but she finished her presentation. So this can imply that her tenacious attitude in actually writing, covering about the climate crisis. So I took this as a very good attitude in how to deal with these climate change and media coverage issue. So in this web portal environment, there's this issue that these climate change and climate crisis related articles are not so visible in the web portal sections. And I also know that there is an issue of these articles are not being very well received and not being very well read by our users. So I hope that readers also make more effort in trying to clicking on these articles. So next we will hear from Eugene, Deputy Director of the Institute for Green Transformation. She wrote a lot, and she actually shared her opinions on these issues. So let's hear from her in how we can do better. So I really enjoyed listening to our two presenters and panelists. I also believe that we really need to better act. Recently, Chunberry said in his book that the issue that we are worried most these days is not the fact or truth about climate change. What we are really fearful of is that solution of how to tackle this climate issue. So there is a unanimous opinion that we need to achieve carbon neutral economy. So the whole global population is about 8 billion. So this carbon neutral policy is that we try not to produce extra amount of carbons into the space, into the air, as we do, more than as we do now. So that means about like 20 or so plants have to be shut down to achieve this carbon neutral. We need to shut down 20 fossil fuel plants to actually achieve this net or carbon neutral society. So there are many interests, complex interests among different stakeholders. It will be very difficult to achieve. So are we acting enough? Are we taking enough actions to actually getting at least one step closer to achieving this? I don't think the answer is yes. we are not taking enough actions or right actions in achieving to get to this carbon neutral society. So this summit that's being held in Egypt regarding carbon neutrality, ever since 1750 up until 2021, Korea is one of the top carbon producers. So we actually made our pledge back in 2009, or ever since 2009 during Lee Myung-bak administration. We announced our own carbon reduction pledges and goals. We made 5 of those pledges so far, but we never actually kept our promise. The only time that we actually kept that promise or achieved our goal was during the IMF economic financial crisis and also during COVID. The amount of our carbon footprint is expected to increase again this year. So we also came up with our pledge to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 and by 2030, 40%. But the amount of our carbon production is actually increasing. Then who is responsible for this? And Tyler, a well-known TV figure, told me this. I really believe that I don't see many media coverage talking about a climate change issue. Academia, journalists, and all of us are respectively responsible for this. And how bad our media responds to this climate change issue is that, like, we asked this question to this Green Association, where they get this information about climate change, and they said that most of the information that they get is from web portals, and 88% of middle school students said that they actually read articles from web portals. But the thing is, we do not have enough coverage, and we also see a lot of fake news. And rather than having many solution-based articles or opening a public hearing or venue where people can come together and talk about solutions together, we only deliver one-sided perspective in our articles. And we actually held a hearing, and the issue of the having discussion was that it was really hard to have a proper discussion because there was so many fake news based information. And also when I go to give a lecture, one of the questions that I received mostly is that about how to deal with photovoltaic waste. This issue of photovoltaic waste is a serious issue, especially dealing with waste has been an issue for all of us. But there is no such energy that does not negatively impact our mother nature. But the thing is, we still have this issue of how we are going to deal with these photovoltaic and sunlight generation waste. We still get questions about this. And we got an approval for building a solar photovoltaic power station and power plant. But the plan was not being executed. So in the first round, there was a lawsuit filed against the Seoul city government. And the result was that having the solar photovoltaic power station can actually hamper the quality of people's lives by actually ruining the environment of the power station. So this is one of the cases that we can talk about in hampering our journey to achieving carbon neutral society. And this is a problem of one lawmaker that actually spread the rumor about having solar photovoltaic power station, and also the problem of a journalist who did not deliver more articles about this. Solution-based journalism is important, but currently, what's happening right now is that we are actually missing out our opportunity. And we are actually missing our golden time in this golden era. We should not miss out this time because we do not have enough time. And we collectively are all responsible for what's happening in this field. And I actually had this conversation with Professor Jin. So one media outlet delivers a news article that says, in one article, in one page of their newspaper, that they deliver in two different articles that convey differently, completely opposite perspective about climate crisis. So this shows that our media outlet itself has not full understanding of how serious this issue is. And some media outlets in France also came up with some pledges, and also The Guardian of the UK come with their own charter and pledges. So we see these trends among global media outlets. So this shows that they actually had internal discussions and in-depth discussions of how they want to deal with these climate change issue internally. And I believe that this is what we need to have in our media environment as well. Unless we have these in-depth discussions and better understanding, I believe that we won't be able to make another step forward in this regard. So I also feel very stuck. And I think we have room for improvement. The government is not acting fast enough. If we pursue carbon neutral society too much, we will not be able to import and export more. So this kind of attitude is what is on the way of achieving carbon neutral society. So we also need to have our own angles in understanding and analyzing the current situation. We need to reflect on ourselves. One last comment that I'd like to give you is that I also came up with some criticism, but I'm here joined by many journalists that I admire so much. And back in 2017, I watched this program by SBS titled Catastrophe. So why aren't our politicians talking enough about climate change? Because talking about climate change does not help them in getting more votes from our citizens. So then we need to give better support to our journalists who dig into this problem and who actually take active approach in writing these articles about climate change. So I give my full support to the journalists who are dedicated to covering this climate change issue. Thank you very much for your presentation. So we all have this anger, but she also delivered very calmly. So if you ever read her book, or it will be really great to actually visit her website to get more information or opinions from her. But we also lack that will. And many news articles do not convey right information. And especially this waste of photovoltaic waste. The problem of the waste is covered a lot, but not many articles actually talk about the problems of nuclear waste. So this imbalance is also another proof of the wrongdoings that out there exist in our media coverage.
Next panelist is Mr. Chung Kwon-pil from the Jungang Daily. And for Mr. Chan, I have received some questions from the YouTube, so I gave you these questions. I sympathize the seriousness of climate crisis, but I can't get my hands on the media report on the climate crisis, and many audience find the media-related report boring and difficult. Then what do the journalists do to raise awareness of climate crisis? So please answer these questions in 7 minutes that I give you. So I'll do my best. From 2018, I have covered the climate crisis at Jungang Daily. Like Dr. Jin said, from 2018 in Korea, the media coverage on climate crisis has increased, and I also felt the same way. Not just Korea, I also looked at the data on the U.S. So in the U.S. also, from 2018, the media coverage on climate has increased. So we see the same trend occurring across the world. I listened to the presentation of Ms. Diane Sophie, and she talked about the cross-sectionality of the media coverage, and the media coverage on climate should not be limited on one section. So I agree to that. As a climate journalist, I thought about how we can draw attention to the lifestyle, the automobile industry, and many other areas. So I did a lot of effort to increase the coverage of media related to climate issues. Recently, not just myself, but other journalists are writing about the climate issues. So there are a lot of different perspectives available in the media coverage and different media outlets. So I believe that we may see more discourse on the climate-related media coverage in media outlets. So when it comes to the future direction in the climate journalism, I would say that Dr. Jin said the media coverage of climate related issues that are desired by the MZ generation and agreed to the survey result. The MZ generation is the future generation who will consume the media coverage. What is more important is to develop content and provide content to meet the needs of the consumers. So I think we have to take into account that in our consideration. In our daily life, a lot of elements are working that are related to the climate crisis, and the respondents asked for investigating this relationships. So I also worked to investigate this issue, and recently I have took charge of a specific climate-related section, and as I worked on it, I focused on the daily life in relation with the climate crisis. The climate crisis is felt in our daily life, and we can cover that, but we also need to add the scientific data and evidence to convince readers to believe what we are saying. In Korea, the data that support the climate situation is not enough, and it's difficult to find that kind of data. And not just the carbon neutrality, but other areas like the ocean or biodiversity. These areas are difficult areas that I can find the relevant data or evidence. Recently, I met the researchers who studied the birds, and that researcher studies the relations of the birds' life with the climate crisis. And that person said that many the researchers and professors are leaving the scholastic landscape because they retire and no new researchers enter that area. So we can make investment on this area, but at the same time, the media has not covered various areas that are related to climate crisis. So that is why these areas, for example, the bird, have not drawn a lot of attention in the context of a climate crisis. So journalists need to make effort to increase the scope of the coverage that we are working on in relation to climate crisis. And as for the questions, I have thought about those a lot. There aren't many inspiring or the prominent media coverage on climate. As I meet the sources and talk to them, and they are usually the people who have great interest in climate crisis. But usually people do not have much interest as they do, but they are the consumers. So we have to target the audience who have not that much interest in climate crisis. So I think we need to collaborate with the climate journalists, and we have to engage more journalists to find a way to attract attention to climate issues. A few years ago, I created a content with the support from the Korea Press Foundation, and I visited the mountain Hala, and I also investigate the ocean. So I created this immersive content. Those types of immersive contents would be a good solutions to attract the audience or consumers in relation to climate crisis. And when it comes to collaboration, I don't mean just the collaboration between the departments in the same media outlet or the collaboration between journalists in different media outlets, but it can be the collaboration between journalists and the scholars in academia, and also the collaboration with the international experts. And I also worked with the freelance, the video reporter, and the results of the collaboration were very good. And I found that type of collaboration would be a good way to go. By networking with international journalists and experts, we can create contents that can attract more interest in the climate crisis. So we can explore various types of collaboration to improve the quality of climate media coverage. So that's all. Thank you very much. So we can use the digital technology to create the immersive content. And we can also collaborate with the journalists and the researchers. And as a result of the collaboration, we could produce the outcomes that are what we hadn't expected before, but attract more attention from the audience.
Now we will hear from Hyunina, reporter at MBC. She served as the longest weathercaster at MBC for 21 years, and she is the first head of the team of a weathercasting team. So since she started her career as a weathercaster, I can assume that our perspectives and how we report, cover the climate issue has changed a lot. So let's welcome her. Hello. So I think you referred to my profile on Naver. So I think there is some information on that section. So with a new chief, I resigned from my post, and since March this year, MBC actually created, for the first time as a terrestrial broadcaster, created a climate response team within our company. So thanks to the establishment of this team, I came to work as a journalist in this field. So there is there's a head of this team, and then the team has 3 members, including myself. So I feel very lucky to be able to do all these fact check, because the leader of our team has much knowledge in this field, and especially the chief of the department who missed me, and made me switch over to this team, to the current team, is also very much interested in this issue. So I am actually working with this News Today program covering this climate change and climate response issue. So this program is aired sometimes on Wednesday or sometimes on Fridays, but now we have our own fixed airing time. And regarding the issue of climate change, it's often less prioritized by other issues. But recently, we actually went through a lot of climate change issues and circumstances because of other domestic or global issues. Our topic of climate change is often not prioritized. Even though this climate change is an imminent issue, there are other more visible issues. For example, recent tragedy that we experienced in Itaewon, for example. So we haven't been so busy. Our team hasn't been so busy in the last couple of weeks. But I worked as a weathercaster for 21 years. But I believe that I was a commentator, or I actually saw this weather focused job as something really serious. Often we have to talk about and use scientific terms when I do my job as a weathercast. So just listening to what I say may not sound very comfortable or familiar to most of the audience. So I often talk about this rain and that type of rain. So people often do not really differentiate different types of rains that I portray. So there was some change beginning from this year. We actually adopted a touch screen. I'm the person of 5 million. This is a joke. I don't see many of you are laughing. So what what our team tried to do is that we like to give easy explanations with visibility by providing some great visible materials. So this is new angle that we adopt. So unfortunately, nationwide, we experienced a nationwide tragedy recently. So we actually didn't have much time recently to deliver more content. But how can we take more easy and easy to understand approach is one of our challenges. So also how to deliver this content to make it sound more refreshing and new every time, or how to make it sound like more personal for our readers and for our audience. And when you talk about the topic of climate, even journalists find it very difficult. Because I told you that we have only three journalists working for our team. Sometimes we get backup support from other teams. So I believe that entry barrier is really high too to become a climate journalist. And more fundamentally, we need to give more education as journalists and also give more education as climate journalists. I've been reading a lot of science reports for a long time, but all those figures and SPMs actually make it tiresome and quite difficult even for us, because as a person who delivers the content, having to understand and read those content and the numbers is a tough job. And I believe that it's more difficult, more so for our younger generation and who are not experts in this field. In our team, we actually have a lot of figures and outcomes that we can have discussions for days and days. So I am very honored to be here to talk about our challenges that we are faced with, and giving more education and letting our public know more about the seriousness of this issue is what we need to do. The government, policymakers, and decision makers, companies, consumers, we can think of all different stakeholders. And I think we really need to help our consumers. And I believe our consumers are most enlightened actor among these players. And I think the media really needs to take a better role in helping them more understand and more enlightened in this regard. I believe I'm at the frontier in this regard. And in terms of the media coverage of climate change and climate crisis, I don't think journalists are competing against each other. We need to collaborate, and we are collaborating. For the planet Earth, we all respectively can make contributions in our own way. This ends my presentation. Thank you very much. So, reporter Hyunin Ah is working for a climate environment team at MBC, as I told you. So, I introduced her as the head of a weathercast team. I'm sorry about my misinformation, but thank you very much for enlightening us with new angles and new perspectives. So she mentioned that our journalists need to do a better job in making us feel renewed and in delivering us new information with more storytelling. I also came to think that I need to pay more attention to articles and TV programs about this topic. So we have received several questions. One of the questions is about what new trials. There are many new trials that journalism and journalists need to try, but we only have limited resources. Then we need to focus our resources and we need to make selection. Then what should be our priorities? So I believe this is a very important question. So I don't think all of us can give answers to this question, but as journalists and as journalism media outlets, we need to make selected decision. And to do so, what changes do we need to make? I believe the question itself is very meaningful to ask. And then another question that I see is that the word greenwashing was introduced during one of the presentations. So the media coverage of climate change. So when we talk about the responsibility of corporates, it's naturally associated with the advertisement issue. So some companies choose to do greenwashing and they do not really fully fulfill their responsibility, ESG responsibility. We see those cases. And so the question is about that. So because we do not have enough time left, I don't think we can give long answers or assign longer time to each panelist. So I'd like to actually this question to journalist Chun, and I'd like to give you 1 minute, and I also like to give Dr. Jin to answer this question, and I'd like to also. Sorry, I don't see there are questions from the floor today.
As you said, there is a conflict of interest between advertisers and the other companies. I don't think that is a very serious issue that we need to cover, but that kind of problems occur. As I cover greenwashing issues, and behind the conflict of interest, I found new companies and the businesses who are working very hard, and we can collaborate with those companies, and that may be a productive way to go. As for the plastic and related issues and other climate issues, I have worked with those companies to campaign for raising the awareness of climate, and I think we have to make a new approach to those issues.
Now, Professor Dr. Jin, should I answer the question? I don't really have to answer the question, right? Yes, you can give us some concluding remarks. So, as a matter of fact, I've continuously paid attention to this field and did research in this field. And I also realized that this is really not an easy topic to talk about. And journalists who are here with me today are known to provide very immersive content, and I believe that these panelists who are on stage with me today have been playing very active roles in this field. I believe thanks to these efforts, What was really impressive to me was earlier is that one of the panelists said we are at the frontier. We are like war journalists in covering these issues in this climate change field. So I believe that we all need to have this attitude and this perception. I see that if we have more of these journalists with this attitude, I believe that people's perception toward the journalists will also change very soon. I like to give my full support and like to give my respect to all of you. Thank you. Among some of the questions that we received via YouTube channel, there was this question about how to make choice and select. And that question itself implies that there is need for us to make decisions and to focus our efforts. Some people say there is a crisis of journalism because the people are turning their back against journalism and journalists, and there are many fake news. Especially in Korea, we see many distrust in journalism and the media industry as a whole. The issue of climate change is the difficult genre or difficult topic to deal with existing rules that are applied to the journalism sector. So to be able to overcome the crisis of journalism and to regain trust from the public in the media industry, I believe that we need to actually focus on this issue of climate change because it's closely related issue to the daily lives of people. So if we do that, if we make our decisions and focus our resources into this field, then I believe that this will help us regain our trust. And also from the case of France, the charter that we talked about in the previous presentation is something that we all can consider adopting as well. I also like to make this a suggestion for the journalists to do in the coming months and years. I'm very sorry that we actually didn't stick to the given time. I think I would have been able to do that if you gave me the right to actually turn the microphone off. But thank you very much for staying with us until the very end. And I also like to thank all the viewers that are watching us via our YouTube channel. And also my thanks go to our panelists and journalists that are joined here. Thank you very much.
네, 지금 1분 네.
Hello, everyone. I am Song Yun-soo from the Korea Press Foundation. Now we'll begin the second session of the first day of the conference. The theme of the second session is a sustainable society and a sustainable press representation of the socially disadvantaged. I will introduce the moderator of the session. Professor Kim Soo-jung will moderate the session. He's a professor in the Department of Journalism and Information Science, Chungnam National University. Please welcome Professor Kim with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Soo-jung, the moderator of this session. So, in the previous session, we talked about climate and environment, and this session too is about sustainable society and reenactment of the socially vulnerable. So yesterday, we witnessed the lunar eclipse. So the Earth actually hit the moon, and also the Uranus came into play. So the same type of lunar eclipse will be seen in 200 years. We will be able to see the same phenomena in 200 years' time. So the question came up to me, what the environment look like in 20 years of time and how we view the life of people and the climate issue. How is this issue being portrayed? So from the perspective of media, how are the lives of the socially vulnerable being portrayed and how are their lives being discriminated? So I believe that this session will focus on that subject. So socially unprivileged people around us, such as women, the elderly, the disabled, sexual minorities, etc. And how do they appear in the media? How are they being portrayed in the media? So this is a very important issue that requires our attention. So whether the media can play the role of changing our perspective and then change our society will be something that we'll focus on today in this session. So in that regard, we are joined by two very important presenters and four panelists. First of all, so the first presenter is based in the UK, so she will join us via online. So the first speaker is Miss Milika Pesiti, who is focused on media diversity. She's the head of the UK's Media Diversity Institute. And the second speaker of session 2 is Dr. Yu Soo-jung. So please stand and say hello. So she is a researcher at the KBS Public Media Research Institute. So I'd like to also introduce our panelists. So the first panelist is Miss Maria Gong, Professor of Rehabilitation Psychology at Daegu University. And we also have Park Da-hye, reporter at Hangeul. And we also have Miss Baek Se-hee, attorney at TKL Partners Law Firm. Lastly, we also have Mr. Yu Tae-gun, a reporter at 한국일보. Thank you for joining us today. So now let's listen to the first presentation to be delivered by Ms. Milika Pesiti, Director of the Media Diversity Institute. So Dr. Pesiti actually was a speaker at different programs. So she actually is working on the media coverage of those marginalized and those who are not included in the media coverage. So she is specialized in this field. Let us welcome her with a big hand.
Can you unmute me, please, the host? I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me at this, it seems really wonderful event where, as I can see, there are not only people from media business, but also people from journalism, academia, even from schools. And this is something for us in Media Diversity Institute, very important to work in collaboration, cooperation with different stakeholders. So I've been really honored to be present, to be contributing to this event. And I want to thank you for introducing me. Unfortunately, I still don't have translation into English, but I did understand that you talked about me and that you talked about, what I've done so far. So I'd like to share with you several slides. Some of them, I believe you might have already seen. I will be talking about people with disabilities, women and LGBTQ+, and the way these particular communities have been presented in the media. So now I cannot move the slides for some reason. Here I am. The basic platform or the basic land where we start our work as Media Diversity Institute is basically two fundamental rights. Freedom of expression, which we see as the right for all citizens, regardless of their race, ethnicity, gender, physical, mental abilities, religious beliefs, versus freedom from discrimination, which is for us one of these two basic fundamental human rights. We are not an academic institution. We are like press foundation. So we are a think tank, training organization, and we have our own definition, what we see and understand as diversity. And our definition of diversity is whatever makes individuals, groups, communities different from each other. Different by race, ethnicity, gender, as I've already listed, but not worse or better, simply different. For us, and I'm sure for you too, media is a very, very powerful and important pillar of democracy. I don't need to talk to you how important that pillar is, but what I want to emphasize and stress and share with you, and I'm sure it's your experience too, while legacy, conventional media are regulated either through official kind of regulations or self-regulation, where, as you can guess, then certain issues related to discrimination can be regulated, punished, fined, or whatever. In social media, there are no regulations yet. And as you can see the other day, after Elon Musk took Twitter, there is even less certainty which way we are going to go and where discrimination, which is particularly evident and strong in social media, which way it is going to go and how worse it can be. What we do and what is important for how we persuade journalists, and not only journalists, but also organizations which work with journalists or are trying to work with journalists, we talk always about inclusive media or inclusive journalism when we talk concretely about journalism. And we have our own concept, what we see as inclusive journalism. We define it as journalism which is aimed to prevent the media from intentionally or unintentionally spreading prejudice and intolerance, which can lead to social tensions, dispute, or violent conflicts. And we've seen that. I come, as you heard, from Serbia, which is Southeast Europe, where thanks to the media, not only to the media, but thanks to the media, we had a war which cost thousands of lives, where media played the role of inciting hatred against different ethnic and religious groups. So for us, inclusive journalism is not just a concept, it's something which needs to be embraced by the media and practiced in the best possible way to avoid any tensions which could be caused by unintentional or intentional, as I already said, spreading of stereotypes, prejudice, hate speech, which has been dominating particularly social media. Good, responsible, inclusive journalism has an ability to significantly contribute to better understanding between different groups, different cultures in society. And again, this is for us not only a definition, this is something which we have seen in practice in different countries where we have been working, and we've been working in different continents, in different countries, with completely different cultures from the other. And that's something I also want to emphasize here. And this is that whatever we do, wherever we go, the main principle is look what is the local culture and make sure that you are not imposing anything. You are trying to understand and then learn. And then the next step is let's do something together if there is a basic ground to work together. I'm really sorry if this is not the best way to do the PowerPoint presentation, but I'm in a hotel in Barcelona in the hall, and my Wi-Fi is not the best, but I hope you can hear me and see me. I want to talk about inclusion and how it is now practiced or embraced by the media. And I want to say something which I want to really sound and be positive, because in 25 years, since I've been in this business of media development and diversity, things have improved. They haven't improved as much as I believed 25 years when we started working in this field, but they have improved. And they have improved not only because we journalists, because that's my background, as you have already heard, believed, and our editors and decision makers within the media wanted to do it. That was one thing. But there were also numerous events which encouraged media to change the ways media cover any kind of diversity issues. And I list here only a couple of these global events which have had an influence. Either we talk about, for instance, in the European Union, 2009 was a very, very important year when we talk about diversity. It was the year of inclusion. And there were a lot of programs in the European Commission and then supported by the European Commission, which were helping media organizations, civil society organizations, media educators embrace and practice inclusion. What happened in that year was that European Commission first time came with what was called business case for diversity, where the European Commission tried to actually set up, look for case studies and examples, how bringing different people of different background in your company or in your newsroom can affect change of the product. And it was very interesting to observe that products really changes by changes of workforces. What was not clear already then in 2009, when the European Commission came with this business case for diversity, is whether when changing workforces and thus changing the product, whether then there is an impact, a result, which is in case of the commercial companies, bigger profit, or in case of commercial media organizations, bigger profit. There was no way of proof that, because, by changing product, you bring new audience, you attract new audience, but you lose some audience. So, but it was quite a crucial year in Europe. Other globally important events are like Beijing conference on gender, on women, which brought a declaration which really significantly impacted the way the media would start thinking how women are portrayed in the media or should be portrayed. And then finally, London Paralympics, which I'm sure many of you have seen, which really in Britain particularly changed the way we see people with disabilities. Global movements such as Me Too, of course. I want to share with you now one example how British media have changed post-Paralympics and, perception of particularly people with disabilities. I will share with you a program, which is entertaining program from BBC, which is called Strictly Come Dancing. You might have something similar. In America, it's called Dancing with the Stars. Last year, the winner of the, I'm trying now to get out of this section to go to the internet to show this with you. Here it is. Last year, the winner was a young woman who is an actress, who is deaf. So if she cannot hear, and if you cannot hear, then she cannot talk quite well. But she participated in this dancing competition and she won the competition. And I want you to see one of the most memorable moments from this program. And I hope you will hear, because it's very important to hear actually this.
Excuse me, Pesti, Dr. Pesti, are you showing us some videos right now?
Yes, I will share with you some videos. Just a moment. 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 Just a moment Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Yeah, can you repeat the question? I can't hear you quite well.
Actually, you stopped talking, and are you playing some video to show us?
Yeah.
Yes, now that doesn't work. So could you
Oh,
take a moment just shortly, and we will fix it. 어떻게 볼 수 있나요, 우리가 동영상을?
I'm really sorry. I don't know what's happening.
Dr.
because
Pesiti,
when we
can you
tried the
actually
other day,
click on the
everything
link
was
and play the
working.
video for us?
Should I continue talking?
Could
Yes,
you
that would be
please
a better
do that?
idea.
I'm afraid we couldn't see the video you are showing.
Okay, let's try some other things. At least there are some photos to share, some slides from different events. But I go on and I'll send you a link. Maybe you can watch it on your own. And it's a fantastic video because it's a deaf person who is dancing and there is music and we are all used to listen to this music. And suddenly in the middle of the video, the music stops. And the first thought is for the viewers, so something is technically wrong. But then we realize that actually the music stopped to show us what people who cannot hear, how they, see and hear or not hear and comprehend the word. And this is something, she, as I said, she won the competition. And she said after the competition that the attitudes of people, ordinary people she meets on the street, or of people like her meet at the street, that they talk to each other, they show appreciation. So the power of media. This was an example of power of the media, but unfortunately, I'm really sorry you couldn't hear it, you couldn't see it. So I'll move on to show some other examples or results of the studies. Yes, the presentation of people either coming from people with disabilities or LGBT plus or women, the media representation has changed, but there are still problematic things, and I'll list here just a couple of them. I hope you can see my full screen now. If we talk about people with disabilities, particularly in films, they're still either presented as victims or as heroes or as villains. And what is still very much happening that characters with disabilities are still played by disabled people. Things are changing, but it's still practiced even in Hollywood, which initiated the whole thing of disabled people to play disabled characters, or black people to play black characters, or gay people to play gay characters. In case of LGBT plus community, things are also improving, and here is one example that this year in comparison with the previous year, LGBT representation on the US TV is at a high, with nearly 12% of regular characters who are LGBT, which is almost 3% more than the previous year. So things are improving, but not as much as members of this particular community would like. And the latest study shows that members of LGBT community believe that the media presentation of them, members of their communities, is unrealistic. 73% of them believe so. 57% think that their portrayal in the news media is mainly negative. 80% believe that trans people are negatively portrayed in news media, particularly. And what is the most negative effect of all this, that such a portrayal, negative portrayal, affect the views of families in 60% more than 60% of members of community believe it negatively impacts their families, the ways the families see them. Their colleagues, in 70%, they believe that their colleagues see them in a negative way because of a portrayal in the media, and 55% they believe that in social circles where they spend their free time, their spare time, that they are seen in a negative way. Here is a couple of examples or figures from how women are still seen in the media. One of the, you can see here, one of the typical portrayal of women, goddess of domesticity and fashion, or a prostitute or a victim in some other way. 48% of the press reinforce gender stereotypes. Still, women presented as victims twice more than men. And then, with crisis, and that's what some of MDI studies we have done in, for instance, in Sri Lanka, but also in Europe, that the crisis comes, economic crisis, financial crisis, somehow, harassment of women, particularly in social media, goes up. There were elections in France last year, and during the elections, the media, particularly print media, massively use negative stereotypes about Muslim women, even when the stories had nothing to do with Islam or Muslim women. They would put visuals which would suggest that Muslim women had something to do with whatever was negatively happening in French society, or when they talk about terrorism, again, they would put pictures, visuals related to Islam, or particularly Muslim women, even though that when you read the article, there was no mentioning of Muslim women at all. And as I mentioned already, social media, everything we've done or other similar organizations showed a vitriolic space when we talk about how women are portrayed. The latest study, which came out 2 days ago, actually is about how women journalists are harassed, humiliated, and attacked in social media. So what can be done?
밀리카
Yes.
패시티 선생님, 네, 잠깐만 갑자기 끼어들어서.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt. So you prepared the slides, but I don't think it is shared with us. I think you have to turn on the button on the screen so that we can see your slide. Could you do that, please?
Actually, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
Actually, we cannot see the PowerPoint you are showing us right now. Probably, I guess, you turn off the button for the sharing button.
No,
Yeah, now we can see
but,
that.
Yeah, I didn't.
Thank you so
but-
much. Thank you.
Okay.
Then now you can continue, please.
Okay, so it's just that, let's see, I don't know, what did I last say, and you heard me. I wanted to talk about, what can be done and, who is to blame. But I want to, again, as I said, I want to be positive and come with something which can be really useful for everyone. So the most important thing to do is to try to work in cooperation with different stakeholders. In 25 years, we've been mainly working at the same time with media actors, be it media, what we call media decision makers, media owners or general managers or chief editors, as well as the journalists. And of course, we work with these different groups in different ways. With media owners, we bring them to different, to Britain or to some other countries to talk to their, colleagues, why embracing diversity matters. When we bring them to Britain, then, we go to the BBC or Channel 4, which is the only TV in Europe licensed to do diversity. And so it's why they do it, how they do it. With journalists, we do training, which is not sitting around the table and talking, but really hands-on, so production, so that everyone can learn new techniques and then demonstrate what they've learned, and that whatever is produced during the training has to be aired, print, placed in the media these journalists come from. We work with civil society organizations which represent different communities, LGBT or women or people with disabilities, if we are talking about these particular three categories. What we do with them, we are helping them understand how media function, how journalism functions, so that they understand better what are the needs of journalists, but also that they can then offer to journalists story ideas, contacts, data journalists cannot find maybe in official sources and things like that. And, with civil society organizations, we also develop campaigns and then help them run campaigns to promote the issues they care about, whatever diversity category we talk to. And we also work with the media educators. We've been working with journalism school journalism faculties from more than 80 countries now. Again, with them, we are trying to help them develop modules. And the way we do it, we don't teach them how to develop modules because we are not academics. We are a training organization. We bring academics who are already teaching, reporting diversity in general, or reporting particular diversity category. We do seminars, we put them together, and then after seminars, academics who want to develop new modules, new courses, choose which colleague they want to work with, and they work together for 6 to 9 months to develop modules, which means, reading list, plan of the whole semester, week by week, how, what you, teach, what kind of seminar you do. We provide also training modules like interactive exercises they can use in teaching. And we also realized that maybe, another way to help academics is, we set up our own MA course, which is called Diversity and the Media, in London in cooperation with Westminster University. Westminster University provides theory-based modules. We provide practice-based modules, which means people who teach our modules are people who still work in journalism, very active in journalism. So I want to emphasize again and again, training is very important, because as you know, as much as we know, things are changing and changing dramatically in the media, in technology. So training is really something which has to be done or almost, on daily basis. I want just to raise one question here, which is a part of a current debate in Britain. In Hollywood, as I said, when we talk about films, who should be playing, Black character or LGBT character. When we talk about newsroom, there is this debate, I'm sure you have this debate too, whether when diversifying your newsroom, or maybe your newsroom is already diversified, whether only members of LGBT community, journalists who are gay people, should be reporting on gay community, should all people, journalists with disabilities report on, people with disabilities. So our answer to this is no. It is important that you have in your newsroom colleagues coming from different, with a different diversity background, but that does not mean that you have to have, from each community, journalists who would cover that particular community. You need diversity because your colleagues who come from different communities can can be your source of information about the community you don't know very much about. Could be a channel to, story ideas you would never get, but also can help you, your colleagues can help you build the trust, establish communication, which can last, which is also important that you have sources and contacts you can rely on and they can rely on you. So right now we are talking a lot about cultural appropriation, what's right, how far you go in presenting someone when, trying to portray that particular person. So this is a debate we are going to, and I was like 2 days ago in Poznan in Poland talking to 30 academics how to deal with the issue of cancel culture, cultural appropriation, and in academia, in Europe, cancel culture is really dominating the daily life of academia. I want just to share with you a couple of tips from the guidelines which we have been producing again for last 20 something years, where we try to give very simple, tips how to do certain issues. And one of them is, if we talk about women, include women as sources whenever possible. And then we give this latest example from BBC. I'm sure you've heard of their 50-50 project. Whoever they bring to their shows, their programs, their studios, or whomever they interview for their different programs, 50% of these sources have to be women. It's not all the time the case, but intention is there. And for instance, I'm one of the women which are invited to their shows when they look for this gender balance. Some other tips: describe women the same way you would describe men, because we usually talk about women in different way, or we ask different questions. But this is, I'm sure you've been already through this kind of tips, and make sure that you don't portray women the way women around you, women or would not recognize themselves in that portrayal. Let me see what is it, just list people with disabilities. No big difference, again, do not talk about them, but talk with them, let them talk. And this is something particularly with people with visible disabilities, like for instance, people in wheelchairs, that very often when we talk to people in wheelchair, we very often look into the eyes at the person who is standing next to the wheelchair. So, be sure that you are talking to people with disabilities like you're talking to anyone else, because there is no difference. So I will be also mentioning, like, be careful with language. If you are not sure which terminology to use, ask members of, organizations dealing with people with disabilities, ask people with disabilities how to refer to them. And I'm sure you'll get the answer which would be helpful in your work, professional work, but also which will build bridges between this particular community and you as a journalist. Couple of tips about LGBT. The most important is make sure you actually, when you talk about anything related to health issues and LGBT community, that you are using the right terms. Otherwise, you can really contribute to further marginalization, stereotyping, and that's something which inclusive journalism should avoid. So I hope you heard me. I hope you've seen me. I hope you've seen at least some of the slides. I would be more than happy to answer your question, but I am dreading that I would not understand you because of the, I'll try once more to click on English to see whether I can hear translation, but unfortunately I cannot hear the translation.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It was a wonderful presentation. Melika Pesti 선생님, I think now I figure out some mechanism. Now I'm speaking in poor English, but actually this program, this session is cast in bilingual English and Korean. So if you turn on the YouTube, and can you send
YouTube.
to URL? Can you send to Dr. Okay, then you can turn on the YouTube on cell phone or computer. You can hear in English whatever the speakers, other speakers are talking.
Okay.
So even though I can speak Korean, you can hear in English. Okay.
Well, I don't have any telephone with me now. That's my problem. I thought everything will be going through laptop.
I see.
Yeah, sorry. It's
Oh,
you know,
so
it's 6
laptop, can you
o'clock,
turn on the YouTube?
but I need a link for
Yes,
YouTube.
link. Our staff will send you link.
Okay.
So,
I'm so sorry this technical things is not working as we hoped. Okay. Okay.
yeah. No, it's not your problem. It's our
Oh.
problem. So sorry.
Okay.
And
So
sooner
I
or
assume
later,
this is the link.
you can figure out. And okay. So you will take time a little bit, and then let me continue this session.
Okay.
Okay. 지금 우린 밀리카 페스티 소장님의 아주 훌륭한
The Pacific have made a wonderful presentation. When it comes to media diversity, it is the issue for the entire world. As we speak, I'm sorry, my pronunciation is not good. I thought that Ms. Pacific is in London, but she's in Barcelona. So I think we are in a small world communicating with each other. So what other countries report the issues may serve as an example for us. So as we listen to the international journalists, we learn that the socially marginalized people are not just limited to issue to one country. So how we provide the education for journalists and what kind of measures or efforts are being made, in particular in addressing, representing the people with disabilities and LGBTQ population. So I'm sorry we could not see the video that she has prepared, but she describes so vividly, so we could at least feel what she was trying to convey. So since we overrun, so we will invite to the second presenter, and then we'll continue the discussion.
The second presenter is Dr. Yoo-soo Jung, researcher at the KBS Public Media Research Institute. So she's been doing a lot of studies on the media diversity. So she will be given 20 minutes for your presentation. So we have the same names as Soo-jung. We are both Soo-jung, so let's hear from her. Hello, my name is Yoo-soo Jung from the KBS Public Media Research Institute, and I'd like to talk about the people who disappeared from our news. So we listened to the presentation about the foreign case. Now I'd like to talk about our own case in Korea. Recently, we see renewed and increased interest in diversity. You know that our hit Netflix series, Squid Game, won many awards at the Emmys. And many content actually of Korea drew great attention and diversity. This value of diversity is getting more and more attention and see greater values. So this commercial success actually reigniting people's attention on diversity. So we see more content that are about diversity, but it is actually reflecting the reality. But what I can say is that the social discrimination and marginalization in the digital media environment are getting worsening. So today I'd like to talk about the media diversity and our reality. So in this slide, I'd like to talk about optical illusion of diversity. So I see that you seem to see more content that talks about diversity. We definitely see more content via media platforms and contents that talk about diversity. So also academic research shows improved content on diversity, but the academic research also shows that there was deterioration in the diversity. So increase in volume doesn't directly lead to improvement in quality. So we need to actually focus on how this issue of diversity and how the socially marginalized are being portrayed in the media. So this symbolic annihilation that was coined in the 1970s is still a reality. So this term, symbolic annihilation, means that there is underrepresentation of the marginalized in terms of gender, race, and sexual orientation. So, and also by providing misinformation or wrong information about these groups, this actually justifies social injustice toward specific target audiences. So we see more characters in the media content. So for the sustainable media and journalism, we need to actually reflect more diverse opinions and voices of our social members. So the media also needs to reflect various tastes and dialogues that are happening in our society. Then how is our media representing our society, and what kind of characters and what kind of people are actually appearing in our news? So Korea Communications Commission carries out a survey about programming and diversity of content. So it carries out a media diversity survey. So the KCC monitors how diverse the characters are in respective programs, and it compared the ratio to the actual ratio of our social members. So 7 channels, across 7 channels, including 3 terrestrials, broadcasters, and also 4 general programming companies. The KCC measures the gender, age, occupation, and their disability. So as for the ratio of our members between male and females, the ratio of our reality is 3:1. But the actual ratio of our members in society between men and women are very similar, as 49.9 versus 50.1. But the actual representation of sources in terms of men and women, the ratio is only 3:1. So, on the representation of female and women in our society, it's still an ongoing issue. And as for the cross-analysis of gender and age, we can actually see the result from our news. So more than half of sources that we see in the news is people in their 50s and 60s, and especially men in their 50s and 60s appear more compared to other age groups. The ratio was 45%. And also, according to the cross-analysis between gender and occupation, as core sources of news, we see more manager-level people and also experts as the source of our news. But actual ratio of men and women that journalists can control as the sources of their news is quite similar. It's split similar between men and women as 50.4 versus 49.6. However, in actual news that we watch every day, the proportion of female experts was 1/3 of those in the counterpart. So even though we see more women from the professional groups, news is failing to actually represent such changes in our society. So based on these quantitative data, we can see that more women are actually working and playing their roles in our society, but news is still showing and representing men more. And as for the reconfiguration of the sexually discriminating media reality, many women tend to appear as much younger than the actual female players in our society. And often, women tend to be non-professional and that they are portrayed as being more supplementary or being dependent. And the LGBTQ people are often described as voiceless, or they also are portrayed as target of hatred. And there was this TV program or newspaper campaign that was titled, "We Can't See Old Single Ladies Anymore." So this article was based on the analysis of 6.7 million headlines of online articles covering the period from 2011 to 2021. So this analysis shows us that we see less discriminatory and condescending expressions toward women. However, there is definitely more articles or expressions about hatred toward women and also gender conflicts. And we also see more crimes and violence targeting women. So, as for the top words that actually appeared in these headlines, mom was a top priority, was number one word that appeared when it comes to women. And the result shows that there are more crimes and violence toward women. So among top 50 words were actually related to crime and violence. And this actually were related to fixated gender roles. And this also shows that women are being portrayed as the victims of such violent crimes. So the problem is this entails the chronic and fundamental issue related to sexual discrimination. And still, we see a lot of inciting expressions when the articles portray about the crimes against women, despite the heightened gender sensitivity of our time. So this news environment, the news consumption environment, can give journalists an excuse. So this summer, there was this incident at Inha University, and there were a number of reports about that incident. And this clearly showed us the problems that we have about this competition over breaking news and unethical reporting and media coverage styles. So many articles just reproduced other articles. These articles, rather than directly dealing with the subject of the crime and also touch upon core problems, they just portrayed what happened to the victim. So this is not necessary, but also it can be a problem in terms of human rights protection, especially regarding the victims of this incident. So these inciting expressions used in the articles actually created another assailant. The media became another assailant. So some of the media outlets actually corrected their wrongdoings and they made apologies. So this clearly shows that we really need to revisit our practices And we need to improve the overall recognition and awareness about how we actually cover sexual crimes. And now let's see how the people with disability are being represented in our media. So according to the KCC research, the actual ratio of the people with physically challenged people is 5.1%, but the actual ratio of representation in the media and news is less than 0.3%. So that means we barely see people with disability in the media and news in the news. And this figure is even decreasing. And also, we don't see many cases of socially the disability, people with disability as being appearing as the source of news. So do you have any issue related to the people with disability? So recently there was a big issue related to the Korean solidarity against disability discrimination at that time. Many articles in the beginning didn't really pay attention to the demonstration done by this association. However, at the same time, there were many articles that talked about the problems of them having a demonstration via commuter time in the morning rush hour time. So many articles talked about inconvenience or challenges that were raised due to their demonstration, and etc. So when we did search with the word solidarity against disability discrimination in the big kinds operated by the Korea Press Foundation, the words that came up the most were demonstration during commute time, and also the major subway station names, also expected delay of the train, etc. So most of the keywords were very negative. So I clicked onto this article that says, again, today again, after yesterday. So this article talked about in the comments that people actually paid attention to were very negative. So why users actually pay more attention to these negative words that talk about this same event? Let's go back to this event itself. So the details are seen more. There are more details. So this association actually decided to go on a demonstration in the commute time despite the cold weather and etc. But the thing is, in this article, what it lacks is that why? Why did they have to go on a demonstration? So this lack of why makes people think that they are doing it and creating inconvenience for them. And how the government is actually responding to this demonstration and the lack of this particular information is giving negative perception to users and readers. So the substance is gone and people only tend to remember hatred and discrimination against the people with disability. So as I told you, the representation of the people with disability is less than 0.3% in our media. So having more volume is important, but we need to actually give more thoughts to the ways that we can actually create more positive impact in covering the news about the people with disability. So discriminatory behaviors and hatred actually give impact on our society. Even though they happen in the digital space, they impact our daily lives offline. And this could lead to more discrimination and hatred toward the people with disability. And also, let's talk about the misinterpretation or underrepresentation of people, LGBTQ people. So the level of representation and acceptance level is improving, but still remains at low level. And we actually see more programs via OTT platforms that actually talk about LGBTQ people in our society. But let's see how they are being actually portrayed. And according to this survey that was conducted in 2017 and 2018 via 7 different channels of Korea, there's no representation of LGBTQ people in our news. And instead of portraying them as who they are, actually the values that each media outlet pursues seem to impact how they deal with, how they cover these issues of LGBTQ or even queer festivals in our society. Let's talk about the news articles during May 2020 when there was an outbreak of a COVID patient in one of the gay clubs in Itaewon. So this outbreak spread through other people, and many articles actually used inciting expressions, thereby creating some discrimination and hatred toward the sexually marginalized or sexual minorities in our society. So even though they visited during the COVID period, how our media covered these LGBTQ people was very unfair toward those people. So this clearly shows that we really need to improve the quality of our media coverage and the articles when portraying sexual minorities in our society, especially female women with this disability, also sexual minorities people are being portrayed in our media in an unfair manner. So then what should we be doing for sustainable journalism? So I believe that we need to actually look at our mistakes and achieve more improvement. So this table shows that the actual improvement in terms of ratio between men and women as panelists during local elections. So KBS actually had a discussion session operated by Gender Equality Center, and also people who organized this public hearing and discussion program participated in improving the ratio between men and women. So this clearly shows that improvement can be made. So we need to really make our voices heard, and we need to keep paying attention to these kind of issues. And also, we really need to self-reflect. Our journalists and the media industry as a whole need to self-reflect. Sometimes we see that media itself has become another offender, another assailant. So the only way that we prevent this from happening is that self-reflection. We need efforts to actually reflect on ourselves so that we don't repeat these same wrongdoings and same mistakes. So there are many people with different opinions and different backgrounds in our society. So as journalists, we really need to make sure that we portray that there are various different opinions and taste and etc. Just like I talked to you about the case of this association against discrimination against physically challenged, we need to make a better efforts in creating a public hearing so that we can actually gather together and talk about how to tackle this current situation. We also need to better communicate with our audience to better portray our socially marginalized people. So I actually enjoyed many dramas this year. One of them was Extraordinary Lawyer, Woo Young-woo, and Our Blues. And the reason why I talk about these dramas is because this Extraordinary Lawyer, Woo Young-woo, talked about this particular lawyer with disability. I think we need to see more of these content, these kind of drama, so that people can feel more familiar with these people with disability or who are sexually marginalized. So The reason why this drama was loved so much by all different age groups is because it actually represented that specific group properly. But we still see discrimination and underrepresentation or misrepresentation of these people. So we need to make sure that there are more diverse people appearing in the news, and so that people can hear more about different opinions of those people who are our social members as well. Recently, Netflix decided to do survey on diversity on the characters that appear in those contents streamlined via their channel. So I think this same attitude and same approach needs to be taken by our media industry. So diversity in the media needs a lot more attention in the coming months and years. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Dr. Yu, for your presentation. After the first presentation, where Dr. Pesici said that there are movies that talk about the people with disability, and Dr. Yu also mentioned the contents, especially very popular recent Korean dramas that talked about the people with disability. So, even one of the dramas actually was starred by an actual actress with a disability. So I believe this actually resonates with all of us. So thank you for your presentations. Now, we'd like to have more discussions with our four panelists, and let's listen to their opinions.
The first panelist is Professor Kong Maria from Daegu University. She conducted a lot of research on people with disabilities, and she is an expert in this field. So I think that I can learn a lot from Professor Kong. You have the floor, Professor Kong. Good to see you all. I am Kong Maria from Daegu University, and I am with the Department of Rehabilitation Psychology. And I researched on the disability issues, and I searched for the keywords which I would like to talk about today. The first line that I want to talk about is headline, and the second is content. And as for the headline, like the news Jung said that person used a lot of terms or languages that are provocative when it comes to disability, and they are the psychologically weak people, and very harsh words were used, and I was very shocked by reading those. And regarding the National Association of Peoples with Disabilities, they protested, and there are a lot of articles about that, and I see little articles about the real issues that the association is dealing with. Rather, the most articles focus on the inconveniences that the people are feeling about their protest. In order to draw more fair attention to their issue, the association announced that they will stop protesting on the streets for 1 week. And then that media addressed that issue as that the association stopped protesting, thereby no more inconvenience in traffic. And this kind of headline is distorting the real issue. And when the association resumed the protest, and the article used the term like resumption of protest, and these headlines were very disappointing. And about these issues, we need to think about why the persons with disability deploy such a dramatic methods taking the streets. So we need to think about it. And we review the newspapers dedicated to the persons with disability, and we found that the articles regarding people with disabilities are only focused on the specific events that are official ones that was hosted by the government. So other than these issues, the most of issues or the media coverage of the peoples with disability are non-existent. So the peoples with disability may think that without taking a very drastic issue, they may not draw attention from the media and people. So I think that is why people with disability choose a very dramatic method. And I think this is a lamentable situation. And during the pandemic, regardless of class or age group, all people suffered a lot. And people with disability suffered more than the people without disability. And one person with disability lives, or the person complained about there was no elevator, who is living on the fourth floor on the building. And that is the complaint that was claimed by others. Then what about the people with disability? And there was an announcement of recruiting the persons with disabilities at a large scale, and I searched for it. And I found that there were no specific mentioning of the numbers of recruiting the persons with disabilities. According to the government ordinances, the government institutions have to hire the peoples with disability, and the ratio should be at least 3.6%. But then the articles that are covering the recruitment of peoples with disability just use the line that the government offices hire many people with disabilities without mentioning any specifics. So I think that is a news coverage that rather make people without disability feel receive some reverse discrimination. So before I conclude my comment, I want to read this. Now media is playing an important role, and not just limiting to a certain group. The media should cover all areas, and they have great influence on the entire society. So the headlines or the contents that are chosen by the media should be very careful choice. And the previous presenter mentioned, we need to think about the various types of collaboration. The KPF is promoting a program for the journalism for people with disability. And one reporter may report on this, and with that report on people with disability, there were a positive movement that the certain organization will promote the rights of the people with disability. So I think, once again, the importance of the role of journalism. And finally, the Jong-ho Song composed this poem, and I want to quote the poet. There is no flower that is not beautiful. Thank you for listening. Thank you, Professor Kong. Recently, there was a very famous Korean drama that made all of us to rethink about the people with disability. That is The Extraordinary Lawyer Woo. And like the presenter previously mentioned, that we have a lot of issues still with the media coverage of the people with disability. Many of the articles omit the reason why when they cover the issues of the people with disability. So they do not dig deeper into the issue. They just use the provocative headlines and cover the overview of the issues without investigating it deeply. And I think that we have to be a more careful mind. And I will invite the second panelist.
So we'd like to hear from Ms. Park Da-hae, reporter from the 한겨레 daily newspaper. Hello, my name is Park Da-hae from 한겨레 daily newspaper. I'm currently working at 한겨레 21. So I have 5 points that I wanted to share with you. So I'll try to be brief within my given time. So I really enjoyed listening to the earlier presentations, and we also have made various efforts to actually make improvement on this gender issue. So I'd like to share my experiences as a journalist worked on this issue. So regarding these sexual orientation and sexual minorities in our society, in terms of 한겨레, to celebrate its 30th anniversary of establishment, we had a chance to actually talk about and look into deeper this issue. So whether we have this need to create this gender team. So there were different opinions about this, but people said, my other colleague journalist said that still existing teams can cover that issue. Then why do we need to create another dedicated team? But there were objections as well within our company. So even though there are actually journalists who actually pay great deal of attention to this issue, we need a control tower who can actually collect different opinions about this issue. So this is why we came to actually create a gender issue team. So while other relevant journalists work on their articles, we created this gender desk so that it can oversee this issue in general. So I worked with this gender desk, and especially among younger journalists, I had several meetings with them, and what kind of photos that we want to use in our articles that talk about violent crimes against women. And we had various different discussions about this issue. So in the beginning of these discussions, there were trials and errors that we made because there is no same person with the same level of gender sensitivity. Some people found it very difficult and uncomfortable in talking about this gender issue. But we saw a growing perception and acknowledgement among our members at 한겨레 that we need to pay more attention and we need to increase our sensitivity toward the gender issues. So after 1 year and 2 years, we actually were able to work on more about these gender issues. And about sources that we interview for our news, we don't intentionally just interview male sources, but unless there are active efforts made by journalists ourselves, because we tend to just contact the same people that we used to contact, so we need to break out of that old patterns and try to diversify the sources for our news. And we had a very meaningful actually trial. So we created this women source for news database that we built for our news at 한겨레. So we actually categorized the sources of women that we can interview for our news and articles. So I think these kind of efforts are what we need in this perspective. So as a female journalist, I also try hard to diversify my sources of news to include more female experts. But sometimes what I realize is that female experts tend to be too humble and modest. Sometimes they say no to my request to be the source of my news. So I think this, in part, is because of our general tendency in our society or cultural factor. The next thing that I'd like to talk to you about is reenactment of actual member composition in our society. We recently actually came up with a special feature about that bare face of hatred. So some articles really delivered very discriminatory content toward women. But I see that more articles and journalists are seeing this issue from the more fair perspective. The same goes for the case that we talked about earlier about this association that are against discrimination toward the people with disability. I think we also need to more attention in how we cover and how we portray these people in a socially marginalized. We need to actually talk about the structure of our society, and this is what we as journalists need to pay more attention to. So last 2 points are, one is about replies and comments that people leave, because we don't want to create another victims with harsh comments and replies to the news articles. Sometimes it seems that web portals seem to give freedom to newspapers or media outlets, but it is actually not the case. And I believe that we need to talk more about the role of replies and comments that people leave on the articles and content. I also believe that we need to better protect our sources and also our journalists. If the journalists who specify their names at the end of the article, if the names are female names, the replies and comments tend to be more sexually harassing. I experienced that myself as well. So I personally actually filed a lawsuit against these common people who left these kind of comments. So I also believe that this is why I think that we need to better protect our journalists as well. So there are many journalists in the field that always make renewed efforts to achieve better outcomes. So please make sure that you support those journalists. Thank you very much. So the society in the face of man, this resonates with me. What kind of efforts are being made in the media industry is what she actually talked about. Because she was involved in gender issue a lot, it was really a great chance for all of us to listen to her. So one of the questions that was posted on via our YouTube channel is that hatred within news content, that is an issue, but comments and replies also reproduce our hatred toward the people with disability or those sexual minorities. So I think the media companies need to set a very firm standards towards these content or comments that are left, that are posted below the articles, and what kind of standards and how can we establish these standards? This is the question, I think. So please, I hope that you can continue giving thoughts to this question.
So the next panelist is Ms. Pekse from DKL Partners Law Firm. Good to see you all. I am Pekse. I introduce myself as a lawyer. I'm not here as a lawyer at this conference. Recently, I studied the minors and the socially disadvantaged people, and I wrote a book on how they are portrayed in media. And from the perspective of consumers, the hatred and the prejudice and bias were addressed in that book. So as an author of the book, I was invited to this panel discussion. So today, as I think about the current issue at hand as a writer of that book, at this moment, I think we have 2 points to be considered. When it comes to sustainable journalism, the sustainability means the current situation, the current state of society, and what are the current situation, what kind of changes are occurring, and how we should respond to the changes. So regarding these questions, we discuss a lot today at this conference. As we live in this society, we need to think about the physical aspect of the space and also the virtual space of society. So I think we need to think about these two aspects. Now in Korea, we don't use this term a lot. We have these terms like the single ethnicity, one nation. But now we don't use this term very often. Many migrant workers are working in the industries that many Koreans do not want to. The mainstream groups, I mean the Korean people, have dominated the perception of the labor market. So they think these migrant workers as the people who steal jobs from Korean people. I say this because as I listen to presentations and we talk about the people with disability and the LGBTQ population and women, the concept of minorities are versatile. So we need to overcome the categorization of these three groups. We need to have a more broader perspective and think about how they are portrayed in the media. So that is my point. So we need to think about the current status as we speak in Korean society, to think about the representation of minorities. And then the big data is used to have a chatting service. So as we live in the big data era, we see a great advancement of AI technology, and the basis of AI technology is big data. Then who create big data? We create the big data, but the portal companies or large platform companies are building up the big data, and they produce the coverage, media coverage, and they produce sources for media coverage. And like Ms. Park said, when there is an issue with the minority group or the socially disadvantaged group, we cannot just overreact to the media coverage of these people. We should be careful about dealing with these issues, because not to provoke further hatred toward these people. Like the previous speaker said, so we reporters can select the sources. They have their own discretion and resources, and I hope that they could utilize these resources so that the media consumers can enjoy the freedom of expression in a better world. Thank you very much. The two spaces, the physical space and virtual space, which mediated by media, so these two spaces interface with each other. So we need to think about these two spaces to discuss how the socially disadvantaged groups are portrayed. Not just categorizing or dividing people into specific groups. We need to have a broad perspective to discuss this issue.
So lastly, we'd like to hear from Mr. Yoo Dae-gun, a reporter at Hanguk Daily Newspaper. Hello, my name is Yoo Dae-gun, working at Hanguk Daily Newspaper. Before I begin my short presentation, let me unmask myself. So I'd like to give you a brief background about myself. I've been working as a journalist for 15 years, and I mostly worked at a Seoul daily newspaper and recently moved to Hanguk, Ilbo. And I worked in the Department of Social Affairs. So in this team, we deal with a lot of accidents, but also we cover a lot of issues related to sexual orientation and people who are sexual minorities in our society. So not only myself, but also many young journalists pay attention to how to properly cover this issue. We actually make a constant efforts, but there are structural issues in and outside of the newspaper company. So, but without properly portraying the thoughts that we have about this issue, articles are produced and sent, given to the hands of our readers. So this also creates a kind of problem. So some of the contents surprised me in earlier presentations. So it was related to female sources of news. So the representation of female sources was significantly less than that ratio for their male counterparts. So this is how I understood in the past. Our social structure itself is disadvantageous. It's not a level playing field toward women, so the number of female experts itself is smaller. That's why we see less female experts in the news. This is how I viewed and understood in the past. However, after I listened to the presentation delivered by Dr. Yu, journalists had an option to choose. So the ratio that we can choose between male experts and female experts is similar. So with more active efforts made by ourselves as journalists, we can actually better represent both female and male experts. But as journalist Park also mentioned, the sources for news are sometimes developed by actively tapping into new relationships by journalists, but sometimes they just don't break out of old pattern. They just receive the list of people that we can contact to interview for articles of these particular issues. So these kind of lists of source for news are shared among journalists. So I believe that we need to make more active efforts and break out of our old pattern of interviewing and creating articles. So regarding the subject of this session, how the media can better represent and better reenact the members of our society, and why is it failing to do so? So I'd like to share my experiences with you today. So first problem that I'd like to mention is that some internal issues of each media outlet. So there is this quantitative index that's called PB, page view. So this is becoming more important standard for journalists to care about. So page views, these PVs actually is becoming more a fixed standard for deciding how good the article is. So based on this number of PVs, the companies or newspaper companies actually give awards or actually pay money, give prize money for those journalists who wrote articles with the highest number of page views. Then what that creates is that it makes journalists to think that I want to create more articles and write more articles that will receive a higher number of PVs. Then they tend to pay less attention to those people with disability or sexual minorities. So, and also they tend to write more provocative and more inciting articles as well toward these specific groups in our society by using more of those expressions, because that will receive more page views from the readers. So this is why I believe that we see more worsening content quality of our articles. But what's optimistic is that the companies now tend to come up with more diverse indices. For example, the length of or duration of reader staying and viewing a particular article is also becoming an index. So in the longer term, I believe from the perspective of sustainability we are talking about, more media companies are paying attention to more diverse indices. I think my time is coming to an end, but one last thing that I'd like to mention today is that the reason why we are failing to properly cover the issues related to people who are sexually marginalized or sexual minorities is because the desk who have the right to edit and change the content of the articles, or who have the right to stop, who can stop this particular article from being sent to the hands of readers, is that the people who actually work at this desk are male, like men in their 40s and 50s. So in terms of the ratio between men and women, these desk members tend to be more male oriented. So this leads to the lack of diversity in our news articles. So this is one another idea that I wanted to share with you. Thank you, journalist Yu, for sharing your idea with us. Even though we do not have much time left for this session, so I think we need to actually wrap up this session. Mr. Yu actually shared structural problems of our society in terms of portraying and representing the people who are marginalized in our society. So thanks to the presentations and discussions that we had, I came to think about this issue that I want all of us to remind themselves of. News reflects the society, but it cannot truly reflect, and it's impossible to do so, and it's not a good idea. It's not the best idea to reflect our society as it is. And we need to share the perception of how our society is made up of and how our society is functioning. So we should prevent from this social annihilation from happening. We need to pay more attention to representation, underrepresentation or misrepresentation of those who are marginalized in our society. So I think we shouldn't see this as steps. Rather than quantitative approach, I believe we need to take more qualitative approach, and also we need to get more training, and we need to have better perception that it's the right path for us to head toward a society where we actually pay more attention to those who are marginalized and how they are represented in our media. Once again, thank you very much for being with us today.
한 분이 안 오신 거죠? 시작 뭐 소개? 네,
입니다. 커다란 카메라 형태의 전시장에서 이분들의 작품을 보실 수가 있고, 그리고 오늘 이 시간에는 이 전시에 참여해 주신 사진 기자 4분을 모시고 토크쇼를 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 오늘 전시를 미리 보신 분들도 그렇고, 그리고 관람하실 분들도 그렇고, 작가들의 얘기를 직접 들어보는 이 뜻깊은 시간에 함께 하게 돼서 저희도 환영하고, 그리고 여러분들도 정말 뭔가를 알아갈 수 있는 그런 시간이 되기를 기원하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그러면 저희가 본격적으로 2022 저널리즘 주간 사진 기자 토크쇼 시작하겠습니다. 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 자, 먼저 토크쇼의 주인공 4분을 소개해 드리도록 하겠습니다. 한겨레 백수아 기자님, 오마이뉴스 이희윤 기자님, 전세계일보 하상윤 기자님, 조선일보 고은호 기자님, 반갑습니다. 자, 그러면 우리 한 분씩 인사를 한번 부탁드려 볼게요. 먼저 백수아 기자님부터 부탁드려 보겠습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 한겨레 신문 백소아입니다.
네, 반갑습니다. 자, 소감 한 말씀. 지금 이제 뭐 전시도 함께 하셨고 한
네.
2개월 정도 함께 해주셨는데 지금 소감은 어떠신지요?
너무 떨리고요. 전시에 생각보다 많은 분들이 와주셔서 너무 감사했고
네.
방명록을 살짝 봤었을 때 너무 좋은 말씀들 많이 써주셔서 감사했습니다.
예, 저희도 뭐 감사한 마음이고. 자, 이어서 그럼 이희훈 기자님도 부탁드려 볼까요? 아니야, 바람 불지 마시고요. 기자님 마이크에 바람 불지 마시고
네.
인사부터 좀 부탁드립니다.
네, 저는 오마이뉴스 이희훈 기자입니다. 네,
예,
반갑습니다.
예, 반갑습니다. 자, 역시 이렇게 함께 시간을 하게 됐는데 소감 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
우연치 않은 기회에 이렇게 함께 전시를 하고 이렇게 말을 할 수 있는 기회들이 생겨서 사진 기자가 어떤 사람들이고 우리가 이제 가지고 있는 편견이나 혹은 적게 우리 사진 기자에 대해서 제대로 알지 못하는 다양한 부분들을 말할 수 있는 기회가 된 것 같아서 감사하게 생각하고 있습니다.
네, 자, 오늘 기대 많이 해보겠습니다. 예, 이어서 하상윤 기자님도 인사 부탁드립니다.
예, 안녕하세요. 저 한국일보 하상윤이라고 합니다.
목소리 너무 까신 거 아닙니까 지금? 원래 목소리가 그러신가요?
한 톤만 높여볼게요.
네. 자, 여러분께 인사와 함께 오늘 이 시간 함께 해주신 분들께도 소감 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
네, 지금 카메라 울렁증이 있어서 좀 무슨 말 해야 될지 순간적으로 머리가 하얘지는데.
카메라를 늘 들고 다니시잖아요.
그러니까 카메라 뒤에 서 있는데 앞에 서는
예.
거에 대한 좀 울렁증이 좀 있습니다. 그래서
아하.
이제 이직을 그러니까 좀 정신없는 일들이 있어서
예.
좀 전시 자체에 좀 적극적으로 참여하지 못했어요. 그렇지만 막상 이렇게 완성이 된 공간에 이렇게 가봤는데 기획자분들의 어떤 정성과
예.
그런 노력이 담겨 있다는 좀 생각이 들어서 좀 또 죄송스럽기도 하고 또 감사하기도 한 그런 생각이 들었고, 좀 이 공간을 좀 많은 분들이 오셔서 좀 같이 공감할 수 있는 그런 공간으로 만들어졌으면 좋겠다라는 좀 생각을 했습니다.
예. 뭐 말씀 잘 하시는데요. 예, 이렇게
더 잘하는데. 예.
더 잘하신다고요? 알겠습니다. 자, 그리고 네 번째로 우리 고은호 기자님도 인사 부탁드립니다.
예, 안녕하세요. 조선일보 고은우 기자입니다. 저는 8년차 기자고요. 보통 취재한 결과물로만 제 이야기를 해왔었는데 이런 저널리즘 주간을 맞이해서 시민분들께 기존에 취재했던 제 개인 작업들도 보여드릴 수 있고 사진을 주제로 이렇게 이야기를 할 수 있는 자리가 마련돼서 너무나 기쁩니다. 오늘 좋은 시간에서 많은 이야기 들려드릴 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
예, 고맙습니다. 오늘 보니까 제일 의상을 아주 차려입고 정장으로 아주 수트 멋지게 신경 많이 쓰셨나 봐요. 고민 좀 하셨습니까?
제가
예.
처음 사진 기자 시작했을 때
예.
사진 기자하면 무조건 등산복을 입는 줄 알았어요. 그래서
아, 그래요?
첫 출근하는 날
예.
등산복을 입고 왔거든요.
뭐 많은 분들이 그렇게 또 다니시니까.
예, 그랬더니 야, 때와 장소를 가려서 입어야지라고 이렇게 말씀하셨거든요.
예,
그래서
예.
오늘은 또 이런 자리에는 또 이런 옷을 또 입고 가야겠다 싶어서 이렇게 입고 왔습니다.
아, 그래서 타이까지 하시고. 야, 그러면 이희훈 기자님이 지금 약간 좀 약간 디스는 아니지만 뭔가 좀
네,
이런 자리.
때와 장소를 가리지 못해서 죄송합니다.
아니에요, 훌륭하십니다. 약간 영화 감독 느낌이 좀 나요.
영화감.
영화 감독의 제작 발표회에서 무대 인사 있잖아요.
조금 더 이렇게 내려가야 되는
아니. 그러지 마십시오. 예, 그러지 마십시오. 그건 좀 힘드네요. 예.
죄송합니다.
자, 그렇습니다. 자, 이렇게 네 분과 함께 할 텐데 사실 진짜 아까 우리 하 기자님 말씀하셨지만 카메라 뒤에만 계시던 분들이라 이렇게 앞에 나와서 인사드리는 게 살짝 뭐 어색하실 수도 있지만 뭐 그래도 제가 말씀 나눠본 결과 굉장히 되게 편한 분들이고 보니까 취재 기자분들은 말이 많잖아요, 그죠? 근데 이제 사진 기자분들은 말할 기회가 없으니까 오늘 마음껏 여러분들이 하시고 싶었던 얘기 하시면 되겠습니다. 자, 오늘 진행 방식이 먼저 각 우리 기자분들의 전시 작품에 대한 취재 비하인드 그리고 거기에 대한 얘기를 듣고요. 그 다음에 취재 현장에서 사진 기자들은 어떤 역할을 하고 있는가 모르시는 분들도 있습니다. 그래서 그 역할 전해드리고 그 다음에 또 일과 일상에 어떤 차이가 있는지에 대해서도 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 먼저 한결의 백수아 기자님부터 한번 시작해 보겠습니다. 백수아 기자님의 작품을 한번 볼 텐데 본인 작품이 이렇게 공개가 되는데
네.
좀 떨리거나 그러진 않으세요?
네, 떨리기도 하고요.
네.
저희는 보통 신문으로 나가잖아요.
그렇죠.
근데
예.
이제 또 이게 작품으로 전시에 걸리니까 좀 다른 느낌으로 다가왔던 것 같아요.
예, 그래서 저희가 지금부터 볼 텐데
네.
한번 봐도 될까요?
네네.
알겠습니다. 첫 번째 작품은 할미꽃 소녀들이라는 작품입니다. 위안부 할머니 5분의 사진을 만나보겠습니다. 자, 이 보도물의 정확한 주제는 위안부 보고서 55 할미꽃 소녀들 2014년 아시아경제에서 발행한 기사네요. 당시에 백수아 기자님이 이 사진을 찍게 된 계기가 있습니까? 어떤 업무였죠?
2014년에 제가 아시아경제 신문에 다닐 때인데
네.
이제 위안부 위안부 할머님들에 대한 기획 기사를 준비하게 됐어요. 이제
예.
그래서 거의 10회 정도 나가는 굉장히 큰 기획 기사였고 저때 이제 55의 의미는 2014년도에 살아 계셨던 위안부 생존자가 55분이셔서
예.
모든 할머니들의 이야기를 담겠다는 이제 기획으로 취지로 시작했던 거고 이제 저게 그 기획팀의 3번째 기사였는데 제가 첫 번째 때부터 같이 했어서
예.
뭐 제가 온전히 다 하진 않았지만 자연스럽게 이제 합류를 하게 됐습니다.
이 할머니들께서 이렇게 촬영에 응하실 때 아니면 뭐 지금 보니까 되게 웃고 계신 귀여운 그림도 있고 좀 많이 편찮으신 분도 계시고 한데 어땠습니까? 이렇게 촬영할 때 좀 본인이 중요하게 생각했던 것과 이렇게 취재원들이 어떤 모습이었는지.
저희가 취재를 시작하기 전에 기획 단계에서 인터랙티브 페이지를 하겠다는 그런 계획이 있어서
네.
사실 취재를 할 때 제가 한 3년 차 정도 됐었을 텐데 뭐 어떤 모습을 담겠다 이런 것보다는 풍성한 컨텐츠를 만들자라는 거에 포커스를 둬서
예.
그때 뭐 사진뿐만 아니라 영상도 찍고 음성도 담고 했던 기억이 있어요. 처음으로 그렇게 도전해봤던 것 같아요.
그래요. 근데 저기 보시면 박수기 할머니께서는 이제 손을 보여주고 계시는데 어떤 사진인가요?
저게
네.
할머님들이 혼자 계시고 이제 정부에서 이제 보조하는 프로그램으로 이제 그 사회봉사분들이 와서 이제 활동을 하시는 거였는데.
네.
할머니를 만날 둘째 날이었고 사실 할머니를 만난 첫날 저희가 이제 어르신이니까 뵈려고 이제 무릎을 꿇고 이제 인사를 드렸는데 할머니가 대뜸 저희한테 화를 내시는 거예요.
왜요?
이제 사투리를 쓰시면서
네.
일본인들만 무릎을 꿇는 거라고. 우리
정말요?
한국 사람인데 니는 왜 무릎을 꿇느냐.
그래서.
네, 그래서 사실 많은 분들을 찍었지만 가장 기억에 남는 분이 박수기 할머니신데
네.
그 후에 그렇게 그 사건으로 얼마나 할머님 기억 속에 그게 아픔으로 남아 있는지를 좀 깨달을 수 있었고
예.
또 이틀째에는 저렇게 이제 댁에 가서 찍으면서
네.
조금 다른 모습의 할머니를 뵐 수 있어서 기억에 남아요.
지금 그러니까 손 이렇게 자랑하고 계신 거죠? 웃으시면서.
그럼요. 이렇게 자랑하시고
네.
할머니 이제 취재 끝나고 한 2-3번을 더 따로 가서 뵀었는데
그래요. 네.
할 때마다 이렇게 손톱에 매니큐어를
물을
발라드렸거든요.
들이시는
네.
거죠? 예.
그런 이제 작은 것이지만 할머니가 한 번 더 웃을 수 있는 그런 일이었어요.
이렇게 사진에 보는 분들 다 지금은 돌아가셨네요. 그렇죠?
네, 맞아요.
지금은 뵐 수가 없는데
네.
백소아 기자님도 이분들을 취재하면서 어떻습니까? 어떤 의미를 가졌고 지금 이분들의 표정에서 많은 것을 저희가 뭐 말씀은 없어도 느낄 수가 있거든요.
네.
본인은 어땠습니까?
이게 지금 2014년도에 취재를 하고 8년이 지났잖아요. 그래서 저도 이번 전시회 하면서 할머님들 사진 보면서 다시 깨달은 게 있는데
네.
뭐 살아있는 역사라는 말을 많이 듣지만 사실 와닿기엔 어려운 말들이잖아요.
맞아요. 예.
근데 시간이 지나면서 네, 제가 찍었던 사진들이 정말 역사를 찍었고 제가 기록자로서의 어떤 일을 하는지 다시 한번
네.
느끼게 된 계기였어요.
이효순 할머니는 많이 편찮으실 때 촬영을 하신 것 같아요. 병원에 계신 거죠 지금?
네, 저 취재
네.
당시에 요양병원에 계셨고 저 때도 거의 80이 넘은 나이셔서
예.
할머님들 대부분이 좀 건강이 편찮죠.
그리고 김양주 할머니는 저 굳은 표정에서 지난 세월의 주름과 함께 많은 회한을 느낄 수가 있거든요. 예.
그렇기도 한데 김영주 할머니는 저 때 이미 치매가 많이 진행된
그래요?
상태셨어요. 그래서 머릿속이
예.
거의 현실과 과거가 뒤섞여 있는
뒤섞인.
상태여서
예, 예.
그게 조금 많이 안타까웠어요.
그거는 저희가 몰랐네요. 예, 그렇고. 그래서 이분들의 모습을 보면서 작은 목소리에 귀 기울이겠습니다라고 표현을 하셨는데 본인에게는 참 평생 남을 기억이 아니었을까 싶습니다.
네.
예, 예. 자, 요 작품 봤고요. 위안 보고서 할미꽃 소녀들 저희도 기억하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이어서 2021년 1월 작품입니다. 대한민국을 따뜻하게 물들인 기사인데 한방눈 녹인 온정 보도사진. 요거는 이 토크쇼 저희 전시 이 기획이 한겨레 지문 1면에 실렸던 백소아 기자님의 한방눈 녹인 온정. 요 사진하고 요 사진에 굉장히 사람들이 뜨거운 반응을 보여서 그래서 저희가 그 이틀 뒤에 발행한 어떻게 촬영했냐면요 라는 제목의 비하인드 기사에서 출발을 한 거거든요.
네,
그러니까 어떻게 보면 이 오늘 모임의 출발점입니다. 이 사진이.
네.
그렇죠? 예, 여기가 어디입니까?
저기는 서울역 앞에 이제 서울역 앞 광장이라고 하죠.
거기서 뭐 취재하러 가셨다가?
사실 전날 오전에 문재인 대통령 신년 기자회견이 있었어요.
예,
그래서
예.
보통 이제 기자회견 생중계를 보는 시민들의 표정을 담고자 서울역에 갔었어요. 근데 갑자기 이제 눈이 오기 시작해서
예.
날씨 스케치는 보일 때 찍어야 되거든요. 그래서 이제 날씨 스케치를 하러 나갔다가 우연히 본 모습을 찍었습니다.
그러니까 이제 보도 사진을 찍으러 갔다가 보통은 이제 서울역에 있는 그 기차를 기다리는 분들
네네네.
또 찍고 주로 어떤 분들을 찍습니까?
아니요.
예.
서울역 뭐 기차를 기다리시는 분들도 있고 사람이 많은 장소이기도 하고 이제 아무래도 텔레비를 보는 사람들의 표정이나 이제 그런 모습을 담을 수 있기 때문에 보통 뭐 중요한 뭐 기자회견이 있거나 뭐 생중계로 뭐 되는 뭐 그런 현장에서 이제 사람들의 리액션을 보기 위해서 취재를 하러 가는 장소.
그런 곳으로는 서울역이 제일
네, 보통 많이 가는.
보통 많이 가시는 장소. 이 보도 사진 찍기 일주일 전에 노숙인 아웃리치 취재를 나갔다고 하는데 이건 무슨 취재입니까?
일주일 전쯤에 사회부에서 취재 신청이 들어왔었어요.
네.
서울역 앞에 가면은 다시서기 지원센터라고 이제 노숙인들 도와주시는 분들인데 하루에
네.
3번씩 이제 노숙인들의 안부를 체크하시는 활동을 한다고 해서 제가 따라 나갔었어요.
예.
근데 저도 이제 일을 한 지 한 10년 정도 됐지만
네.
제가 생각지 못한 장소까지 굉장히 넓은 범위였고 굉장히 많은 위험에 노출돼 있다고 것을 느끼게 됐거든요.
맞아요. 예.
저 때가 한파가 굉장히 심했던 겨울이어서 되게 굉장히 그런 위험에 노출돼 있는 것을 보고 내가 저조차도 살피지 못했던 그런 모습이 있구나라는 걸 알게 됐는데 그래서 더 유심히 봤던 것 같아요.
그 여기서 이 취재 비하인드에서 초현실적 34초라는 표현을 쓰셨던데 그거 무슨 표현이었고 34초? 이게 무슨 표현입니까? 초현실적.
저희가 사진을 찍으면 그 데이터가 다 기록에 남아요.
아.
그 사진을 클릭해서 설정을 보면
네.
저희가 몇 시에 사진을 찍었는지 뭐 어떻게 찍었는지가 나오는데 저 지금 보여주고 있는 원본이 34초 동안 찍은 사진의 전부인 거예요.
그래요?
네, 그래서 이제 그렇게 썼는데 그 초현실적인 34초는 아무래도
데스크에서.
네, 데스크에서
약간 만들어낸.
예.
기사용으로.
잘 표현해 주신
약간.
잘 표현해 주신
예.
그런-
이슈화.
아니요, 잘 표현해 주신 그 표현인 것 같다.
그래요. 예. 악플 없는 댓글로 유명하신데 기자들 사이에서 부러움 아닌 부러움을 받는다고 들었거든요.
네, 제 기사가 악플이 없는 게 아니라
네.
이 기사에 악플이 잘 안 달렸어요. 거의 없었고.
이 기사에만.
네, 이 기사에 그게
사실 여기 뭐 악플 달 게 따로 없죠, 사실.
그렇죠. 근데 이런
예.
기사가 생각보다 많지 않아요.
다 거의 다 악플이 있습니까?
네, 굉장히 기자들도 이유 없는 악플을 많이 받기도 하는데 그래서 저도 사실 제 기사에 댓글을 잘 안 보는 편이거든요.
저도 그래요.
네.
워낙 욕이 많아가지고.
네. 그리고 저희 가족들이 많이 상처받아.
아유, 그럼 저도 가족이 있으니까요.
그러니까요. 근데 어느 날 어떤 선배가 그 말씀을 하시더라고요.
네,
그게
뭐라고요?
참 부럽다고. 이 기사에 댓글이 악플이 없고 굉장히 서로를 응원하고 저도 칭찬해 주시는 댓글도 많고 이래서
네.
굉장히 부러워해 주셨고 저도 처음부터 끝까지 한번 읽어봤었는데
네.
이제 제가 기자로서 굉장히 힘든 날 가끔 한 번씩 이렇게 가서 들어가서 보면 좀
도움 되겠네요.
네, 되게 힘이 돼요. 사실.
그러니까 예, 딱 보면 이제 새해를 맞은 약간 설렘도 들어 있고 뭔가 기대도 들어 있고 여러 가지가 들어 있는 그런 사진 같아요. 예, 그래서 의미가 있지 않나 싶습니다. 자, 이런 요 사진도 봤고 그 다음에 백수아 기자님 얘기는 일단 여기까지 듣고 이번에는 오마이뉴스로 한번 가보겠습니다. 이윤 기자님. 자, 다른 기자들과는 달리 이윤 기자님은 빈곤의 경로라는 어떤 일련의 하나의 주제로 시리즈 형태의 보도 사진을 보여주셨는데 보면 쪽방부터 해서 고시원 독거노인, 고립사, 양극화 재개발, 대학동 고시촌 이게 취재하신 시간의 흐름으로 쭉 간 겁니까? 아니면은 요 순서 배열은 어떻게 된 겁니까?
순서는
네.
여기서 그냥 넣으신 것 같고.
아, 순서 배열은
네.
본인은 그런 거를 신경 안 쓰고 하셨습니까? 원래 찍을 때?
근데 이게 제가 신경을
네.
쓴 건 이제 여기 화면에 보이는 순서는 이제 뭐 시간 순서는 아니지만
시간 순서는 아니고.
네. 그 전체적으로 흐름으로 봤을 때는
네.
제가 기자 이전 시절부터 기록했던 사진들과 지금
예.
기자가 돼서부터 계속 작업을 해왔던 취재를 해왔던 사진들이 이제 계속 혼재돼 있는 거거든요.
아, 그래요? 그러니까 기자 생활을 하기 전 작품들도 들어있는 거군요.
그렇죠. 이제 쪽방 같은 부분들은 제가 기자가 되기 전에 예전에 대학원에서 이렇게 그 페이퍼를 쓰면서
예.
가서 좀 기록하고 취재하고 했던 내용들도 있고요.
아, 그 학점이 어떻게 나왔습니까, 당시에?
그때 그 과목 A뿔.
A뿔입니다.
네.
예, A뿔이고.
문화사회학.
문화사회학
네.
과목도 기억하시고.
네.
그리고 나서 고시원 독거노인 저 작품은
이거는 고시원 이제 사실 시간 순서대로라면 쪽방, 고립사, 그리고 고시원 독거노인,
네.
양극화 재개발, 대학동 고시촌 이렇게 순서인데.
근데 빈곤의 경로라고 하시지 않았습니까?
네네.
이 제목은 왜 이렇게 붙이셨습니까?
사실 이게 저도 이거를 같이 뭐 생각하고 한 테마씩 찍었던 게 아니라
네.
저희도 이제 회사가 뭐 약자들의 목소리에 대해서 되게 많이 기록하고 취재를 하고 하는 경우가 있는데
예.
취재를 하다 보니까 쪽방에서는 어느 세대가 어느 시절에 인구가 늘어나게 됐고 어떤 세대들이 분포하고
예.
또 고시촌에는 지옥고에서 어떤 세대가 어떻게 살아가고 있고 저 사람들이 또 얼마가 지났을 때는 또 혼자 살다가 사망하는 상황에도 발생하게 되고
예.
또 쪽방 역시도 저런 재개발로 인해서 쫓겨난 사람들이 쪽방으로 오는 경우도 있고 이렇게 하나의 사건들이었지만 하나의
예.
주제였지만 다 절연돼 있는 관계들이 아니라 다 연관되어 있고 어떻게 보면 어떤 한 사람의 생애사처럼
예.
그런 빈곤에 대한 삶의 생애가 나열돼 있다라고 생각이 됐고 경로라는 것은 그 사람이 살아가는 그 어쩔 수 없이 사회 구조에서 걸어가게 됐던 삶 자체가
예.
그런 빈곤의 경로로 가게 됐던 한 사람의 생애사처럼 보이지 않나라는 의미에서 이렇게 빈곤의 경로라고.
그러니까 우리 사회 빈곤층에 대한 깊은 공감에서 출발했다고 볼 수 있을 것 같은데 보면
네네.
이분들이 개인 사진도 많이 있거든요.
네네.
이분들한테 이 사진을 찍겠다고 사실 얘기를 하고 찍어야 되잖아요.
그렇죠.
그 과정은 쉬웠습니까? 아니면 좀 어땠습니까?
사실 이렇게 취재가 뭐 저희가 하는 말들이 섭외가 90%다.
맞아요.
그런
예.
말이 있는데 그 설득하고 내가 이걸 왜 찍고 이런 것들을 설명하면은 싫어하는 사람들이 대부분이죠.
그렇겠죠.
우리나라 사회는 이제 자기 개인이 드러나는 걸 싫어하니까.
네.
그래서 뭐 처음에 학생일 때는 내가 학생인데
네.
이런 이유에서 조사하고 있고 연구하고 있다. 솔직해 줄 수 있냐?
뭐 이렇게 큰 거 아니다.
네, 그렇게 얘기하고
네네.
또 취재할 때도 처음에는 막 반대하다가도
네.
막 이게 또 찾아가고 좀 찍으면 안 되냐고
아.
금방 찍고 갈게요
예,
해놓고
예.
한 30분 찍고 가고 막 그럴 때도 있고
예.
처음에는 뭐 사진 안 찍 처음에 사진 카메라를 안 가지고 갈 때도 많아요.
그래요?
가서 그냥 얘기하다가
무슨 얘기를 해요? 가서.
그냥 가서
네.
안녕하세요. 뭐.
누구세요? 그럴 거 아니에요.
그 고시총 같은 경우 가서
예.
가서 그냥 섭외를 해야 되는데
네.
이렇게 취재 기자들이 섭외를 할 때도 있지만 섭외를 못하면 제가 직접 가거든요. 가서 안녕하세요. 뭐 하세요?
뭐 하세요?
뭐 하세요?
누구세요? 그러잖아요.
누구세요?
응.
저 그냥 돌아다니는 사람이에요.
돌아다니는 사람.
네. 근데
예.
혹시 여기 뭐 고시촌 사세요? 그러니까 왜? 사실 뭐 저희 취재를 하고 있는데 어떤 연구기관이랑 같이 취재를 하고
그때
있는데
얘기를 하고.
한번 어떻게 지내시는지 한번 봐도 괜찮아요. 이렇게 뭐 이런 식으로
네.
그냥 자연스럽게 대화를 하다 보면은 제가 찾던 곳인데 사진 한 번만 좀 찍어도 괜찮을까요? 싫다 그러면은 쫓겨나는 거고.
그렇죠.
또 이렇게 그 대부분 이런 분들이
네.
말동무들이 필요한 분들이 많은 것 같아요.
예.
그렇게 자연스럽게 대화하다 보면은
예.
마음도 열리고 문도 열리는 것 같더라고요.
어떻습니까? 예.
네. 그렇습니다.
그렇고. 예. 그리고 여기 중에서 뭐 많은 분들을 만나셨겠지만
네네.
좀 기억에 남는 취재원, 사진 취재에 응해 주신 분들은 누가 있을까요?
사실 거의 다 기억에 남지만
예.
저기 이제 고시원 독거노인이라고 돼 있는 부분이
예, 예.
저희가 이제 당시 지옥고를 취재를 했었거든요.
예.
저분은 고아로 자라셨고 지금 현재도 고시원에 최근에도 만났는데 최근에도 고시원에 계속 살고 계시더라고요.
예.
그래서 주민등록에도 집 주소가 고시원이고
네.
그래서 선생님 제가 뭐 방에 한번 가서 사진 찍어도 괜찮을까요? 한번 가봐도 괜찮아요? 하니까
예.
네 좋아요 하더니 딱 문을 열어주더니
예.
내가 이 나이 먹고 살면서 내 방에 누가 손님이 온 건 첫 손님이라고.
정말요.
네. 너무 고맙다고.
예.
제가 고맙지 뭐 선생님
서로
고마우세요.
고맙네요, 진짜.
참 고맙네요, 막 서로 하면서.
예.
그리고 이제 저 기사가 나가고 나서 회사에 전화가 엄청 많이 왔어요.
왜요?
저분을 도와주고 싶다고.
온정의 손길이.
네. 그래서 그런 거를 알려드렸는데
네.
다 거절하시더라고요.
이분이
네.
왜요?
그냥 나는 혼자서 독립적으로 살아가고 싶다.
진짜.
그러면서. 그래서 이런저런 여러 가지로 기억에 많이 남으신 분인 것 같아요.
저기 사진 보면은 구룡마을 사진도 있던데
네네.
사실 제가 예전에 학교 다닐 때 근처라서
네네.
많이 보면서 자랐거든요.
예.
잘 사는 집들 많고 거기 앞에 이제
그렇죠.
소위 타워 팰리스 동네 아닙니까?
네네.
그 바로 옆에 있는 동네가 구룡마을인데 이거 보면서도 저도 이 작품 보면서 많은 거를 느꼈고 이게 과연 어떻게 나중에 될까
네.
고민도 많이 했는데 본인도 찍으시면서 그런 고민을 많이 하셨겠죠?
그렇죠. 사실 구룡마을은 저도 되게 누구나 한국에 이제 사실 구룡마을 자체도 구가 강남구고 이렇게 한국에서 가장 양극화가 이미지적으로 설명될 수 있는 곳이 어디냐고 하면 구룡마을이라고 할 수 있어요.
그럼요. 네네.
예전에 이제 제가 우연히 길 가다가 화재가 나서 화재 현장으로 취재했던 곳이기도 했고 이제 그때 사망하신 분도 계시고 지금 계속 그쪽을 꾸준히 한번 가면서 보면은 이런 상징적으로 비교될 수 있는 것을 가장 보여줄 수 있는 곳이 구룡마을이겠구나 그런 게 있고 어떻게 보면 기자들의 클리셰일 수도 있는데 그래도 구룡마을에 저런 상징적인 사진을 남길 수 있어서 의미 있게
그렇습니다. 저희도 볼 수 있게 돼서 감사합니다. 자, 일단은 이윤 기자님께 이렇게 여쭤봤고 이어서 하상윤 기자님도 한번 작품 보도록 하겠습니다. 하상윤 기자님은 며칠 전에 한국일보로 이직을 하셔서 지금 적응하는데 좀 약간 시간이 걸리신다고 합니다. 맞죠?
맞습니다.
예, 그래서 목소리도 좀 작아지고 아무래도 동료들도 새로운 분들이 많아서 좀 눈치를 좀 보고
좀 쭈그리갔죠.
쭈그리가 있는데 점점 나아지실 거라고 봅니다. 올해 깊이 보고 다르게 보여주겠습니다라는 이게 이제 세계일보에 근무하실 때
네네 그렇습니다.
찍은 취재하신 내용들이고 비자림로 3년의 기록. 여기는 같은 장소 촬영한 이미지 두 개를 붙여놓은 거 맞습니까? 예, 설명을 좀 부탁드리겠습니다.
왼쪽 사진은
조금 크게 좀 부탁드립니다.
왼쪽 사진은
네네네.
이제 비자림노라는 이제 같은 장소를 그러니까 3년이라는 시간을 두고 이렇게 찍어서 붙인 시퀀스 사진인데,
네.
그러니까 비자림노라고 하면 사람들이 이제 비자림이라고 알고 있는데 이제
네.
사실은 이제 비자림으로 향하는 길을 이제 비자림로라고
어디입니까 저희가?
제주도
제주도에
있는 이제 지방도 1112호선인데
네.
이제 저게 2018년도에 저기서 벌목이 있었어요.
벌목.
그래서 사실은 이제 지역의 토건 사업인데 전국적인 이슈가 됐었죠. 그러니까 그 내용을 들여다 보면
네.
이제 원래 이게 2차선인데
네.
이제 4차선으로 확장을 한다고
길을.
그래서 양옆에 있는 이제 삼나무들을
저 예쁜 나무들을
베어낸 거예요. 그래서
너무 예쁜데 저 겨울 사진은?
근데 그 쓰러진 장면이 되게 처참했어요.
네.
그래서 이제 그 뉴스가 입소문을 타고 이렇게 퍼져 나갔는데
예.
그걸 보고 이제 사람들이 충격을 받은 거죠. 그래서 이게 전국적인 어떤 이슈가 되면서 공사도 그때 멈추고
중단되고
이제 사람들이 놀랐었죠. 이제 놀람에는 두 종류가 있었는데
예.
하나는 어떻게 이럴 수가 있나, 이런 일이 있을 수가 있나,
예.
어떻게 이렇게 처참하게 나무를 이렇게 베어버릴 수가 있나, 한 그루라도 더 심어도 부족한 세상
그렇죠.
시대에
예.
어떻게 이렇게 베을 수가 있냐. 나머지 하나는 이런 일들이 계속 있어 왔는데 왜
새삼스럽게 그러냐?
새삼스럽게 여기에서만 이렇게 반응하느냐.
예.
그래서 되게 저도 이제 이걸 주의 깊게 보고 있다가
네.
시간이 좀 지나고 난 다음에 좀 본질을 들여다보고 싶었어요. 그래서 좀 이슈적으로 뉴스적으로 그런 뜨거운 그런 시간이 좀 지나고 난 다음에 가서 들여다본 거예요.
예.
그래서 이제
나무에 저 무슨 표시입니까? 지금 하고 있는 표시가?
이제 제 친구인데요.
예.
근데 저 친구는 일반 시민이고,
예.
그러니까 그런 디자이너인데 에코 디자이너예요. 그래서 그러니까 환경과 관련해서 어떤 그런 활동을 이렇게 구상하는 그런 디자이너겠죠. 근데
예.
그 저 나무에다가 이게 눈동자를 그려 넣었는데 그러니까 보이진 않지만 이 맞은편에 있는 나무들은 사실 다 쓰러졌어요. 그래서 같은 생물이지만 움직임이 없기 때문에.
자, 저기입니까? 지금 저쪽에 좀 나무들.
맞아요. 네, 맞아요. 그래서
진짜 아니 저 양옆에 저 나무들이 너무 아깝네요.
네. 그러니까 살아있는 생명이다라는 걸 좀 상징적으로 이렇게 보여주는
약간
어떤 활동인 거죠.
좀 처참한데요, 진짜 보니까.
그렇죠. 그래서 좀 이런 것들을 좀 시간을 오래 두고 계속 지켜보고 기록했던 어떤 결과물입니다.
3년을 취재를 하셨다고요?
지금으로 치면 이제 지금 4년 차 돼가고
4년 차.
있는데 2018년도부터 이제 계속 봐왔었고.
지금 저게 언제 상황입니까?
이거는 제가 보기에 2020년도쯤 되는 것 같은데.
그럼 지금은 나무가 더 없을까요?
그렇죠. 이게
그래요.
공사가 시작됐다가 또 멈췄다가 또 재개했다가 이게 계속 반복이 돼 왔었는데 이제 그 가운데 이제 좀 상징적인 사건을 하나 말씀을 드리자면, 이제 이 사진 말고 이제 메인 사진은 따로 있었는데 이제 그 당시에 나무가 이제 삼나무만 이야기를 하면 915그루가 베어졌어요. 그래서 이제 이렇게 부감으로 이제 드론으로 찍은 이런 사진들이 주로 나왔었는데 저는 좀 다르게 보여주고 싶다라는 생각을 좀 했었고 독자들한테. 그래서 그 베어진 나무 한 그루 한 그루를 그러니까 그런 초상을 찍듯이 다 기록을 해보자라는 그런 접근 방식으로
900개가 넘는 나무를
그 당시에 430그루를 이렇게 조명을 써가지고 하나하나 다 찍었어요. 그래서 그걸 콜라주 형식으로 붙여서 보도했는데 그러니까 그냥 잘 모르고 보면 아름답다라고 느낄 수도 있는데 사실 들여다보면 비극인 거죠. 그래서 이 이슈로 이제 사람들이 좀 관심을 가지게끔
지금 그래서 기타를 드신 분이 계신데 이걸로 뮤직비디오를 제작을 하셨다고요?
이건 뭐 이제 저분도 이제 제 또 지인인데 이제 이 비자림노를 주제로 음악 작업을 했었어요. 그래서 그 노래를 알고 있었고 그래서 제가 그러니까 목적성 없이 계속해서 영상도 기록을 해왔었거든요. 그래서 그 영상을 저 노래와 함께 붙였을 때 독자들 반응이 좀 궁금했고 실제로 이렇게 실행에 옮겼던 그런 작업물입니다.
예, 정말 계속해서 이어가셨으면 하는 작업이고,
네네.
예, 지금은 중단이 돼 있습니까? 아니면 그러니까 겨울에도 이렇게 아름답고 여름에도 이렇게 아름다운 비자림로인데 나무들이 좀 쓰러져 있는 모습이 보이니까
지금 본격적으로 재개가 돼서 이제
공사가
네네.
예.
대대적인 볼목이 지금 이어지고 있습니다.
대대적인 벌목이 이어지고 있다. 이거 모르시는 분들도 많을 것 같아요.
그렇죠. 이제
네.
뉴스가 반복되다 보면은
네.
처음에 이제 좀 이게 이슈로 와닿을 수 있는데 반복되면 무뎌지잖아요. 모든 게 그렇잖아요.
예, 예. 좀 좋은 방향으로 흘러갔으면 하는 바람입니다. 자, 이어서 동행 취재에 대해서 자 얘기를 해보겠습니다. 동행 취재에 대해서 얘기를 해보도록 하겠습니다. 최근에 직장인들의 출근길이 지연되면서 전국 장애인 연대 전장연이라고 줄여서 얘기를 하죠. 전국 장애인 차별철폐연대의 지하철 시위에 대해서 사실 이 장애인의 인권을 보호하기 위한 움직임이지만 아침 출근길이기 때문에 시민들이 불편하다 이런 불만이 많이 제기되기도 했습니다. 그래서 여기에 대해서 하상규 기자가 문경희님과 함께한 이틀간의 동행 취재,
네네.
여기에서 출근길에 우리가 잠깐의 이 불편함에 대해서 많은 것들을 생각하게 되는데 기자님 이 취재의 경위도 좀 설명을 해주신다면요.
저 또한
네.
이제 마찬가지로 이제 뜨거운 현장이었으니까
네.
많은 기자들이 그러니까 이런 출근길 시위가 시작될 때부터 현장에 많이 갔었죠.
예.
기사를 이제 보잖아요. 그래서 모니터링을 하면서 되게 마음이 좀 아팠거든요. 댓글을 보면 대부분 그러니까 이 비판적이면서도 그 비판 안에는 그러니까 건강한 비판도 있겠지만 그러니까 상당수는 혐오에 가까운 어떤 반응들이 많았거든요. 그래서 뭔가 그런 혐오 섞인 댓글들이 전시되듯이 인터넷상에 그대로 노출되는 그런 볼 때마다 좀 방법을 생각하게 되더라고요. 어떻게 하면 좀 이런 교통 약자들이 그러니까 장애인들이 겪는 일상의 어떤 뭔가 현실들을 좀 그런 혐오들을 걷어내고 좀 전달을 할 수 있을까. 그래서 계속 나가게 됐던 거고. 그래서 같이 지하철에 타서 있다가 그런 발언할 차례가 있는데 발언들을 듣다가 제 귀에 꽂히는 발언들이 있었어요.
어떤 게 있었나요?
그래서 문경희님의 그런 발언이었는데 뭐 그런 내용이었어요. 이제 댓글을 보다가 이제 기억에 남는 게 있는데 장애인들은 착한 줄로만 알았는데 이번 그런 걸 보면서 장애인들이 착하지 않구나라고 생각하게 됐다라는 댓글을 봤는데 착하고 싶지 않다, 착하지 않아도 되니까 우리도 비장애인들처럼
똑같이
좀 권리를 누리고 싶습니다 이런 내용인데 그래서 이미 경희님이 세종시에 사시는데 그래서 연락처를 받고 제가 세종시에 찾아가게 된 거예요.
그래서 동행을
이틀 동안 함께 있으면서 이렇게 짧은 다큐멘터리 만들고 그리고 중간중간에 사진 찍고 이걸 포토스토리로 엮어냈었고
근데 이렇게 직접 동행 취재하신 분하고 저희처럼 아침에 지하철 타서 좀 많이 불편했던 사람들하고는 입장이 판이하게 다르잖아요. 어떻습니까? 시민들 입장에서 인터뷰하신 것도 제가 봤지만 굳이 이 시간에 나오셔서 해야 되냐. 그러나 이제 전장의 입장에서는 그래야 사람들이 주목하고 뉴스가 되고 기사가 나기 때문에 이 시간을 택한 거 아니겠습니까? 거기에 대해서는 본인은 어떻게 생각하십니까?
그 부분에 대해서는 사실 되게 복합적이고 되게 그런 이해관계가 되게 미묘하게 얽혀있기 때문에 그거에 대해서 제가 이건 어떤 것 같다라고 말하는 건 사실 좀 더
정치하실 겁니까?
오해를
되게 조심스러우시네.
이거에 대해서 아니면 좀
그러니까 본인이 문경희 씨하고 동행 취재를 하셨으니까 그래서 그 분들의 입장을 좀 더 우리보다는 더 깊게 이해하시지 않을까 싶어서요.
그걸 제가 뭐 대변한다거나 이야기하는 건 좀
좀
해야 되죠? 오만하게 비치는
알겠습니다.
수도 있을 것 같아서
네네네.
그냥 이 결과물로
아무래도 이제
보여주는
이직하신 지도 얼마 안 됐고 지금 이제 여러 가지가 많이 조심스러운 우리 하 기자님. 아니 농담이에요. 알겠습니다. 그래서 전장현과 함께한 시위 현장을 취재를 하셨고 이틀간 동행했던 얘기를 만나봤습니다. 자 그러면 이제 고은호 기자님 차례입니다. 고은호 기자님 오래 기다리셨습니다. 네. 지금 마지막 순간이라 더 좀 긴장되시 괜찮습니까?
예, 괜찮습니다.
예.
예.
알겠습니다. 예. 지금 역사의 장소를 기록하신 광화문 사진들을 이렇게 촬영을 하셨습니다. 이 작품은 사실 보신 분들도 많고요. 여기서 우리가 잠시나마 좀 잊고 있었던 순간들이 다 스쳐 지나가는데 이게 같은 장소에서 같은 위치에서 촬영하신 겁니까?
20년까지는 이 코리아나 호텔 위에서 찍었고요.
예.
올해 사진 같은 경우에는 좀 이례적으로 좀 드론을 활용해서 촬영을 해봤습니다.
그 사진 기자분들이 직접 드론 촬영을 합니까?
예, 사진 기자들이
예.
뭐 이렇게 지상에서 DSLR 메고
예.
취재하기도 하지만 드론이 필요할 때는 뛰어서 촬영하기도 합니다.
그래요?
예.
직접?
예, 직접. 촬영 신청도 하고요.
예. 이런 2015년부터 16년, 20년, 22년 이렇게 역사적인 순간들인데 기록하게 된 계기가 뭐였을까요?
예전에 제가 사진학과를 나왔는데
네.
교수님께서 첫 수업 시간에 어떤 한 사물 혹은 장소를 찍을 때 그냥 찍고 있지 말고 뭐 아침이든 저녁이든 하루 종일 한번 바라봐라. 그리고 계절을 한번 담아보고 해마다 한번 담아봐라. 그 말씀을 하셨어요.
예.
그래서 저희 이제 학과 사무실에 되게 예쁜 곳이 하나 있는데
예.
제가 그 계절을 그 창문을 계절마다 담았습니다. 그래서 벚꽃을 뭐 많이 피는 곳이어가지고 학생들 사이에서 사진 많이 찍는 장소였는데 제가 그 이제 봄, 여름, 가을, 겨울을 올렸더니
예.
어떤 친구가 이거 다 찍을 수 있는 거잖아 하는 거예요.
누구나 찍을 수 있는 거 아니냐?
하지만 저희
네.
교수님께서
네.
누구나 찍을 수는 있지만 이렇게 찍을 수 있는 건 아무나 할 수 없는 거라고
그럼요.
해서
예.
좀 성실함을 이렇게 칭찬해 주셨던 기억이 있었습니다.
에이블입니까?
예. 그래서
당연히. 네네.
이렇게 제가 매번 이제 출퇴근을 하는 곳이고
네.
뉴스가 발생하는 이제 광화문을 한번 보면서 내가 한번 이렇게 사진 기자 생활을 하면서 평생 담을 수 있는 장소는 어떤 게 있을까
네.
고민을 하고 있었었는데 2015년도에 세월호 일주기를 앞두고 이제 시민과 이제
네.
경찰이 이제 충돌을 하는 날이 있었습니다.
예.
그날 이제 저는 지상에서 치열한 취재를 하고 위를 바라보니까 저희 회사 코리아나 호텔이 보이는 거예요.
예.
여기는 이제 저희 회사 기자만 올라갈 수 있거든요.
예.
그래서 부랴부랴 신청을 해서 옥상에 올라가 보니까
네.
지상에서는 경찰과 시민이 이렇게 충돌하는 치열한 모습이 있었던 반면에
예.
저 너머 차벽에서는
예.
국가가 권력으로 이렇게 슬픔을 추모하려는 시민들을 통제하는 장면이 굉장히 좀 인상적이었어요.
예,
그래서 이 장면은 내가 좀 기록을 해놔야겠다. 그래서 이 장면을 취재를 하고 다시 지상으로 내려갔던 기억이 있습니다.
예. 그리고요.
그리고 이제 2016년도에 이제 제가 그 우병우 전 수석이 민정수석이 검찰에서 팔짱 낀 사진을 촬영을 했었는데요. 이제 이 사진이 보도된 이후에 이제 국민들의 분노가 굉장히 커졌죠.
그거 본인이 찍으신 겁니까?
예, 제가
그거 어디서 어떻게 찍으셨어요?
맞은편에 있는 그 오피런스 빌딩이라는 그 옥상에서 촬영을 했습니다.
그랬군요. 예. 특종이었네요.
예, 맞습니다.
자, 그래서 2016년 가보죠.
그러면은 가장 사람들이 많이 모일 것 같고 이야기가 이렇게 나올 것 같은 장소를 상징적으로 좀 담아봐야겠다. 보니까 이날에 그 함성들이 막 들리더라고요. 그래서 이 장면을 또 촬영을 하고 다시 이 집회 현장으로 또 들어갔죠.
네.
그래도 이제 정부가 정권이 좀 바뀌면서 다시는 이런 광화문 광장에 차벽이 생기지 않을 거라고 생각을 했어요.
그랬는데
코로나가 발생을 하게 되면서 이제 한글날을 앞두고 이제 집회가 또 사람들이 많이 모일 거 우려해서 차벽으로 사람들의 모이는
막았군요.
거를 통제를 하고 이렇게 펜스를 설치하는 한 장면을 또 상징적으로 표현해 보고 싶었고 그리고 2022년도에는 청와대를 용산으로 옮기지 않았습니까? 대통령실을. 그러면서 잠깐 드론이 풀렸습니다.
드론이 풀렸어요?
예, 원래는 드론을 비행을 할 수가 없거든요.
고도상으로?
그 주요 지역이기 때문에
지역에?
아예 허가를 안 해주거든요. 이때 잠깐 촬영을 꼭 해봐야겠다라고 해서 한 주 전부터 촬영 신청 올리고 해서 청와대도 살짝 넣고 그리고 기존에 찍었던 앵글과는 좀 다르게
예.
이렇게 좀 담아봤습니다.
그러네요. 많은 것들을 볼 수 있는 그 한 컷에 많은 것들이 들어있네요. 자, 이렇게 광화문의 쭉 변천사를 살펴봤고 다음 작품 한번 보겠습니다. 이 작품은 2017년 8월 18일이죠. 강원도 철원에서 K9 자주포 폭발 사고로 전신 화상을 입었던 이찬호 병장의 얘기 그리고 사진입니다. 요거는 어떤 생각으로 개별적으로 이찬호 병장에게 연락을 했다고 들었는데 어떤 마음으로 취재를 하셨습니까?
사진 기자들이 뭐 스트레이트 뉴스 취재도 많이 하지만 인터뷰 취재도 많이 합니다.
예.
보통 이제 컨택 같은 경우에는 취재 기자가 중심으로 하다 보기 때문에
예.
제가 뭐 인터뷰에서 뭐 질문을 막 편하게 할 수는 없고 사진을 중심으로 담는데 이게 다양한 사람들을 만나는데 이런 인연들을 뭔가 그냥 일적으로 이렇게 흘려보내고 싶지가 않았던 것 같아요. 그래서
네.
마침 저도 그때 같은 뭐 당시
네.
20대였고 그리고 군대를 좀 다녀왔었는데 이런 가슴 아픈 뉴스를 보면서 이 친구를 언젠가는 회사 취재로 만나겠지만
네.
내가 좀 개인적으로 연락을 해서 한번 만나보고 싶다라고 해서
예.
제 작업실에 초대를 했습니다.
아, 그래요.
예. 보통은 이제 인터뷰가 잡히면은 이 사람에 대한 사전 정보를 바탕으로 짧은 시간 내에 촬영을 하고 다 끝나거든요.
그러겠죠.
저는 그게 너무 아쉬운 거예요. 그래서 이 친구한테 연락을 해서 같이
네.
밥도 먹고
밥도
한 2-3시간 정도 진짜 진솔한 이야기도 좀 들어보고 그런 다음에 한번 내가 당신을 한번 사진으로 기록을 하고 싶다 이야기를 했죠. 근데 이제 보통은 어떻게 찍을 것인가에 대해서도 같이 한번 이야기를 나눠보고 너무 그 슬픔을 적나라하게 보여주기보다는
네.
나는 절제를 해서 보여주고 싶다. 그래서 군복을 입고 이게 뭔가 생각을 하는 듯한 포즈로 촬영을 해봤고
네.
그리고 굉장히 조심스럽죠.
예.
그런 다음에 제가 옷을 벗어달라고 하기는 굉장히 조심스럽지만
그럼요. 예.
그간 대화를 나누고 한 걸 바탕으로 이거는 좀 기록을 좀
해야겠다.
했으면 좋겠다라고 이야기를 했더니 다행히도 이제 기꺼이 이찬호 병장이 또 이렇게 용기를 내서 저한테 아픈 기억들을 좀
그래요.
상처들을 또 이렇게 보여줬습니다.
사고 이후에 지금 한 5년 정도가 지났는데 지금 이찬호 병장의 근황은 어떻게 알고 계십니까?
사실 제가 이찬호 병장뿐만 아니라 개인적으로 제가 컨택해서 만난 분들이 한 10분 정도 계셔요.
예.
그리고 어느 정도 꾸준히 사람들을 만난 다음에 이 결과물들 다 보여주고 싶었는데
네.
이번 계기가 있게 되어서 먼저 공개를 하게 되었거든요. 그래서 전시 소식과 이런 토크 콘서트를 한다는 거를 알리고
네.
최근에 같이 식사를 또 했습니다.
하시고
예.
잘 계시고.
아직도
네.
법적으로 해결해야 할 문제들이
문제가.
좀 많이 있더라고요.
아, 그래요?
그리고 정권이 선거 때마다 정치인들이 와서
예.
신경 써주겠다
약속하는-
약속을 하지만
네.
또 그렇지 않은 그런 근황들을
그게 또
전해 들으면서
상처인데, 예.
많이 좀 가슴이 아팠던 기억이 있습니다.
좀 추상적인 질문일 수도 있겠지만 고은호 기자가 생각하는 우리 모두가 기억해야 할 것들은 어떤 게 있을까요?
갑작스럽게 모두가 기억해야
우리
할
모두가 그러니까 본인이 작업을 여러 가지 하고 하면서 우리 모두가 기억해 줬으면 한다 하는 것들.
제가
네.
제 스스로한테 주문처럼 외우는 게 있는데
네.
보고 싶은 것만 보지 않겠다라고 늘 이야기를 해요.
중요한 것 같아요.
예,
네.
그 사진 기자가 이 관성과 매너리즘에 매몰되다 보면은 보고 싶은 것만 볼 수밖에 없고
맞아요.
봐야 하는 것만 볼 수밖에 없거든요.
예.
그게 뭐 뉴스의 가치로든 뭐 언론사의 뭐 그런 것든
네.
근데 그런 거에 매몰되면 일은 굉장히 편해지겠죠. 하지만 그렇게 되면 제가 사라지는 것 같아서
예.
이 주문을 저한테 저 스스로 좀 하면서 이것도 좀 보고
네.
여기서 철수할 수도 있지만 아니야 좀 다른 것도 좀 더 보고
예.
그래서 그 와중에서 어떤 게 좀 더 전달됐으면 싶은 것들을 이 보도하는 태도라고 해야 될까요? 그런 게 저한테는 좀 중요한 가치인 것 같습니다.
정말 좋은 말씀인 것 같습니다. 보고 싶은 것만 보지 않겠다. 내가 좀 보기 싫은 것도 보고 하기 싫은 것도 하고 그런 분들이 여기 지금 일단은 4분 와 계시기 때문에 저희가 거기에 좀 따라갈 수 있지 않나 하는 생각이 들고 그런 의미에서 우리 사진 기자들의 이 취재 현장은 정말로 위대하다. 저는 그렇게 좀 말씀드리고 싶습니다. 자, 그러면 이렇게 기자님 4분의 작품들 이면에 남은 숨은 얘기들 한번 들어봤는데 직접 기자님들 설명을 계속해서 듣겠지만 지금 들은 것만으로도 상당히 흥미롭고 우리가 몰랐던 것들을 너무나 많이 알게 되는 그런 시간인 것 같습니다. 이번에는 취재 현장 속에 계신 우리 기자님들을 영상으로 저희가 한번 따라가 볼 텐데요. 지난 9월에 카메라를 들고 있는 기자님들을 추적했습니다. 네 분의 개성과 열정을 볼 수 있는 시간 지금부터 한번 시작해 보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 고은호 기자님의 취재 현장 확인하겠습니다.
본인이 모습을 만들어내고 싶어 할 수도 있으니까. 어디로 그럴지 몰라서 못 찍고 했는데 딱 한 컷 딱 찍었습니다. 들어오는. 그래서 선배가 이렇게 이쪽으로 붙으시길래 저는 이쪽에서 위에서 이렇게 그래.
네, 정말로 짧은 무슨 영화 한 편을 보는 것처럼 와 고은호 기자 굉장합니다.
감사합니다.
예, 진짜로 지금 영상 보니까 취재 현장에서 뭐 여러 가지 순간적인 판단을 하는 거 사실 모든 그 인생에 있어서 위치 선정이 되게 중요하지 않습니까? 저 취재 현장도 위치 선정이 중요한가 봐요. 예,
예, 중요하죠.
예. 아니 왜 지금 정신 없으세요?
예, 아닙니다.
예, 아니 왜냐면 아까 그 동료분하고 반대편 위치로 가셨다는데 그런 것도 막 어떤 눈치 싸움이 있습니까?
이 당시 상황을 간단하게 설명을
어떤
드려도 될까요?
상황인지 일단
보통 이제 검찰의 영장 실질 심사를 받으러 오게 되면은 구속이 될 수도 있기 때문에 반드시 기록을 해야 됩니다.
그래요.
근데 서울에 있는 뭐 서울지검이나 법원 같은 경우에는 입구가 한정돼 있어가지고 아무리 뭐 안 지키고 싶어도 빠질 수가 없는데
그렇죠.
제가 갔던 이제 수원지방 법원 같은 경우에는 들어갈 수 있는 입구가 너무 많은 거예요. 그래서 정말 그냥 각자 개인이 취재를 하게 되면은
예.
못 찍을 수도 있기 때문에 이제 현장에 있는 기자들끼리 이렇게 풀이라는 거를 맺어서
아, 이 풀을 맺어서
8군데를 다 막자 했었던 거죠. 근데
예.
기다리고 있던 와중에 마침
예.
제가 맡은 곳으로 이렇게 왔던 거예요.
그러네요.
근데 그 선배가 딱 보시기에 그 출석하는 사람한테로 가니까
예.
그러면 내가 똑같이 갈 필요가 없잖아요.
어.
그래서 저는 정면을 봐야겠다라고 판단을 하고 그쪽으로 가서 이제 취재를 한 거죠.
예. 그래서 만약 이제 본인이 아까 보니까 한 장 딱 건졌다 찍었다.
예.
주기 싫을 때도 있습니까?
물론 원래
아니, 왜냐면
원래 모든
너무 나만 찍었어. 이거 나만 갖고 있는 거예요. 너무 소중하지 않습니까? 다른 분들도 하실 얘기 있으면 하셔도 됩니다. 이거 동료 얘기니까. 뭐 이윤 기자님 뭐 어떤 얘기 하시나요?
아, 저번에 저기 베트남에 갔을 때
예.
김정은이 그 북한 대사관에 들어간 장면.
아, 김정은 국방위원장.
네.
네네네.
그 찍는데 다른 사람 몰래 저 혼자 살짝 나와가지고 다른 포인트에서 찍었거든요. 그래서 다 혼자 찍고 혼자 만족하고
예.
아 됐다 됐다. 외신도 다 물먹이고
이야.
다 했는데
예.
모 신문사 기자가 야 한 장만
한 장만. 그러면 어떻게 합니까?
그때는
고민에 빠집니까?
고민에 빠지죠.
아하.
결과는 비밀에 붙이겠습니다.
아, 그래요. 예, 그러니까 왜냐하면 기자분들도 사실 선의의 경쟁을 펼치는 거기 때문에 얼마나 좋은 각도에서 좋은 사진을 찍느냐. 예, 백 기자님 그렇지 않습니까?
네, 근데 지금 고은호 기자가 얘기했다시피 저거는 이제 거기 현장에 있는 기자들까지 약속을 맺는 거잖아요. 이제
예.
놓칠 수 있으니 모든
그치,
구멍을
약속은
막겠다.
한 거는 좀,
저런
네.
상태, 저런 협의를 맺고
예.
취재를 했는데 본인이 찍었다고 본인이 주지 않으면
아, 그건
약속을 깬 거죠.
그거는 안 되죠.
그쵸, 그쵸.
근데 이제 내가 아까 우리 이 기자님처럼
이런 경우는 다르죠.
혼자 딱 잘 잡아서 찍은 거는
그렇죠. 절대 안 주죠.
절대 안 준다.
그쵸.
그러니까 이런 게 궁금하거든요, 저희는. 예, 하나밖에 없는 얼마나 희소성이 있습니까? 예, 그러셨고. 그래서 당일 찍은 사진이 보도가 됐습니까?
예. 그 지면에는 보도 안 되고 온라인으로 그렇게 보도를 했었던 기억이
온라인은
있습니다.
나갔고.
예.
지금 이 현장은 어떻게 보면 스트레이트 기사 나가는 현장입니까?
예, 스트레이트 뉴스와 가깝죠.
그러면 궁금한 게 이 사진 기자는 항상 이런 스트레이트 현장에 나가는 거가 지원이라고 해야 됩니까? 아니면 본인이 취재를 나가는 겁니까? 항상 저기 가 있어야 되는 겁니까?
이런 취재는 지원이 아니라
네.
사진 기자들이 이제 일정을 찾아서
네.
그날 어디 나오는지 알고 이게 뉴스가 될 것 같으니까
네.
이제 데스크와 협의를 해서
네네.
가는 독단적인 취재 같은 거죠.
그러면 각자 배분을 합니까? 같은 회사에도 여러 명의 사진 기자가 있잖아요.
그렇죠. 이제 부서에 저희들이 기자들이 있으면은
예.
뉴스와 타사 신문 그리고 인터넷 검색 취재처 정보들을 취합을 해가지고
예.
당번이 데스크한테 이제 올립니다.
음.
그럼 데스크가 이제 그날의 뉴스를 보고
예.
그리고 또 기자들마다 특성이 또 달라요. 인터뷰 잘하는 친구가 있고
예, 예.
힘 잘 쓰는 친구가 있고
주특기가 있구나. 힘
네.
잘 쓰는 분이 있어요?
그럼요. 몸싸움도 또 필요하니까.
하 기자님 왜소하다고요? 예, 마이크를 항상 좀 들고 계시기 바랍니다. 언제 말 시킬지 모르거든요, 제가. 예, 왜소하시다고 하는데 그 진짜 진심입니까? 본인이 왜소하다.
힘쓰고 뭐 이런 현장 별로 그렇게 적합하지 않죠.
좀 감성적인 비자림 이런 감성을 추구하십니다. 그래서 그런 걸 배분을 하고 나가신다는 거죠. 알겠습니다. 그리고 최근에 그 국무부 공공외교 프로그램이죠. IVLP 연수자로 선발돼서 워싱턴에 다녀오셨다고 했는데 그건 어떤 프로그램인지 소개를 좀 부탁드립니다.
이제 미 국무부에서 인터내셔널 디지털 리더십 프로그램이라 해서
네.
미국에서 전 세계에 있는 보통 이제 정치인들을 중심으로 각 나라마다 한 명씩 초청을 해서 같이 연수를 하는 그런 좋은 기회가 있었는데 지금 코로나 팬데믹 이후에 사진 기자들을 중심으로 이런 프로그램이 생겼어요. 그래서 제가 감사하게도 한국 대표로 선발이 돼서 작년부터 전 세계에 있는 사진 기자들하고 줌으로 소통을 하고 그리고 글로벌 사진 프로젝트를 같이 만들었었거든요. 그래서 그거를 보여주는 자리로 지난 10월 미국 워싱턴에 좀 다녀왔습니다.
성공적으로 잘 다녀오신 거죠?
예, 잘 다녀왔습니다.
자, 그러면 이제 다음 작품을 한번 보겠습니다. 이번에 하상윤 기자의 작품인데 제가 미리 봤는데 약간 산속의 도인과도 같은
순례자 느낌이더라고요.
순례자 산티아고.
네.
그런 느낌인데 이게 환경 분야 취재에 관심이 많으셔가지고 이번에도 강원도 정선의 알파인 스키장 취재 현장인데 환경하고 관련이 있습니다. 함께 보시죠.
그 지브리 애니메이션 있잖아요. 그런 질감이잖아요. 버려진 땅에 남아 있는 인공 부족물. 저기 보면 지금 여기 스키장 관리하는 어떤 계량기 내지 뭐 그런 전기 장비가 아직 그대로 남아 있잖아요. 근데 시간이 지나니까 그 주변부가 다 재자연화가 되면서 되게 그로테스크한 이미지가 나오죠. 그러니까 사실 사람들이 올림픽 열리기 전에 어떤 이벤트가 있기 전에는 뭔가 긍정적인 면을 더 크게 예상하고 기대하고 막 그러잖아요. 사실 그래서 막 이걸 올림픽 유산이라고 막 이야기를 하는데 보존해야 된다. 후세에 이렇게 계속 이렇게 물려줘야 된다 이야기를 하는데 사실은 올림픽 유산, 그들 말하는 유산이 있기 전에 여긴 되게 엄청 귀한 오랜 시간이 걸려서 만들어지고 지켜지고 했던 자연유산이 있었는데 사실 뒤바뀐 거죠. 제가 느끼기엔 그래요. 찍을 때 그러니까 CCTV를 단다고 해도 선택을 할 수밖에 없어요. 어떤 걸 프레임 안에 놓고 어떤 걸 배제할 건지 끊임없이 선택이 일어나잖아요. 이상입니다. 객관적인 100% 어떻게 객관적일 수가 있어? 저는 그렇게 생각하거든요.
네, 여러분 박수 한번 부탁드리겠습니다. 예. 자, 정말로 구도의 길을 가는 순례자 느낌이 정말 나는데 저기가 어디고 어떤 걸 취재하시는 거였죠? 지금?
저긴
네.
강원도 정선군에 있는
정선에
가리왕산이라는 곳인데
네.
해발 1,500m가 넘는
꽤 높네요.
한반도에서
네.
9번째로 높은 산이고 이게 2018년 동계올림픽 개최하면서
예.
알파인 스키 경기장으로 이렇게 낙점이 됐어요.
예.
그래서 되게 조선 시대 때부터 동산으로 보호해왔던 그런 산이었는데
예.
그래서 되게 오래된 원시림이 그대로 보존돼 있는 몇 안 되는 그런 지역이었어요. 근데
예.
이게 알파인 스키장 이름에 나와 있듯이 되게 그런 엄청 높은 지대에서
예.
경기를 하는 거예요.
그렇죠. 예.
그래서
예.
어느 정도 표고차라고 하는데
표고차가 있어야죠.
표고차가 나와야 되는데
나와야죠.
근데 모든 그런 올림픽 개최 지역에서 표고차가 그 정도 나올 수가 없잖아요. 근데 예외 규정이라고 해서 그런 표고차가 보장이 안 될 때는
네.
절반 높이에서 2번 뛰어가지고 평균치를 내서 경쟁을 해도 된다.
아하.
그런데 굳이 여기를 선택을 해서 일주일도 안 되는 그런 경기를 위해서
예.
그 산을 다 깎아내린 거예요.
그렇군요.
근데 그때 이제 원래 보존 지역이니까요. 유전자 보존 지역이니까 안 되는 건데 이제 여기서 조건으로 삼았던 게 우리가 경기 다 끝나고 나서 복원을 한다.
복원해주겠다.
그 조건으로
조건으로.
진행이 된 거예요.
예.
끝나고 나서 복원 안 하겠다.
지금 안 되고 있나요? 복원이?
안 됐어요.
안 됐어요?
그 돈이 많이 드니까. 그래서
예.
2016년도에 제가 처음으로 갔었는데
예.
이제 그때 한창 이제 경기장 만들고 있을 때.
예.
그래서 2016년부터 지금까지 계속 본 거예요. 한 기사는 한 4회 정도 나갔고. 그래서 약속을 했고 그래서 이렇게 지금 망가지고 있다. 어떻게 될까? 그래서 1년 지나고 나서 대회가 끝났네. 언제 복원이 될까?
예.
2년이 지났네. 아직도 복원이 안 됐네. 그래서 3년, 4년 그래서 지금까지 온 거예요. 그래서
진짜요. 예, 오랜 세월이 진.
아까 막 아까 막 이렇게 제가 막 이렇게 바위 틈을 막 걸어가고 있잖아요.
예.
그게 원래 땅 속에 묻혀져 있던 것들이에요.
그러니까 굉장히 큰 배수관로 같은 게 있던데.
네, 계속 경고를 했거든요. 이게 이렇게 계속 놔두면 방치를 하면 이게 뭐 그런 생태적인 걸 떠나서 안전 문제가 생긴다. 비 오면 산사태가 생길 수 있다. 실제로 산사태가 나서 그러니까 산사태에
실제로 났었고
쓸려 내려간 거예요. 그래서 이게 원래 이제 지표상에 드러나면 안 되는 것들이 다 드러나 있죠.
그렇죠.
그래서 그 위를 걷고 있는 장면을
좀 생경했어요. 그
그렇죠.
모습이
굉장히
알겠습니다. 그래서 본인이 스스로 느낀 거, 요게 그 일면에 나갔습니까 혹시?
아니요, 저희는
네.
이제 기획면이 이제
네.
저한테 돌아오는 면이 이제 뭐 6주,
6주?
12주에 한 번이 있는데
아.
그 지면에 나갔던 그런
예.
기사입니다.
그러면 이거를 취재하시고 본인이 글도 쓰십니까? 사진 기자신데?
뭐 기자니까
네.
네, 필요하면 써야 될 때도 있고 그래서
그래요?
작업을 하는 거죠.
아, 그 길도 그 아까 비자림로에 이어서 이번 기사도 이렇게 오랫동안 취재하셨고 지금 혹시 또 진행하고 있는 이런 환경 관련한 아이템이 있습니까?
뭐 비자림로 역시
네.
여전히 이제 진행되고 있는 문제고 지금 방금 보셨던 지금 가리왕선도 여전히 진행 중이기 때문에
예.
저한테는 이게 진행 중인 아이템입니다. 이런 것들이 다.
그 진행하실 때 막 척박한 길로 막 가시고 체력적으로도 굉장히 필요할 것 같고 또 그런데 가시면은 아 오지 마세요. 왜 자꾸 이쪽에 오세요? 뭐 약간 그런 어떤 시각 이런 걸 다 이겨내야 될 것 같아요. 어떻습니까? 실제 현장에 가면?
그렇죠. 보통 이런 현장들 가면 환영받지 못하죠.
그러니까.
왜 왔냐면 나가라 그래서
예.
이제 보통은 뭐 이렇게 아까 이윤 이제 선배가 말했던 것처럼
예.
카메라 안 들고 갈 때도 많고 그냥 조용히 가서 보고 있다가
예.
필요할 때 휴대폰으로 이렇게 좀 찍을 때도 있고
예, 예.
그렇습니다.
근데 아무도 거기에 대해서 좀 관심을 갖지 않거나 할 때는 좀 답답하시겠어요.
뭐 여기 인터뷰에서도 말씀을 드렸던 건데
예.
그러니까 무엇을 보여줄 것인지도 중요하지만 저는 언제부턴가 어떻게 보여줄 것인가에 대해서 굉장히 좀 고민을 좀 비중을 높이고 있는 경향이 있는데
예.
그것 또한 뭔가 사람들이 그러니까 어떤 연유로든 관심을 좀 덜 가지고 있는 어떤 이슈에 대해서 좀 어떻게 하면 관심을 불러 모을 수 있을까 좀 더 많은 사람들이 보게 할 것인가에 대한 어떤
예.
제 고민이거든요. 이게 어떻게 보여줄
그러네요.
것인가.
보니까 왜냐하면 요즘 취재진들은 모두에게 관심이 있는 게 사실 뉴스잖아요.
그죠.
그러니까 그걸 취재하려고 그쪽으로 가지 관심이 많이 떨어지는 쪽으로는 사람들이 뜸하죠.
네.
근데 본인은 그런 곳만 가신 느낌이 그런 것만은 아니겠지만
네네.
좀 우직하게 좀 파시는 것 같아서 원동력이 있습니까? 그렇게 나를 그런 사람으로 만드는 객관적으로 보는 건 한계가 있다 아까 말씀하시지 않았습니까?
네네네.
예, 그거하고 좀 맞물릴 것 같은데.
그래서 뭐 그래도 누군가 그래도 오랫동안 봐줬으면 좋겠다 싶은 그런 내용들이 가끔 저한테는 있거든요.
네네.
그래서 뭔가 좀 저라도
나라도.
간단한 예,
어,
그런 심정입니다.
예, 예. 저 그런 움직임이 있으니까 이렇게 또 여러 가지로 여러분들에게 알려질 수 있는 내용들이 생기고 하는 거니까요. 뉴스는 사실 또 기자가 만들어내는 뉴스가 있거든요. 그렇죠? 예, 그게 바로 기자의 역할이니까. 자, 그러면 다음은 이희훈 기자님 한번 많이 또 기대가 됩니다. 어떤 굉장히 액션 영화 한 편을 제가 아까 영화 감독 느낌이라고 그랬는데 거의 액션 영화 한 편을 찍으셨다고 들었거든요. 본인의 연출입니까? 아니면 실제 그 상황입니까?
실제 상황이죠.
실제 상황이죠.
따라다니시던 분이 좀 고생을 많이 하신 것 같아요.
그렇죠.
네네.
예, 우리 제작진이 고생을 많이 했다고.
네, 저도
다음부터는
그날 고생 많이 하고
예.
따라다니시던 분도 고생 많이 하고.
자, 과연 어떤 영상일지 바로 보겠습니다.
잡았어요? 그 잡으시면 얘기 좀 해주세요. 하지 말고 보고 내려가야 될 것 같아요. 골반이 너무 벌어지는데.
예, 그럼 박수 한번. 예. 와, 이건 진짜 뭐랄까요? 진짜 영화 한 편 본 것 같아요. 예? 액션 영화예요, 진짜. 왜요? 어떠셨습니까?
약간 바보 같은 모습이 많이 들어가 있는 것 같네요.
지금 아니에요. 거의 주인공 느낌이었고.
그래요? 네.
예, 그렇게 잘 나갔는데 이 그 라이더를 주제로 한 기사였습니까? 설명을 좀 부탁드립니다.
네, 이게 이번에는 저희 언론재단에서 지원하는 기획 취재 사업의 공모에 당선이 돼서 저희가 이제 라이더 이제 플랫폼에서 일하시는 라이더 분들을 취재를 한 거거든요. 사실 여기는 한국에만 있지만 이 똑같은 취재를 스페인에 가서도 이번에 하고 왔는데.
그래요?
네, 저희가 이제 뭐 아까 고은호 기자가 한 것처럼 데일리로 이제 일정을 하는 것도 있지만 저희가 뭐 장기간 계획을 세워서 어떤 내용들을 특별하게 다루는 기획 기사를 하고 있는 거거든요.
예. 그럼 이게 보도일이나 예정일 같은 게 있습니까? 지금 이 기획 기사 딱 정해놓고 합니까? 아니면
이제 출고 일자는 거의 정해놓고 하는데 원래 이번 주 중에 나오려고 계획을 했으나 약간 저게 이번에 광고하고 한 다음 주나 그 다음 주 정도에 내보내려고 지금 준비하고
그거는
있습니다.
보도일 같은 거는 어떻게 데스크 마음입니까? 아니면 당사자 사진 기자 마음입니까?
그거는 이제 뭐 데스크가 상당히 권한이 크고요. 이제 저희가 이제 취재 일정이나 이런 것들을 조율해서 언제까지 가능할 것 같다. 데스크는 쪼우고 기자는 도망가고.
그러니까 진짜 영화에서 보는 것처럼 이거 언제까지 되는 거야?
저희가 이번엔 조금 그러고 있습니다.
책임지고 오늘까지 기사 내! 막 이런 거 합니까 진짜?
며칠까지 내라고
며칠까지 내. 근데 막 소리 지르고 그러지는 않죠?
노코멘트 하겠습니다.
그래요? 예, 영화에서 좀 본 것 같아서.
아주 저희 데스크는 부드럽습니다.
스페인 출장에서는 무슨 거기서도 라이더들을 주제로 한.
이제 아까 따라다닌 거는 이제 저희 한국의 플랫폼에서 일하는 분이고 똑같이 이제 한국에는 이제 라이더들을 위한 라이더 법이 없어요. 근데
맞아요.
스페인에는 라이더를 위한 라이더 법이 있어서 똑같은 상황에서 똑같은 일을 하는 두 사람을 어떻게 보여줄 수 있을까라는 것들 비교 기사를 위해서 한국의 라이더 분을 취재를 한 거고요.
스페인에도 라이더들이 있습니까?
엄청 많습니다.
그러니까 배달하시는 분들.
네네.
그래요.
한국보다 더 많은 것 같아요.
더 많아요?
네네.
몰랐습니다. 흥미로운 기사가 될 것 같아요.
네, 그래서 최초로 라이더법이라는 것도 유럽에서 스페인이 처음 생겼고 우리 이제 유승연 기자라고 처음에 이제 발제를 해서 저희 같이 해보지 않겠냐고 제안을 했었거든요. 그래서 그러면 이제 팬 기자는 기획 구성을 처음에 하면 저는 이제 비주얼이나 영상, 사진 이런 것들을 어떻게 구성할지 같이 논의하고 취재를 이런 부분을 같이 수정하자. 뭐 이런 부분을 사진이 꼭 들어갔으면 좋겠다. 이런 걸 논의를 많이 하고.
우리가 그러면 한번 우리 아까 말씀하신 유승현 기자님 친합니까?
친하죠. 네.
친해요?
친합니다.
유승현 기자가 이 라이더 혁신의 노예 이 기획 기사를 준비하면서 이은 기자에게 영상을 하나 보냈다고 합니다. 같이 고생한 동료에게 뭔가 고생했다 이런 내용이겠죠. 한번 보겠습니다. 일단 유승현 기자.
네, 안녕하세요. 저 오마이뉴스의 경제부 기자 류승현이라고 합니다. 이번에 이제 라이더 관련된 기획을 재단에서 지원을 받아서 진행을 하고 있는 기획자이기도 합니다. 선배 정말 극혐합니다. 그래도 또한 존경하고요. 진짜 그러니까 선배한테 자꾸 같이 일을 하자고 하는 거겠죠. 선배가 저를 볼 때 진짜 욕심 있는 기자라고 이야기를 하는 것처럼 저 역시 선배를 그런 눈으로 보고 있습니다. 서로 이제 욕심을 부리면서도 정말 완벽한 결과물, 좋은 결과물을 만들어낼 수 있게 앞으로도 조율 잘 하고 소통 잘 하는 저도 후배가 되겠습니다. 감사합니다.
예, 뭐 좋은 얘기로 마무리를 해주셨지만 앞에 극혐만 기억이 나네요.
저는 후배들이 욕할 수 있는 열려 있는 선배입니다.
그것도 사실은 좋은 선배죠.
네.
예.
막말할 수 있고. 그리고 이제 저기
뭐요?
하여튼 저 이렇게 많이 이렇게 기획 취재를 하다 보면은
그러니까 그 사진 기자하고 지금 취재 기자하고 두 분이 항상 이렇게 같이 다녀야 되잖아요.
같이 다닐 때도 있고 저 혼자 다닐 때도 있고.
그러면은 속설이 있는데 이제 사진 기자와 취재 기자, 이제 글 쓰는 기자는 사이가 좀 안 좋다. 개와 고양이 같이. 개와 원숭이인가요? 견원지간이다. 근데 실제로 그런지 궁금하거든요. 어떻습니까?
사실 친한 기자들이랑 하면 제일 좋죠.
좋고.
근데 이제 많이 싸우는 것도 저는 맞다고 봐요. 왜냐면은 그 싸운다는 게 사실 그 팬 기자가 요구하는 뭐 원하는 기획의 방향이 있고 우리가 이제 사진 기자가 바라봤을 때 취재의 흐름이 있는데 이것들을 어떻게 하면은 독자들에게 쉽고 뭐 바른 방법으로 더 전달할 수 있을지에 대한 의견 전달을 할 때도 있고 이게 저희 같은 경우는 이제 그런 협업을 많이 하는 경우가 많은데 딱 독단적으로 의견을 제시해서 해달라 그러면은 왜 그걸 독단적으로 하냐 이런 거는 이렇게 조율해서 이런 부분이 더 좋을 것 같다 이렇게 해서 하는 부분도 많고
조율하는 거.
오히려 저희가 제시한 의견들이 더 좋게 적용이 돼서 또 비주얼적으로나 뭐 인터랙티브나 이런 부분들을 더 잘 뭐 구현하는 경우가 많기 때문에
그럼 제안을 많이 하시는 편인가 봐요.
네, 저희는 이제 초기부터 같이 단계를 쌓아가자. 그게 좋은 기사의 결과에 가는 길이다라고 항상 얘기하기 때문에.
유승현 기자한테 한마디 하시죠.
박제되는 거 아닌가요?
아니에요. 여기 카메라 보시고 한번 그냥
네가
좋은 얘기 하시면.
참 고생이 많구나. 화이팅.
그래요. 사진 기자가 사실 이제 카메라로 취재하는 것 이상으로 영역을 확장하는데 이은 기자도 그런 노력을 많이 하시는 것 같아요. 어떤 노력을 좀 하고 계십니까?
사실 저번에 이제 일터에 사는 사람이라는 기사를 이제 기획 같이 이제 진행을 했었는데 그때는 제가 이제 바이라인을 사진 기자로 안 넣고 비주얼 디렉터로 넣었어요.
비주얼 디렉터.
그래서 AR로 그 전체로 기사를 구성하고 뭐 타임랩스, 영상, 사진 이런 것들을 거의 혼자서 다 녹아다듯이 했었거든요. 그러니까 사실 욕심도 있고 가장 효율적으로 사람들에게 기사를 잘 보여줄 수 있는 방법이 무엇일지를 항상 고민하다 보면은 다양한 방법에 시도를 해보게 되는 것 같아요. 그리고 아까 하상윤 기자가 말한 것처럼 어떻게 보여주는지도 상당히 중요한 거고 그리고 저는 또 뭐 사진만이 중요하다라고는 사실 생각하지 않거든요. 하나의 사진은 하나의 도구일 뿐이다라고 생각을 하고 있어서 그런 부분이 있는 것 같습니다.
그러면 저희가 여기 그 취재 현장에서 이은 기자가 예기치 않은 사건이 하나 담긴 게 있다고 해서 저희 이걸 좀 급하게 준비를 해 왔습니다. 근데 현장 상황이 좀 긴박한 상황이라 영상이 좀 고르지 못할 수도 있습니다. 여러분 양해 부탁드리면서 한번 보겠습니다.
사실은 뭐 우리도 많이 주고 싶은데 저 사람 지금 돈 떠벌을 수상한데.
저거 지금
보이스피싱 같은데? 보이스피싱 같은데? 잠깐만요. 있어 보세요. 전화 받지 마세요. 잠깐만요. 저분한테 돈 받으셨죠?
여기 지구대 불러볼까요?
네, 빨리 경찰. 가만히 있으세요. 돈 다시 돌려받으세요.
그 기업은행에서 무슨 일로 현금을 받으시는 거죠?
선생님 일단 받으세요. 다시 돌려받으세요.
현금 받으시는 거냐고요?
아니 손 떼세요. 손 떼세요.
손 떼세요. 기자입니다.
가만히 있어 기다려.
선생님 죄송하지만
여기 지구대 있어요.
경찰서에 신고하겠습니다.
선생님
뭐라고요?
누구한테 전화 받으셨어요?
네, 그럼 명함 좀 보내주세요. 네, 알겠어요.
선생님 돈다발 은행에서 이렇게 돈 달라는 데가 어디 있어요?
선생님.
보이스피싱이에요.
어떻게 해요, 돈가발로.
선생님 가만히 계세요.
한복판에서. 가만히 계세요. 경찰서에 신고해야 돼요, 이거 어떻게.
그 신용에 문제 안 되게 하려서 플래너한테
선생님 전화 받지 마요. 끊어요.
통화 중이어서.
아니 끊으세요.
지금 누구한테 그 얘기 받고 돈 받으러 오신 건데요, 지금? 이쪽이요.
취재하고 있는데 다른 거 취재하고 있는데 돈을 갑자기
있습니다.
뭐 연락
아니 제가 기업은행에다가 대출
선생님 이런 거는 얼마든지 꾸밀 수 있어요. 다시 한번 확인하세요. 그 여기 알려준 본사에 전화 확인하지 마시고 진짜 이거 왜 송금하시는지도 다시 정확하게 확인하시고.
어플하면 따라서 기업은행.
봐봐요.
그거 봐요.
그만해. 선배 일 아니에요 지금.
이분하고 연락했어요.
선생님 아유 참나.
4천.
아이고 저 4,000원 주세요. 4,000원.
아니 제가 의심이 되게 많아가지고 일부러 각자 은행 본사까지 다 확인했거든요.
에이.
그런
이거
사람이
전달받는 장면 찍혔어요?
네.
저희가 좀 볼 수 있어요?
문자 와서 이거 대출 신청한다고
그 부분만?
여기다가 상담 신청을 했어요. 여기다가요? 네, 그랬더니 전화가 왔어요. 누구한테 왔어요?
저기 다 쳐다보고 있어 안에서.
갑자기 200영으로 기자에서
아니
안 했으면 4천만 원.
일단 편의점에 가서 게토라이나 한잔 하시죠. 입이 너무 말라가지고.
예. 와 이거 뭐예요 이거 진짜 이거는 영화보다도 더 영화 같은 얘기가 펼쳐졌는데 이게 지금 실제 상황이 맞습니까?
네, 저희 이제 사실 그 취재 도중에 너무
예.
힘들어가지고 좀 쉬고 있었거든요.
예.
그 저기 가로수길 바로 옆에 신사파출소 바로 옆에,
알죠
네, 거기
어딘지.
국민은행 있는 데서
예.
쉬고 있는데 그 돈 얘기를 하고 있었거든요. 그 우리 후배 기자랑.
아 유승현 기자랑.
네.
예.
근데 저쪽에 돈다발을 그 비닐봉지에 돈다발을 이만큼을 넣어 있길래 야 요즘에 현금을 누가 돈다발을 들고 다니지라고 가만히 보는데 두 사람 다 계속 통화를 하더라고요.
아 그걸 본 것도 신기하다 일단.
네,
우리는.
그래서 이상한데 저 보이스피싱 같은데 하고 저희 그래서 얘가 제 후배 기자가 빨리 쫓아가 보라고
네.
열심히 쫓아가서 세웠더니
네.
맞더라고요.
어.
그래서 이제 강남 경찰서에 저기 아는 경찰이 있어서
예,
나중에
예.
확인을 해보니까 이 사람이 재범이었다고 하더라고요.
아, 그래요?
그 전에도 한번 경험이 있었는데 그냥 풀려 나오고 이러니까
네.
또 한 거죠.
연락책 전달책으로.
전달책이었던 거.
아 실제로 범행을 저지르는 순간을
네.
포착하신 거예요.
네, 그래서 강남 경찰서 저기 그 조사한 거에 보면은 검거자가 제 이름이 적혀 있다고 그러더라고요.
에이 이거
진짜예요.
아니 검거자가
그게 시민의 이름도 들어간대요. 그래서
진짜요?
이건 팩트 확인한 거예요.
검거자 이희훈으로 돼 있다고요?
네, 제가 확인한 게 아니라 친구가 친구가
그럼 명예
경찰인
경찰관증이라도 줘야 되는 거 아닙니까 사실? 강남 경찰서에서?
명예 경찰관증은 필요 없고 그냥 한 4,000원 아까고.
아니 그분이 4천만 원이었다면서요?
네네 4천만 원.
그거를 왜 주려고 했다는 거예요?
대출을 갚는데 그 현금으로 뽑아서 가져오면는 이제
싸게 해주겠다 좀 이유를.
그렇죠. 이제 그냥 근데 은행 창구에서 갚으면은 저기 신용 점수가 깎인다고 그렇게 속였다고 하더라고요.
아 그분이 되게 고마워하시지 않았어요?
계속 밥 사준다 그랬는데 그냥 됐다고 그 정도면은 됐다고 해서.
야 멋지네요 진짜. 진짜 뭐 형사 같았어요. 예, 근데 하 기자님이 계속 웃으셨어요. 왜 하 기자님은 왜 웃으신 거예요? 예.
평소 이렇게 성품을 아니까
평소
너무
성품을?
그 영상에 그 장난기가 다 드러나 있는 거예요.
예.
그래가지고 계속 보면서 웃었던 거예요.
아 진짜 서로 잘 아시니까.
뭐 잘 알죠.
의협심이 원래 좀 뛰어난 분입니까?
그렇지 않습니다.
알겠습니다. 알겠습니다. 돈 얘기를 하다가 돈 냄새를 맡고 우연히 봤는데 이게 보이스피싱이었어요.
그렇죠.
야, 정말.
저도 이런 취재를 하다가 이렇게 막 촬영팀도 따라 붙어 있고 막
그러니까요.
그런 일이 생긴 게 너무 어이가 없고.
이런 거는 우리 TV 입장에서 봐서도 바로 방송용이에요.
어저께 TV 보는데 그 보이스피싱 잡은 택시 기사 나오더라고요.
아 그럼요. 저런 거 바로 방송용이라니까요.
그래서
아주 핫한 영상입니다.
아 그렇구나. 난 그렇구나. 네, 그렇습니다. 네.
진짜 엄청난 영상을 봤습니다. 그러면 보이스피싱 사기 피해자들에 대한 조언은 생략하겠습니다. 이거는 뭐 사실 홍보대사도 아니시고.
네, TV에 많이 나오더라고요.
그러니까요. 이런 일 안 당하시라고 저희가 화면으로 대신 보여드렸습니다. 자, 이어서 이번에 기획전시에서 미처 다루지 못했던 보도물이 있는데요. 바로 기자님들이 가장 기억에 남는 취재원을 물어봤을 때 떠오르는 취재원과 그 이유를 확인했습니다. 사실 사진 기자에게 취재원이란 정말 때려야 뗄 수 없는 존재죠. 그래서 한번 설명을 좀 부탁드려 보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 백소아 기자님께 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. 백소아 기자님은 수많은 취재원들을 만나시겠지만 어떤 분들이 좀 기억에 남는지 말씀 부탁드립니다.
영상을 봐야 되는데
영상을 한번 볼까요? 그러면
제 걸 안 보셨더라고요.
백소아 기자님 영상을 아직 안 봤나요?
네, 맞습니다.
그러네요. 예, 그러면
네.
저희가 저희 제작진도 좀 헷갈려가지고 죄송합니다. 백소아 기자님 영상을 먼저 보고 그리고 나서 얘기 이어가도록 하겠습니다.
저 예전에 그 마당에서 사진 찍었던 한결의 기자예요.
네, 안녕하세요. 말하는 뭘 주세요?
오늘 기지총이랑 이해하는
야, 내 남의 데스크한테
선배 잘 쫓아다니고
뭘 쫓아다녀. 나들이 요즘에 안 나왔는데 깜짝 놀랐네 진짜.
우연 씨 왜 이렇게 멀리까지 왔어요?
네. 이게 뭐지? 강남 라인 없어가지고.
아, 그래요? 경기도에서 해야 되는 거 아니에요? 네.
너도 있었어?
나 물 먹었나? 얘기 안 해도 앞에 쓰셔야지, 주인공 진짜.
기자한테 언니들이 자꾸 물어서 그 앞에서 일을 받으시니까.
그럼 이따 끝나고 사진 한 장만 찍어요. 이거 끝나고? 할머니. 죄송해요. 다 끝나고 그때 찍었던 것처럼 사진 한 장만 찍어요.
엄청 안 찍어요.
그리고 2번 왔다고 혼났잖아.
네.
한 번에 잘 찍지 왜 2번 찍냐고. 오늘 이겼으니까 찍어야지. 앞에 막 숫자 할머니만 나오잖아. 부탁드려요.
네, 자, 어떤 그 하루의 취재 시간 그리고 취재원들과의 어떤 대화 모습이었는데 아까 전시 작품에서는 이제 일본군 위안부 할머니 취재하셨고 이번에는 기지촌 미군 위안부 할머니들의 기분 좋은 소식을 취재하셨는데 저 영상 설명을 좀 부탁드려도 될까요?
저 날은 제가 작년 12월에
네.
이미 한번 평택에 가서 이제 미군 기지촌 위안부 할머님들을 한번 취재한 적이 있었어요.
예.
그리고 전날은 이제 그 재판을 했던 날인데 이제 몇 년 동안 했던 재판의 결과가 나왔던 날이죠.
예.
다행히 승소 결과가 나와서 그거를 취재하러 갔던 날이고
예.
저 같은 경우는 지금 기획팀에 있어서 스트레이트를 취재를 하지 않는데
예.
이제 관련했던 이제 취재가 있어서
네.
나가서 취재했던 날입니다.
아까 보니까 할머니들하고도 그냥 막 처음 보시는 것 같지 않고 되게 편하게 말도 거시고 하시는 것 같은데 어떻습니까? 이렇게 백소아 기자를 처음 딱 보면 글쎄 기자라는 느낌이 많이 안 들기도 하고 그렇죠?
네.
약간 좀 되게 어려 보인다는 느낌이 많이 들어서 긴가민가 하시는 분들 많을 것 같아요. 어떻게 접근을 하시고 취재원들하고 대화하시고 하는 비결 같은 게 있습니까?
뭐 사실 특별한 비결이 있진 않고
네.
되게 편하게 해드리려고 노력을 많이 하는 것 같아요. 그리고 전날 같은 경우는 할머님들이 사실 평택 밖을 잘 나가보시지 않은 분들도 있고
예.
낯선 곳에 낯선 사람들이 많았던 날이라
네.
되게 그 긴장을 많이 하셨던 것 같아서 그냥 가서 이렇게 장난치듯이 말 걸어드리고 뭐
예.
이렇게 하는 게 그래도 얼굴을 한번 봤던 사람이니까 조금은 좀 덜 긴장하시지 않을까 해서 저런 식으로도 많이 접근할 때도 있는 것 같아요.
그래요. 그렇게 취재원들 이제 할머니들은 그렇고 좀 가장 좀 대하기 쉽지 않았던 취재원들은 어떤 경우가 있습니까? 여기는 이제 기분 좋은 소식 나올 때는 사실
그쵸.
좀 쉽잖아요.
그렇죠.
근데 좀 내가 취재원들 대하기 참 어려웠다는 순간도 있습니까?
아무래도
네.
뭐 가족을 잃었다거나
그런
본인이
사고. 예.
억울한 일을 당했다거나
억울한 일.
이런 일들이 있는 분들을
네.
취재할 때가 가장 어렵죠. 그런 분들을 만날 때는
예.
말을 이제 입을 열 수조차 없는 것 같아요. 그냥 옆에 있는 거 외에는 할 수 있는 게 없어요.
그렇죠.
그럴 때는 기다리는 게 방법인 것 같아요.
예, 그런 무슨 뭐 예를 들면 뭐 무슨 분쟁 현장이나 아니면 뭐 심지어 이제 전쟁이 일어난 그런 곳에 가서 사실 사진 기자들이 촬영을 마음껏 하고 싶지만 그러지는 않는 걸로 알고 있어요. 그렇죠? 여러 거기에 이제 피해자들도 보고 그리고 거기에 희생되신 분들도 다 보고 하시면서 그분들의 마음을 먼저 고려하시고 취재를 하시는 거죠.
그렇죠.
네.
예전에 일을 처음 할 때는 겁 없이 카메라를 들었다면 이제
예.
일을 하면 할수록 그게 조금 주춤해질 때가 많은 것 같아요. 그게 이제 생각도 많아지고 이제 서로 이제 취재원에 대한 예의를 조금 생각하게 되는 거예요.
그러니까요. 이렇게 막 들이대고 막 찍어대기보다는 한 장의 사진이라도 내가 이 사람한테 이해를 구하고 그리고 허락을 구하고.
그렇죠. 그래서
네.
가끔 생각하는 게 취재원에게 좋은 사람이 되는 건 굉장히 어려운 일이거든요.
예.
적어도 취재원에게 나쁜 사람이 되진 않았으면 좋겠다는 생각을
그런 생각을 갖고 취재원들을 접하고 계시고 어떻습니까? 아까 그 연합뉴스의 그 이 기자님,
네, 이지은
예,
기자.
이지은 친합니까 두 분이?
네, 선배니까요.
선배죠.
네.
예, 어떻습니까? 이렇게 기자분들 간에 특별한 어떤 유대 관계 아니면 문화 뭐 이런 것도 되게 궁금한데 아까 저희가 중간중간 좀 물어보긴 했지만 어떤 것들이 있습니까?
그 사진 기자들이 조금 희한한 집단이에요. 아까 보셔서 알겠지만
네.
그 하상윤 기자한테 이윤 기자에 대해 물어봤을 때 잘 안다고 했던 게
네.
이게 다 이렇게 회사들이 다 다른데
예.
현장에서 같이 일하다 보니까 유대감이 조금 강한 편이에요. 물론 뭐 성격에 따라 안 그런 사람도 있지만
예.
그래서 되게 서로 힘들 때 도울 때도 있고 뭐 같은 취미를 공유할 때도 있고
예.
뭐 가족끼리도 친한 사람들도 많고
아,
해서
그래요?
조금 그 취재 기자들이 가끔 희한하거나 부러워할 때가 있거든요. 조금 희한한 집단이지 않을까. 좀 강한 유대감을 가진 집단이라고 생각합니다.
그래요?
네.
그런 게 있다. 어떤 차이가 있길래 그런 걸까요? 우리 하 기자님 아까 이윤 기자님 그 헬멧 쓰고 있는 거 보고 못생겼다고 그러셨죠?
아닙니다.
제가 들었는데요.
아니
제가 옆에서 들었는데 아니라고 하시면
아니 혼잣말 한 건데.
제가
그 혼잣말도
유튜브 돌려보겠습니다.
있어요. 저하고
가만 안 두겠어.
예, 그래서 좀 친한 게 있고 고 기자님 볼 때는 어떻습니까? 이런 사진 기자들만의 좀 어떤 친밀감 같은 건 어디에서 나온다고 보십니까?
뭔가 같이 현장에서 뭔가 기록하고 뉴스 취재한다는 뭐 기록자,
네.
동업자 정신이라고 해야 될까요? 이런 게 유대감 형성에 좀 많이 도움이 되고요. 뭔가 개인이 잘나서 사진을 잘 찍을 수도 있긴 한데,
네.
근데 이게 아무래도 또 사회생활이다 보니까 또 어느 정도 뭐 인간미라던가
네.
그리고 또 뭐 어떤 상황에 뭐 유도리 있게 또 같이 이렇게 어울리는
네.
그런 것도 굉장히 좀 중요한 것 같아요.
근데 사진 기자분들 제가 이제 기자분들 많이 보고 제작 발표 진행도 하고 그러면 뭐 물어봐도 대답 잘 안 하시던데. 제가 우리 사진 기자 저는 신경 많이 쓰거든요. 취재 기자는 워낙에 앞에서 하시니까 우리 사진 기자님들 뒤에서 편하게 찍을 수 있도록 저희가 최선을 다하겠습니다. 괜찮으시죠? 라고 물어본단 말이에요. 아무도 대답 안 해요. 진짜죠? 속으로는 끄덕끄덕 하고 있는 거죠. 가끔은 그때 상처받을 때 있거든요, 제가. 협회를 통해서 공식적으로 문제 제기하겠습니다. 그러니까 저는 진짜로 사진 기자를 많이 배려하는 그런 아나운서인데 알아주셨으면 좋겠습니다. 예, 진짜로. 저는 뒤에서 묵묵히 일하시는 분들이 너무 대단해 보이거든요. 예, 고 기자님 뭐 하신 말씀 있습니까?
예, 기억하겠습니다.
예, 알겠습니다. 자, 그러면 이제 거의 이제 여러분들에게 마지막 순서가 될 수 있겠습니다. 여기서는 전시 공간이 저희가 아주 충분하진 않았어요. 여러분 가보시면 알겠지만, 그래서 다 담지 못한 아쉬움이 있습니다. 그 아쉬움을 조금 달래고자 이 자리에서 그 준비하신 내용들 설명 좀 부탁드리면서, 그리고 우리 취재원분들께도 전하는 메시지를 한번 만들어 보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 백수아 기자님부터 한번 정의는 어디에 있습니까? 라는 주제로 이제 작품을 이제 출품을 하셨는데, 취재원분들께 하고 싶은 말씀, 그리고 좀 아쉬움이 있다면 어떤 게 있는지 정리를 좀 해주신다면요.
제가 그 대법원에서 오열하는 KTX 해고 승무원 김승아 지부장을 찍은 적이 있어요.
네.
근데 그 사실 사진이 굉장히 오열하는 사진이어서 그 취재를 하는 모든 분들한테 약간 마음의 빚이 많거든요. 근데 이제 그 해에 복직이 되고 연말에 한번 뵈었어요. 만났어요.
네. 예.
다른 취재건으로. 그래서 아, 제가 그때 그 사진을 찍은 그 기자입니다라고 했는데 바로 너무 고마웠다고 얘기를 해주시더라고요.
예.
그래서 제가 전달하고 싶은 얘기는 고맙다고 말해줘서 고맙다고. 저희가 사진을 찍을 때 아까도 말했지만 좋은 것만 찍진 않거든요. 사실
그렇죠.
우는 모습도 찍고 절규하는 거, 분노 이런 거 다 찍는데 저희는 일로서 찍지만 되게 그런 게 쌓이면 마음의 빚이 늘어가는 것 같아요. 근데 그때 그 김승아 지부장이랑 있었던 일 덕분에 조금은 좀 더 같이 웃을 수 있는 날이 오겠지라는 생각으로 일할 수 있게 된 것 같아요.
자, 그러면 지금 시간이 됐으니까 김승아 지부장님께 한번 지금 보고 계실 수 있으니까 영상 편지 한번 보내보도록 하겠습니다. 짧게 보내시면 되니까 뭐 안부 여쭤도 되고요. 저쪽 카메라 보시고. 네,
육아를 잘 하고 계신지 모르겠지만 고맙다고 말해주셔서 감사합니다.
이름도 얘기하시면서 하세요. 저 김승아 지부장님 이렇게. 그래야 알죠. 자, 시작.
김승아 지부장님, 그때 고맙다고 얘기해줘서 감사합니다.
예, 그래요. 아유, 그게 참 뭉클하셨나 봐요. 그 고맙다는 말 한마디가. 예. 자, 그러면 우리 이은 기자에게도 한번 부탁드려 볼까요? 기억에 남는 취재원. 네.
제가 뭐 시간이 없어서 많이 다 얘기할 수 있을지 모르겠지만 제 편견을 깨줬던, 저도 이렇게 하상윤 기자도 취재를 많이 했지만 저도 전장년회에서 활동하는 장애인 활동가 부부를 취재를 한 적이 있거든요.
네.
그 한 시민이 했던 말처럼 저도 장애인들이 다 착한 줄 알았어요. 네. 근데 못된 사람도 있고 나쁜 사람도 있고. 아까 우리 하 기자가 대답하지 못했던 질문 중에 하나가 그 시위에 대해서 저는 이렇게 생각하거든요. 그 사람들이 저한테 알려준 건 우리는 출근할 때 1시간이 불편하고 그게 힘들었지만 그 사람들은 평생을 그렇게 힘들고 어렵게 그 시간을 보내왔던 건데 이해해 줄 수 있다면, 하루만 참아주고 1시간만 이해해 줄 수 있다면 그 사람들의 어려움들을 다 헤아릴 수 있다고 생각하거든요. 그래서 이제 그들의 집까지 초대해주고 취재할 수 있게 해줬던 우리 영은 씨랑 상우 씨가 그 두 사람이 저한테 되게 많은 편견을 깰 수 있도록 도와준 친구들인데.
영은 씨, 상우 씨께 한 말씀 그러면.
영은 씨, 상우 씨 그만 싸우고 행복하게 지내세요. 두 사람이 저에게 많은 것들을 가르쳐 준 것 같습니다. 고맙습니다.
예, 고맙습니다. 예.
한 명은 더 있는데.
한 명 더. 예.
그 우리 세월호 의인 김동수 씨라고.
네네네.
그분은 꼭 말해야 될 것 같아요.
예, 말씀하세요.
그 항상 저도 세월호를 뗄 수 없는 시대를 살아왔는데 우리 세월호 단원고 친구들도 많이 기억을 해주었으면 하지만 그 어렵게 입대고 그 힘든 시간이 기사로 나와 있는데 우리 동수 형님이 많은 사람들이 기억하고 있고 그 힘든 시간들을 많은 사람들이 이해해주고 있으니까 너무 힘들어하지 마시고 항상 힘내시기를 바라겠습니다. 화이팅. 네.
예.
편집점 잡혔나요?
편집점을 정말 칼같이 잡으시네요. 제가 느낀 게 우리 기자분들이 딱 오디오 안 물리게 편집점을 엄청, 이게 직업병인가요?
처음 해봤습니다.
그래요?
네.
아니 근데 그 약간 몸에 배이시는 백 기자님도 그렇고 다 편집점 완벽하게 잡고 하고 계신데 하 기자님은 뭐 그런 것 같진 않아요. 상대적으로 좀 자유로우신 영혼인 것 같아요.
죄송합니다.
하 기자님 어떻습니까?
못생겨서
취재-
그렇습니다.
옷이요?
못생겨서.
못생겨서. 아 바로 복수를 또 이렇게 하네요.
네.
예, 귀여우십니다 아주.
많이 듣는 이야기입니다.
그렇죠.
네.
예. 어때요? 많은 분들이 생각나시겠지만 그분들 말씀을 전하자면 누가 생각나십니까?
저는 이균도 씨라고
네.
이제 제가 대학원생 때부터 계속 기록을 해온 이제 저한테 뭐 동생이기도 하고 지재원이기도 한데 발달 장애인이에요. 그래서 균도 아버지 이진섭 씨랑 이제 균도 씨한테
네.
남기고 싶은데
예.
이제 균도 같은 경우에는 1급 이제 자폐를 가지고 있고 이게 서번트 증후군도 좀 가지고 있고
예.
이게 반복적으로 이제 뭔가를 계속 해요 매일매일.
그래요.
근데 그 중에 하나가 저한테 메시지 이제 보내는 건데 이제 매일매일 포맷이 정해져 있어요.
네, 어떤
우리 며칠 날 만나서 뭐뭐뭐뭐뭐 먹자 그런 거거든요. 그래서
예.
어제도 왔고 오늘도 왔고 그랬는데 보통 이제 제가 답변을 하면 우리 뭐 맥도날드 가서 오레오랑 빅맥이랑 뭐 프렌치프라이
먹고
먹자
싶은 거.
이렇게 하면 그래 나는 그러면 데미소다 먹을게 뭐 이런 식으로 답변하는데
예.
오늘 아침에 근데 나는 요즘 먹고 싶은 게 없어 너무 힘드네 이렇게 답변을 했는데
네.
아무튼 못 본 지 오래됐거든요.
그래요.
그래서 균도야 그리고 아버님
네.
내가 되게 가장 가까운 사람 중에 하나라고 생각을 해서 좀 덜 마음 불편하게 우선순위에서 이렇게 밀어놓은 그런 경향이 있는데 좀 항상 마음속에 좀 미안함도 가지고 있고 고마움도 가지고 있고 올해 안에 기차 타고 갈게 우리 맥도날드 가자. 고마워.
아유, 예, 박수 한번 부탁드립니다. 예, 진심이 느껴지고 우리 균도 씨도 들으시면서 뭐 다 아마 표정만 봐도 아실 것 같습니다. 오늘도 내일도 문자 올 것 같네요, 그렇죠?
네.
예. 자, 그리고 우리 고 기자님은 어떤 기억이 좀 남아 있으십니까?
예, 이제 제가 객원 기자로 첫 발을 내디뎠을 때 제가 이제 일면으로 처음으로 이제 지면에 실은 분이 한 분 계세요. 이분이 이제 송도 어린이집 폭행 사건이 있었을 때 어머님께서 이제 1인 시위를 하셨는데
예.
이제 다른 분들께서는 어느 정도 기록을 하시고 떠나셨는데 저 같은 경우에는 좀 더 머물러 있었습니다. 근데 그런 와중에 한 어머니께서 아이 둘을 데리고 이렇게 오신 거예요.
네.
진지한 표정으로 1인 시위를 하시는데 이 애기들은 여기에 왜 있는지 모르는 거죠. 그래서 자꾸 가자고 보채고 했던 장면들을 이제 보도를 했습니다. 이제 마감을 할 때 저의 사감을 넣을 수는 없잖아요.
예.
대신 이 사진이 나는 좀 더 사람들의 마음을 좀 움직이지 않을까라는 생각으로 첫 번째로 마감을 하게 됐는데 이 아이들은 지금 엄마가 여기서 왜 서 있는지 모르지만 이런 사회에서의 작은 노력들이 좀 쌓여서 이 아이들이 컸을 때는 여기 왜 있었는지도 모를 정도로 좀 사회가 바뀌게 되지 않을까라는 생각으로 이제 마감을 했었거든요.
예.
역시 또 이제 취재를 갈 때 단순히 그냥 일적으로 대한다기보다는 좀 더 머물고 좀 더
예.
지켜보고 이럴 때 좀 더 좋은 보도 사진이 좀 나올 수 있지 않을까 이런 취재를 할 수 있지 않을까라는 저한테 가르침을 주신 분이셔서 여기서 감사함을 좀 말씀드리고 싶네요.
예. 자, 많은 분들이 계시겠지만 지금 꼽아서 말씀해주신 분들 다들 기억 속에 많이 새기시고 계신 것 같습니다. 저희도 오늘 이 시간을 통해서 우리 사진 기자분들에 대해서 잘 몰랐던 점 너무나 많이 알게 됐고 그냥 취재 현장에 와서 사진 몇 장 찍고 가시는 분들이 아닌 그 사진으로 인생을 대변하고 그리고 우리 인간들이 하고 싶었던 메시지를 대신 전해주시는 그런 분들이 이 네 분이 아닌가 싶어서 존경의 말씀을 제가 전하고 싶습니다. 자, 그러면 저 외에도 많은 시민분들이 이분들의 작품들을 보고 가셨습니다. 10월 29일이죠. 토요일부터 한국프레스센터 안마장 전시장에서 한 2주 정도 됐죠. 많은 분들이 방문해 주셨는데 많은 감동을 받으셨다고 해요. 이분들 영상으로 만나보겠습니다. 네. 정말 많은 분들이 보셨네요. 예, 그리고 이렇게 말씀을 남겨주셨는데, 기자들의 작품이 전시되어 있는 이 기획 전시 발행되지 않은 신문을 발행합니다. 전시장 이번 주 금요일까지 계속 오픈을 합니다. 한국언론재단 바로 앞에 특설 전시장이 있으니까요. 여러분 아직 방문하지 못한 분들 계속 방문해 주시고 그리고 찾아주시면 좋겠습니다. 자, 이제 사진기자 토크쇼 마칠 시간이 됐는데요. 오늘 이렇게 귀한 시간 내주신 네 분 다시 한번 감사드리고, 그리고 앞으로도 좋은 사진 한 장으로, 그리고 보이지 않는, 그리고 우리가 보지 않고 싶어하는 것들을 볼 수 있는 그런 기자분들이 되어주시길 바라면서 마치겠습니다. 백소와 이희훈, 그리고 하상윤, 고은호 네 분의 기자님께 오늘 이 시간을 바치도록 하겠습니다. 자, 저도 인사드리겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
오늘은 제가 보니까 5분 이내로 한 번 돌아가면서 이렇게 하시면 될 것 같고요.
Good afternoon. I am An Jae-chun, the media education team of the Korea Press Foundation. How are you all enjoying the first day of the conference so far? I didn't know that photographers had such a daily life, and now I know that they are very spending meaningful time, and it was a very meaningful program. The last session of the first day of the conference is media literacy with the citizens. And some of you are still unfamiliar with the media literacy. Media literacy refers to the ability of audiences who use media to access various media, critically understand the information and content provided by the media, and to express and communicate their thoughts responsibly through media. It is the ability to critically accept information from numerous media. The most important keyword for this session is together with the citizens. In this session, we are going to learn what kind of questions and we should ask and how to train wise media producers. So we invited the 4 presenters. In particular, we will talk about the media literacy competency program and education. So we have 4 presenters, and Mr. Kang Young-chul from Gyeonghee Girls Middle School and teacher and EBS instructor. And also we have Professor Jang Yeon-jin of Busan Catholic University. And Professor Chang will address the media literacy for the students with dyslexia. And Ms. Bang Mi-young, the chair of Korea NIE Association, will introduce the case. And Ms. Ju Min-jung, teacher of Bupyeong Middle School, will make a presentation as well.
So let me first invite Mr. Kang Yong-chul, teacher at Gyeonghee Girls Middle School. He's been a teacher for 23 years and also he teaches in an EBS program. He places emphasis on finding meaning and fun in his classes and tries to find the common elements between education and the media. Please welcome him with a big hand. Hello, my name is Kang Yong-chul. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this very important event. So, as introduced, I've been a teacher for 23 years. So, imagine teaching middle school students for 23 years. And I'm also lecturing at one of the EBS programs. Today, my presentation is about building media literacy muscles. And I also like to give you keywords to think about in terms of how to become an informed citizen or a wiser media citizen. So, have you ever heard of the term Homo erectus? So, Homo means humans in Latin, and the word addictus means addiction. So, when these 2 words are combined, that means a new people that are addicted. So, don't you feel like you need to actually reflect on yourselves after hearing this word? So, that means that there is a new digital mankind who are addicted to digital, such as platforms and algorithms. So this term shows that actually more and more people are using smartphones and are staying in the world of media. So we are living in an era where people use smartphones too excessively. And there are many people who choose to just stay in the world of media. So a few keywords that I like to raise to you. So I study and teach students at middle school, as I explained. And the thing is, so many of my students look sleepy in the class, but it's amazing how quickly they can feel awakened when I actually let them hear these vibration mode of smartphones. So this is how much love they have for smartphones. And this is how much they love the media. So why do they love the smartphones so much? So the media content that they have access to these days is that they have optionality. They can choose what to watch. So when I was a student, in the previous generation, we couldn't really choose what content to consume. So even if I wanted to listen to the 3rd segment of the news of the day, I couldn't do that. I had to wait until the reporter or the anchor covers the 3rd segment. And one of the students actually told me that that media is so much fun. They can always choose. There are so many different contents. And also, what they tell me is that they share these media and contents. So because of these characteristics, our children are getting more and more falling love into this media space. Have you ever heard of these terms? Digital native, phono sapiens? So please raise your hands if you have heard these words. What about MZ generation? So my students tell me that if you pronounce it as MZ, you are already too old. Then they ask me what generation I belong, and then I tell them, have you heard of X generation? Then they laugh. They never heard of the term, and they don't like the fashion style that I describe about the X generation. So the professor and the scholar, Mr. Jakob Nielsen, actually made the students wear the eye movement tracker to see the pattern of students' reading of digital content. And he found out that students' pattern of reading digital content showed an F shape. So I asked my students the same question, and they also answered that they tend to read the top left, top lines or headlines of digital content, but they don't pay too much attention to the bottom sides of the article. So those of you who are listening to me, don't you agree with me? Maybe not. So in this era, what I came to realize is that we used to say this to our younger generation by saying that stop consuming less media content. So now the question that I'd like to pose today is that what kind of media is being consumed by our students? This is not only applied to our children, but also older generation and adults can also think about what kind of media contents that we are consuming. I believe that we are living in the world of media for search. What I emphasize is that I know you are actually doing a lot of search using the media, but I like you to change or use the media for search, but media to think, media for consideration and thoughts. And when I say this to them, they turn pale because they don't agree with me, I guess. But this means that you really need to use media to think. And also, in order to become a wiser media citizen, I'd like to actually share these keywords with you: regulation or control, access, questioning, and also assessment and implementation. So you see the big question. I put some English word because I know there are foreigners in the audience. So the big question here is that how much media do you use? We actually consume a lot of media content. I don't think there are many of you in the audience that would like to read poems because you are too tired from working hard during the daytime at your work. I don't think so, right? You will usually pick up your phone and watch some content on your phone. So I'd like to give you a questionnaire, and there is this smart rest center. And what this center does is that the center is operated by the KISA. So what this smart rest center does is that it diagnoses the level of smartphone dependence and statistics for your viewing time on, for example, YouTube. So they provide tools to measure how addicted you are to your smartphone. So you can do the test on the website of the center and then see how addicted you are to your smartphones. And you can actually do this right away. You all love YouTube, right? Who doesn't? So you can actually open the YouTube app, and at the bottom, at the top right, you will see the name or a picture, then you will see the drop-down menu. Then there is a drop-down. One of the drop-down menus is statistics of your viewing time on YouTube. You can actually track down the viewing time. I'm sure your graphs are colored in blue, and you can also track down the average number of hours of your YouTube viewing. And the reason why I introduce you to this is that in terms of regulating your time on how much time you spend on watching media or consuming media, you really need to realize yourself. Somebody else telling you that you are consuming too much doesn't really work in helping you regulate your YouTube, for example, content consuming time. And also what you can do is you can create promises with your family or goals with your family. So you all experience that if you watch YouTube during dinner with your family, that means, you don't really get to talk to your friend, you talk to your family members. So maybe you can create a common goal with your family members not to watch YouTube or not to use smartphones while having dinner together or having meals together. And the next is about access. You have access to so many different media content these days. So please ask this question to yourself. How significant this media content you use to you? So I hang out with and I interact with the students a lot, as you can tell. So I'm often concerned because I think media content is same as food. I hope that my students eat good food like organic food as they grow up. But some of my students consume a lot of fake news and misinformation and not so good quality information on their phones. So asking this question whether the media that you consume is good, this is a good question for you to ask. And when you watch TV, you see the label about like a parental guide level or the content level. Then that means you get access to a lot of different types of media. So you also need to consume media content that's suitable for your age group. So when you talk to your students or children, it's good to talk to your children about the experiences of consuming media or sharing each other's experiences. Whether you had actually very useful experiences, that can be a good topic to talk to your children as well. So when students have something that they are curious about, how they search, and the result is on this slide. So when you have some questions, I know that you actually do search engine. You use the search engine to find out some information. So when you are asked to find out information about the year of the creation of Korean alphabet creation, you will probably use a search engine. But what my students do is that they actually use the search window on, for example, YouTube, video search, and in education we call it micro searching. So the biggest advantages of YouTube is that it has the largest database of content. Do you agree? And what's the worst benefit? What's the worst element of YouTube? That also is that it has too many YouTube videos. So when we find and when we search some information in the media, it's good to get into the habit of asking questions and also do some cross search and some in-depth search. So if you get into this habit, you will be able to get some more quality information. So it's a good aspect that you can think about in terms of media consumption. So the next question is about question. So I believe this is the most important question that I like to share with you. We need to raise questions to the media. We cannot just be the consumer, passive consumers of media. So let's be a wise citizen or wise media consumer that can actually raise questions to the media. In some other lectures, I actually talked about this. Giving answers, lectures where students get just the answers is not a good lecture. So I believe that balance between answers and questions is really important. So instead of just trying to get the answers that you want from the media, you really need to raise questions to the media. And some say that, okay, it's good to ask questions, but what kind of questions do I ask? That needs to be determined. That can be done by you. You can decide that. So, this contest, this is a meditation contest. So this is a meditation contest, a picture of the contest where people just got together and then spent time individually doing meditation. And one of my students said it's really funny that they are doing that. But one of the other students said that who created this content? Why was this created? And who actually attended this contest? And why do you think they actually came to do this meditation contest? What are the criteria in determining the winner? And why do you think the journalist who reported this contest did so? So, raising these kind of questions by looking at this picture can help our children or us to be a wiser media citizen. So instead of just looking at this picture and saying it's funny, to be able to ask questions is very important. So these are some of the questions that I think that you can ask. Who created this media? What measures does this media use to draw my attention? And what are the thoughts, values, and perspective that are contained in this media? So if you can ask these questions as a wide media citizen, I believe that you are already a wise media citizen. So as you see the iceberg in this picture on the right side, what I imply with the picture is that let's think about the bottom side that are below the water level, that you can actually think about asking questions from very different perspectives. So just like we try to build up our muscles in our body, we also need to work hard to build up our media literacy muscles. I think this is well talked about throughout today. So, does our media show very balanced perspective, or does that make you think, or does that carry critical perspectives or viewpoints? So, when I have a class with my students, I let them talk about the YouTube channels that they love watching. And then what I do with them is that we have our own small session of media fair. So I make them talk about what they like or what good things and what bad things are about the channels that they watch. And my students are very active in sharing their ideas and thoughts. And while we have that exercise, I know that their thinking gets stronger. There are many YouTube channels where YouTubers eat endlessly. Well, students tell me that what they like about these eating mukbang channels is that they actually make them relaxed. Sometimes my students tell me that they don't like it that much because they see a lot of sponsored or PPL products on the channel. So when I talk about and share ideas about these media content, my students can develop a very critical way of thinking. So it's a poem. This slide shows poems written by my students. So it's about advertisement, actually. So it says that this advertisement, especially about this language academy, says that you can master this foreign language in just 1 month if you join our class. Do you think it's true? I asked this question to my students. So if you don't get better, if you don't improve, then we will give you a refund. But the thing is, how can you measure whether you improved or not? So there are no facts that support what they are advertising. So by sharing this advertisement content with my students, we can actually help build my students think more critically. And the last question that I'd like to share with you is that do you make your voices heard about the media? So with my students, I ask my students, and we are currently working on the youth declaration about YouTube. We are actually writing the terms and content with my students. So this constitution is about what we want from YouTubers. So I believe this is a process of implementing our rights as a media citizen. So regarding harmful comments and hateful replies, I also have the session with my students. So sometimes my class has replies and not so very positive replies, and I even write reply to those not so positive comments as well. So, and I also try to provide some kind of advice as well. And by doing that, I see some of the negative comments turn into positive response and feedback later on. So I think giving education about media literacy is actually about practice and implementation. So to conclude, I think in order for us to become a wise media citizen, I shared some keywords with you. So what these keywords are suggesting or where they are taking us is that instead of becoming a slave of the media, we need to become the master of the media. So as the master of the media, we need to meet people, and we envision education that help our young generation to meet the world. Would you like to raise questions with me about the media? Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Kang, for giving us a very good presentation. Let's give him another round of a big applause.
The second presenter is Professor Jang Hyun-jin of Catholic University of Busan. And she is dedicated to nurturing speech therapists in the Department of Speech and Hearing Therapy at Busan and has performed many excellent studies in the field of speech therapy with a relatively short history. With the support of Korea Press Foundation, she is running a program to teach language and learning through media literacy for students with intellectual disabilities and dyslexia. Please welcome Professor Jang Hyun-jin with a big round of applause. Good to see you all. I am Jang Hyun-jin from Busan University. Today, I want to talk about the media literacy program by levels of students with dyslexia. So we have a lot of students with this ability, and they have a lack of ability to speak. But with the program, we were able to help them to improve their speech abilities. So I'll start my presentation. First, I want to talk about the communication. Language is a medium of communications. The listeners and the speakers share their thoughts and emotions through the verbal and nonverbal communications. In the process, when people have difficulty communicating with each other and they find it a problem with communication, most of the students that I meet have difficulty communicating with others, so they need the speech therapist. So let me talk about them. Some people have leading a healthy life, but then when something happened and they had some injured in their brain, and they have the developmental disorder. So some have fluency disorder and some language development disorder, and some have articulation disorder, and others neurological disorder, and some have the voice disorder, and some have a hearing disorder. And one of the typical disabilities is the dyslexia. And students with dyslexia have lack of proficiency in using their ability. Some know what causes it, but some do not know what the cause of this. And the disabilities that is hard to know the cause of it is dyslexia. A sharp increase is observed in the number of students with reading and writing difficulties, and not only students who have difficulties only in learning, but also the students with various developmental disabilities and students with communication disabilities are many, and the number of students who need support for improving basic academic ability is much higher in schools when we combine all those students. And in Korea, due to lack of interest and understanding of dyslexia, many students with dyslexia are regarded as low-performing students and are not provided with appropriate educational services. And in addition, in school education field, there is a lack of effective reading programs to guide dyslexic students. So many teachers have difficulties in teaching dyslexic students. So I, with my fellow colleagues, designed this program for media literacy by level of students with dyslexia. So we intended to develop the media literacy program for students with dyslexia. And if we provide this program, the students with dyslexia can use media as other students who use the media online, such as YouTube, to express their ideas and communicate with other members of society. So with that in mind, we designed the program. Not just the apps or the YouTube channels or the specific contents may not just passively received by students. And we thought that they could use those media and contents to benefit themselves. So with the program, the students would feel and thoughts and develop their ability to communicate with so that they can improve their social skills. So those are the basic goals that we design this program. So let me introduce the media literacy program that we developed. We developed this program with an intention to improve the media literacy of dyslexic students. So this program may be very different from the other programs that are designed for the students without this disability. So with the professors in this field, we try to apply this program to students in elementary school and middle school in Busan area. First, we decided to develop the educational content. So we organized the experts in dyslexia to provide us some advice on our program. So we discussed the how to improve the media literacy for dyslexic students. And the students have different levels of the speech ability and reading ability. So we decided to invite the speech therapist for students to develop the program. We shared the content of the program and discussed the way to develop the program. So we invited them to give us some input on this program. So we discussed the content of the program, and in that process, we decided that we run pre-testing and review testing for the program so that the individuals could have more better program. And now we are conducting this media literacy program, and we have provided the program 6 times in the Kosin College. There is a center in Kosin College, And we applied this program twice. So after the experimenting this program twice, and then we applied this for the students in other centers in different areas in Busan. And when it comes to the dyslexia, we need to understand the different levels of dyslexia. We divide the reading ability. Usually we divide it into four. The first, the recognition phoneme, and then the interpreting, and then the interpreting and the reading comprehension, and then interpretation. So we first started with the phonological recognition, and then we divide the students between the two, so the phonological recognition stage and the reading comprehension stage. And we set the different goals for different classes of people in terms of level of dyslexia. So when it comes to phonologic recognition, students should be able to synthesize, drop, and segment speech sounds. And with that ability, students can the very initial level of reading. And the students in this class have no ability to read correctly, so they are in the recognizing phoneme stage. So we develop an app to teach them. The goal of the media literacy program for them is to help them to install and use the phonetic recognition application. And our goal is to help them to install, open, log in, and to the phonetic recognition application. And we guide the students to open the app and read out loud the content in the app. And we looked for an app in the Play Store, and we instructed them to download in and open the app. And that is the process of approaching the media literacy app. And with app, we train them. That is the activities to reach the goal of recognized phonology. And then the next level is stage of interpretation. And there is the goal of improving reading, and there is another goal of media literacy improvement. As for the reading goal, we aimed to help them to read at the semantic word level. And as for the media literacy, our goal is to help them to take photos of picture and read blogs, and they read comments of what they have read, and then they should be able to upload the photos in the blog. So those activities were instructed in this stage of interpretation program. And there are these pictures, there are some speech rules, and we suggest these cards to the students, and then they took a photo of those and to upload the photos on the app. So if they successfully complete this class, and we trained them about how to read those. For example, the instant noodle and the many other letters there with the pictures, and we help them read out loud and then write them down on paper. And we repeat these activities to improve the interpretation and reading. And if they pass this stage, they should be able to understand the different kinds of speech rules. The third stage is reading fluency level. If they have the understanding of the speech rule, the semantic rules, they should be able to read fluently without making any error. One of the common phenomena with the dyslexic students while learn the reading rules without additional teaching, but the dyslexic students need the support. They need to learn how to read. And they make a lot of errors when they read a paragraph. Sometimes they omit some words, and sometimes they disorganize the paragraphs, the semantic units. So we train them to improve their reading fluency. And as for the media literacy goal in this stage, we use the portal sites like Naver and Daum. So we add this element to the program of this level. So they were taught to search in the portal sites. So we let them search the information on the portal site regarding the local community issue, and they print them out, and then they try to understand the content. And with the print, they trained how to read out loud. We ask them to break the paragraph into the different levels, the units of meaning, and in the process, they make some errors, and we try to minimize those errors in the process by repeating the activities. And the next stage is the stage of reading comprehension. Even though they read fluently, that does not mean that they do understand fully the content. And if that's the case, they do not master the stage of reading comprehension. So in this stage, they should be able to read paragraph level text and accurately answer factual questions. So we train them with that goal in mind. And this requires repeated sessions. So as we have this media literacy, and this reading improvement goal is an additional one to the media literacy goal. So as for the media literacy goal, we use the Zoom setting to help them join in the online class. So this is what actually happens. The students prepare some material supplies like smartphone, and they prepare the materials to read, and we let students to learn how to use Zoom. They turn it on and they downloaded the Zoom program. They turn on the mic and the video, and after then, we explained how to share materials on the Zoom platform, and teachers help students to read the materials that were shared on the platform. So if they complete all this task, we regard that they have mastered this process, and then we move on to the next level. They read the content shared on the Zoom, and we observe the reactions of them, and then the students should be able to express what they think and feel on the Zoom setting, so we help them to do that. And before, in the previous levels or stages, the students are required only to use a particular task functions to complete the task. But in this stage, they should be able to express their opinions, their thoughts. And during the activities, they can use the reaction buttons to ask a question about what they are interested in. So we should be able to improve their skills. In this session, we allow them to ask questions. So we instruct them to prepare 5 questions. So if students to do that, then we move on to the next level to give a question that motivate the students to have an inferential thought. And using the chats on the Zoom, we discuss those with the students. So in the process of applying those 4 stages to dyslexic students, we found that the students have used to the only the limited use of the media, such as YouTube, but after this process, we found them very satisfied with their own competency. So before, we used the materials in the class, but in this media literacy program, we allow the students to use their own devices like laptops and many other supplies or materials that they can use and use those on their own. So their level of satisfaction were very high. And I'll talk about the difference of the media literacy programs with the other programs for the students without dyslexia. So we combine the media literacy with the communication improvement training. And we collected the data about the dyslexic students, and we match up the students and the speech therapist. The dyslexic students have different levels of the language skills, so we thought that the individualized approach is necessary. So even though it was a group-based training, they were able to receive the individualized the support from the speech therapist. And we have the 4-stage program. So the dyslexic students were assigned to a different stages. And it was a group class. So in the class, they used their smartphones to communicate with the peers, and they find at this point very interesting. And the Koshin University and Catholic University collaborated with the local community centers, and that was the advantage for us to conduct the program. As I proceed with this program, I learned that these students will someday have an independent life, and I hope that they could lead their life independently, just like the other students without dyslexia. Thank you for listening. Thank you very much. The media literacy program is helpful for the dyslexic students. I think it was a very meaningful study in the YouTube channels. The media literacy program was used and it was differentiated according to the level of dyslexic students, and it was a very inspiring. So thank you again for wonderful presentation.
Now let me invite Ms. Park Mi-young, President of the NIE of Korea, a newspaper in education. She started her career as the NIE member at Jungang Daily and worked at the Ministry of Defense and the Korea Red Cross Financial Supervisory Service, and developed a customized curriculum in the field of news and media literacy. Please welcome her with a big hand. Hello. My original occupation is an educator for curricular development. But my weak point as a curriculum developer is that compared to the teachers that are currently working in the field, I have less experience as a teacher. So I keep teaching. So this day I actually went to Deokjeok Island, which is located in the West Sea of Korea, near Incheon. But the ferry didn't operate that day because it was so windy that day. So on my way back to the mainland in a ferry, I realized it's not easy for outside teacher to visit island villages to give classes. So I thought that it would be great to have customized curriculum, especially for students who live in island villages. So you can see the logo on this slide. So there are some programs that are sponsored by the relevant institute that is called the Collective Community for Studying. So I actually am working on this project with 2 other teachers. So for the last 7 months, I worked on the development of this curriculum. So that curriculum is titled Media Story Taught by an Island for Island Villages. So I'd like to share that development experiences with you. Our curriculum development design or model is named ADDI. So each letter stands for, first of all, analysis, design, development, implementation, and evaluation. So I actually had this class in this school, these schools, as you see in the red box. I actually taught students in Kumil Middle School, Sengil School, Ape Middle School, Imja Middle School, and Nohwa High School. So one of the schools was located in a very small island. I had to take the ferry to actually visit and meet with students. 2 things were asked by the school. One was to provide career counseling, and the other was to use newspapers in giving this curriculum to the students. So they made a special request to use newspapers in giving this class. So when I actually asked this question to students, what do you want to be when you grow up? And they said, the answers were, I haven't thought about it. And the next answers were different from the students that I met in the mainland Korea. Some of them said they want to be the chief of the fishing village. Some of them said they want to actually do the fish farming. And one of them said that they want to actually go and live in the mainland. And I actually provided this class to students living in the mainland, not in island villages. Some of them said they want to be a vet. One of them already actually created their own profile in the search engine and then said vet as their future occupation. And some of them said they want to be programmers and etc. So I told my students that I met in this island that it's good that you can, choose and find occupation that you see in the island, but let's think about some other occupations that you can choose as well. And then the answers changed to include robot engineer, doctor, etc. The answers were different from the previous answers. And when I was coming out of the island and coming back to my home, I thought, why? Because they all use smartphones, they have access to same set of information. And why do students only talk about the jobs that they see in the island? So I got so curious about that and actually called one of the teachers to ask the question. And the reason that I got from the teachers is that the parents in the island are so busy, so they don't really teach their children how to use smartphones. So the whole task is given to the teachers. But even teachers are too busy, and teachers can really teach the full use of smartphones because they can really use or access games in schools. So I came to think that if media literacy education can be given to the students who live in island villages, they can actually overcome the physical and geographical limitations that they have by living in an island. So I interviewed principals and also a deputy principals of schools. I actually interviewed them on the phone. I asked them questions about their learning environment and also what kind of education is being provided to the students. And I also asked a question about their level of understanding about media literacy education and what are the hampering elements in terms of providing the media literacy education. And I also gave a special lecture at Nohwa High School located in Wando province. And the deputy principal's special lecture really inspired us a lot. He said that he really loves the idea of developing this curriculum, but he said he was doubtful in being able to actually adopting this class in the school curriculum because only some early adopter teachers provide the media literacy education. So this was a little bit disappointing to us, and we tried to actually associate this media literacy education with some other subjects. And then I raised this idea of actually connecting this media literacy education class with some other cross-curricular classes or topics. And the deputy principal said that it's quite likely if it's actually linked with other cross-curricular classes or topics, it's highly likely that media literacy training or education can be adopted as their regular curriculum. So then the second stage is design. So in this process, we think about what to teach, how to teach. So in terms of what to teach, the name of this learning community is LOL. In other words, literacy of legends. So what are we going to teach? So what we will teach is a literacy, whether that is YouTube literacy or information literacy, media literacy. Anyways, what we are going to teach them is about media literacy. So we'd like to teach our students about how ethically and critically use information provided via media and how to teach. So the name again, literacy of legends, suggests in terms of how we will teach them. So the media content that are much preferred by students can be used in this class. So students can be called as homoludens because they like to have fun. So we actually design some fun activities such as games, quiz, discussions, or creating something so that they can have fun while doing this while getting this media literacy education. And so we finished the design process. The third process is development. So we develop teaching materials, provide pilot classes. So in this develop process, we did this. So we chose 6 different cross-curricular subjects that can be provided in association with media literacy education. For example, because this is being provided in an island, so we chose Tokdo education about this Tokdo islet. So we actually associated this education about Tokdo in relation to the information search and usage of information. And regarding the personality education or character building education, we actually linked it with how to use games properly, about your attitude in terms of using games. So this is how we connected these 2 different subjects. And lastly, we actually linked cybersecurity education with media literacy topic which is about how to manage this media information, and we provided pilot classes to many students in different countries, different schools. So we provided a total of 261 students in 12 different schools. So this is a result of our pilot class. So we analyzed our pilot classes and we corrected any problems that we spotted, and then we provided the second round and the third round of pilot classes. So after going through 8 pilot classes or 8 rounds of pilot classes, we completed this curriculum. So we finished the development of the curriculum, and now we enter into the implementation stage. So implementation means that we provide this curriculum to island students. So one of the ethics teacher provided this curriculum in 3 different classes, 3 different schools. So I told the teachers to actually choose one of the 6 cross-curricular subjects. So the chosen classes were about fake news and how to identify fake news from quality information. And so you see videos of these classes in 3 different schools. So because I teach ethics, I actually provide education about how to differentiate fake news from good news and the influence of fake news, and also how to respond to fake news. So this was the feedback that we got from the teachers. And the last stage is evaluation stage. So we actually received feedback and comments from school vice commissioners. And one of the school vice commissioners became the president and principal of the school. And the then school vice commissioner actually talked about the advantages of providing this media literacy class. So the fact was that it was able to be provided in relation to 6 cross-curricular topics was really useful, and the subject and the title of the class was very student-friendly. And also the content and the methodology adopted was very fun and useful. And the advantages of the media were able to provide it in relation to the overcoming of limitations that these schools located in island have. So the end result is this. So the good titles, they sound familiar and they sound quite friendly to students. So does it sound very easy to access and friendly with you? Securing a dial button, or please help my character. So these games were about information and the information that you find in the media. So this was provided in the bigger context of media literacy. So one of the games is titled Managing Your Digital Footprints in Searching for the Owner of the Suitcase. So what do you think this particular subject is about? So this game or this curriculum was actually about looking at the items in the suitcase, and students were advised to guess the job of this particular owner of the bag. Because I shared the story with you that firstly, students only came up with the occupation that they see in the island, in their village. So I wanted them to diversify their perspectives. So we did a group activity, and I also played a music video to them, and then I also made them guess the types of occupation that were involved in creating this particular music video. And I also asked them why they particularly like that music video, and what kind of jobs of people do you think you need to creating this music video. So one of the occupations that was mentioned was that sound engineer. So the sound engineer is in charge of creating these sound effects used in this games or a music video. So please watch this video that will be about 1 minute. So can we actually volume up the sound? So these are the jobs that are involved in creating this particular game video. So we need to design the level of fun provided by the game, and we also need to design the quests or the missions regarding this game. We also need game sound designer or sound designer. So I actually provided them the images related to this game image, and then provided this paper tablet to students. And then these students actually came up with different ideas. So she or he said that this job includes creativity and unique ideas because you need to actually come up with great game ideas. And who do you think the owner of this bag is? It was game scenario writer. So this is how students were actually advised to search for different occupations regarding this game image. So one step further was that among all the occupations or jobs that they could think about in relation to this game image, they actually were advised to write a autobiography, quite a long autobiography. So if we say that it's a 217-page long autobiography, so out of 300-page long autobiography, what content do you think you will have on your 217th page? And the student said she will be teaching or lecturing at TED. So that was one of the outcomes that we had after having this game of searching for the owner of a bag. So this sums up the questions that we collectively had about providing media literacy education to students who are isolated in island villages. So I hope that the curriculum that we created can actually provide our students with the window through which they can meet the world. This is how we actually created this curriculum. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for your presentation. Regarding media literacy education, Chairman Park actually shared a very meaningful use case and application case with us.
Last but not least, Bupyeong Middle School teacher Ms. Ju Min-jung will give a presentation. She has been an ethics teacher in a middle school for 24 years. She is greatly interested in news literacy education for class activities that are connected to real life. In order to improve media literacy education, she is working as a leader of the reading program called On, which is hosted by the Korea Press Foundation. And please welcome Ms. Ju Min-jung with a big hand. Hello, everyone. I am Ju Min-jung from Bupyeong Middle School. I will talk about the weekly briefing reading the news in solidarity. A few years later, I will be 50 years old, and I am a working mom. I live in Seoul, and I'm a middle school student. And in the middle school, I have taught students for more than 20 years. I was very busy working in schools, and as a working mom, I have a relatively reclusive life. But as I grew mature, I intended to learn more, and I intended to raise my voice. So I tried to read news every day, and I needed to read news reports, but they are very difficult to read news continuously. One who have a reading skill to read the text in the middle school could read the news report, but actually it was very difficult for me to read news. And I found that it is difficult to determine what is true or not, as I am full of a lot of news report that are fragmented. So based on this concern and interest, I have this idea. I have this question first of all, is what is the reason that makes it one feel difficult to read news articles? And I need to check my habit of reading news, and I looked for a method to read well news article. And then I found a method to make it a habit to read news report every day, which is doable. So that is the weekly briefing. So I'll talk about weekly briefing. In a nutshell, we meet at every Saturday morning at 7, and we select a news article that we want to share, and we talk about the topics that are addressed in the news. So it sounds grand and ambitious, but basically it is very simple, and I think you can do it on your side. And first of all, we review the newspapers that were produced in the past week, and we select an article that we want to share with friends. And on every Saturday morning, we brief the news article that we are interested and selected for 3 minutes. And we select the news article among those briefed articles. And then for the selected news article, we discuss it with our opinions on it. And then we review what we have discussed and conclude the session. I will talk about it in detail. Since May of last year, every week we meet for this weekly briefing. And we have this solidarity as we meet every Saturday, and I'll introduce what we do in detail. As you can see in the screen, there are a list of news articles, and we select some of them to be shared with our members before the 7 in the morning of Saturday. And as we read the articles, we select the social issues by different medias and by different editorial offices. So I usually take the subway for the total of 3 hours as I commute, and I browse the portals for the online news. And right before the briefing, I finalize the news that I will brief. And after this process, individual members select the news article to be shared and then list those up on this site. And there are this is the structure that we use, and this is the archives that we accumulate. And we read the article as we underline the important lines. And in this time, as I do this work, I feel that my literacy is improved quite a lot. And in the session, every one of the member starts briefing on the news article. And this is the picture that we had the briefing session. So this happens at the 7 o'clock on Saturday. Usually, we don't take a close look at every news article, but as we meet in the briefing session, we have a deep thought about the news articles, about the social issues that are happening all around the world. So let me show you a video that shows what we do in the session, the weekly briefing. And this is the second week that we had the briefing. So we'll have the discussion. And last week we talked about the issues about the population structure. The title was the low fertility rates, and in 5 years, the college students' population will decrease. The topic is the digital world without border. Have you ever purchased the coin? I bought it last year. This is the 5-minute session, so make your briefing short. By 2028, the population will decrease a lot, and there is a discussion about the reducing the number of teachers. And this time, I prepared a news article about the Egypts that decided to purchase a large number of the self-propelled gun from Korea. I'm not sure whether you have watched the Don't Look Up, the film. So you explained the news article calmly in detail, so it helps me understand the article a lot. Now there is a scare of the private recording of the conversation without knowing. It may sound awkward, and the moment that I saw this, I could not give you any positive feedback. I don't know which language that I should use. So please select the two articles that we want to discuss. The first one is the article about the scare of illegal recording, and then the next one is the article about Don't Look Up. The world should collaborate and cooperate. And that's what we have for the video showing that we had discussed in the session. So after the 1 hour discussion, we record what we discussed. Like you see here, this is the record that we had in the last June session. So if you look at this, you will know what we discussed. And we record the debates that we had. And for the same article, we learned the different perspectives and different understandings. The briefing session only lasts for 1 hour. So within that 1 hour, we may not express our opinions fully. So for those who want to talk more about it, we use the online sites. And on this online activity, we can further discuss the articles that we shared. Next, I want to show you another video. Weekly briefing is very useful. On every day, Saturday morning, we read the news article together and discuss together. The tens of thousands of news articles are poured into the world, and we select the most interesting articles and discuss together. We usually tend to read what we like to read, and there are a lot of fake news, and biased journalism is an issue. But as I attend the weekly briefing, I was able to have a balanced perspectives and understand the different thoughts and more fair journalism experience. So myself, as I prepare the weekly briefing, I read a news article carefully. At a person in the middle life, it's not difficult. It's not easy to meet people that I can share my thoughts with genuinely. So I think the weekly briefing will continue its work. Hello, I am Kim Dae-hyun. I am a history teacher at a high school. The weekly briefing is a session where we all share the news that we are interested in. And as I attend the weekly briefing, we see the different topics and interests that the other members have. And that's an opportunity for me to learn different perspectives. Recently, we use a lot of news media, and the news online is provided based on a particular algorithm, so there will be a risk of biased journalism when we consume the online news. So the weekly briefing is a very helpful venue that we can have balanced view. And also, I can take advantage of the weekly briefing to make the most of a very precious time on Saturday morning. This is very effective and desirable program. Thank you. So what do you think about their opinions? I want to let you hear what the real members of our weekly venue would think about. The different areas are organizing this weekly briefing, and there are a lot of members that have different backgrounds participate in the weekly briefing. So some are in their 20s and 30s, and others are in their 40s and 50s. So people in different backgrounds participate in weekly briefing. And some of them shared their thoughts on weekly briefing like these. One person said that that person has the habit of reading newspaper every day, and others say that they learned a lot of things from the weekly briefing, and after the briefing, they tend to read other news articles in different media outlets. And we all agree that our scope of interest have expanded a lot. And when we do the weekly briefing, we use our own language to introduce the news articles. So that means we have improved our literacy. And some people say the weekly briefing is an amazing place where we all grow together. So as a member of Weekly Briefing, I also feel that I am maturing and growing further and in the early hour on Saturday morning as I attend the Weekly Briefing. So that is a very meaningful time. And another member shared this lengthy comment on the Weekly Briefing. And that person is now able to have an eye to determine good news. And people tend to focus on the news that they are interested in. And now, with the weekly briefing, they are able to have a more broad perspective. And some people say that when someone raises voice to admonish the world, then we should be able to support those people. And as we read news articles, we find many news articles on the economy and science, and typically those articles are very difficult to understand. And so we have this special session to read the science and economy news article related articles to expand our background knowledge. And also, if we find some article that we want to have a lengthy discussion or write something about it, then we have this special session for writing. So please watch this video first. The reducing the food waste and the greenhouse gas emission reduction are the topic of this article. The methane, carbon dioxide, and other greenhouse gas emissions are exacerbating the global warming. So I intended to introduce about the video first and then show you the video. This summer, we had the news briefing with students. So the video that you have just watched is the part of the program that I had with students. During the pandemic, my students had a only limited experience of the school activities in a elementary school in Gyeongnam and also in a elementary school in Incheon. Students participated in this type of weekly briefing. And as we conduct this program, the teachers prepared materials and also the students prepared the materials, and the middle school students prepare materials for introducing to the elementary school students. So that was part of the activity that we run in the past summer. So as we participate in the weekly briefing, we thought that we had improved our literacy. People with a high level of literacy is someone who can select good news in the flood of information and decides what to believe, present their opinion on the evidence to support and evaluate the trustworthiness of a report, and suggest a rational justification based on knowledge. And as I participate in this program, I began to engage in local community, and as a responsible member of society, I started to raise my voice. I am thinking about the importance of news literacy. And this person that you are seeing in the picture is the third president of the United States, Thomas Jefferson. And he said that he would choose newspaper without a government over a government without newspaper. And this means that the media plays a critical role in our society. And the line in the left side is the every democracy has the same level of journalism as that of citizens. So we, as citizens, have responsibility to hold media more responsible. As I conduct weekly briefing session, I came to think about this line. I like this line very much. History obliges us to write down only the truth. And that's the line that I like the most. I think it is meaningful. Here we are in the press center. We see this line in the plaque right in front of this building of Korea Press Center. And this line has resonated among many people's mind. And I hope that the media outlets will renew its commitment to good journalism. Thank you very much for your listening. Thank you. In the chats, there is a comment that I was inspired to listen to your presentation. The weekly briefing is an amazing program. The people get lazy on the Saturday morning, but in that time, you are conducting very meaningful program, and I think it is significant. And thank you again, Ms. Ju Min-jung, and please give her a big hand for wonderful presentation. And this concludes the first day of the conference. Tomorrow, we have the second day of the journalism conference. And the session is the bias off. Thank you very much.